Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I have a little bit of a conundrum to talk to you about. So everybody has been asking me for these Snowed In for Christmas romances in audiobook this year, and I am very happy to do that for you, but there's a snag. So these books have Italian words in them, and the AI really doesn't get it. Like when you do an AI voice, you set it to the language that you want it to use. So, I mean, 98% of this book is in English, so I'm going to use an English AI. But then when they go to pronounce the Italian words, isn't that pretty? So, I have compiled this book and I have done my best. I went in and phonetically spelled a lot of the Italian words. It was a long process, but we got it done. And then as I was listening to it, I had to laugh because the pronunciation sounds like, well, okay, so it puts the emphasis on maybe not the right part of the word. And so, anyway, it kind of just doesn't do the Italian justice that's in this book. So, my apologies up front. And if you are somebody who knows that that is going to bug you, you're good. No, I'm not holding anything against you. If you're like, I can't do it, I can't listen, I totally understand. But I did want to get these stories, this one and then Snowed In at the Winter Castle, out because I had so many readers that wanted them. So, or listeners, I guess, because you're over here on YouTube listening. But I get readers that want them too. They like buy the book over on Amazon and then they're like, hey, I'd love to listen to this one. And when is it going to be up on YouTube? So, anyway, so my apologies up front for the Italian pronunciation in here. I do know that it's totally off, and I have done my best to get the AI to make it sound correct. So, having said all of that, I really do hope that it doesn't detract from the story for you and that you're able to get lost in this wonderful royal Christmas romance and have a very merry holiday. And I'll see you later. Thanks. Merry Christmas.
Welcome to Snowed In at the Winter Palace, a Christmas romance novel, written by Lucy McConnell and read by an AI-generated voice, Serena.
Chapter 1. Christmas decorations could make any city seem magical even if they were up 2 days before Thanksgiving. Add a few extra twinkle lights to the building across the street, and a girl could almost forget that her boyfriend was in that supply closet making out with a woman from accounting, which made him an ex-boyfriend and her a single woman for the holidays. Oh joy. Who knew Bev, the shy accountant with an overbite, had it in her to sneak around with the office golden boy? Then again, the woman did know how to work her best asset, her brain. The few moments of ruthlessness Pepper had witnessed in the supply closet before slamming the door and storming away included more compliments to Braden's latest marketing campaign than Pepper had given him in a month. Not that she was a bad girlfriend. He just wasn't that good at his job. So why had she stuck with him for so long? Because she didn't want to be alone at Christmas. That's why. Yet here she was. Oh, the irony. Pepper? Are you okay? Lana broke through her musings. Pepper turned from the window to find her personal assistant and close friend holding out a mug of steaming cocoa. The whipped cream alone would plunge her over the Niagara Falls of caloric intakes that week. She reached for it eagerly, inhaling the peppermint smell. Best friend ever. I should be upset. Pepper sipped, testing the heat. It was a tad too warm, but the burn was softened by the cool whipped cream. Less than 6 minutes ago, her romance had gone from Mev with the hopes of yeah to nada, and she wasn't the teeniest bit green with envy or red with anger. She wasn't even feeling blue. Lana snorted. You should be furious. I know. Pepper nodded as she licked her lips clean. I just can't seem to care. Because he was a jerk. Pepper shook her head. The mint cooled her mouth as she breathed in. She fanned her face with her hand. He was always a gentleman. He's cheating on you right now. Pepper giggled. Okay, he's a jerk. Are you on something? Lana looked closer, probably checking to see if her pupils were dilated or her eyes red from drinking the holiday punch in the break room. The office Thanksgiving party started in less than 15 minutes. Early birds gathered for a chance to load up on raw veggies, fresh-cut fruit, and cheese and crackers with people they couldn't wait to leave behind at 5 p.m. every other day of the year. I'm not high or tipsy. Pepper batted her eyelashes at Lana, and she backed off. You're not going to fight for him, are you? Not likely. I know what I want in a man, and that's fidelity. Besides, why would I want to be with someone I have to convince to love me? Nope. I cut him loose and wish him a paper cut. She smiled wide. Lana lifted a dubious eyebrow. Are you sure you didn't sample the brownies? I heard they came from Colorado. Pepper snorted a laugh. As Grandma would have said, I'm as sober as a priest at Christmas Eve Mass. Lana drew in a breath and cringed. Giving bad news never looked good on her. You heard he got your promotion too, right? The promotion. Now that stung, but not as bad as she thought it would, considering the new direction she wanted to take her career. She set the mug down and wiggled her computer mouse, bringing the screen to life. Actually, there is a reason I'm in such a good headspace. She inclined her head, telling Lana to read what was on the screen. Lana leaned over and squinted at the computer. The Isola de la Familia Royal House of De Luca is now accepting applications for a lead architect for a restoration project. She straightened. You're going to apply for this? This is on the other side of the world. It's a whole other ballgame. Do you even know anyone in Isola de la Familia? Pepper rubbed her lips together. I already applied and interviewed. It's mine if I want it. Lana clasped her hands in front of her. Do you want it? Her eyes danced, saying that she wanted this for her friend. I wasn't sure about uprooting my life. But then I saw that Pepper flipped her hand toward the supply closet's general direction, and I realized that if I don't go, I'm settling for less of a life, just like I settle for less than the best with him. Are we ever going to say his name again? I think not. Pepper reached for the mug. The liquid had cooled to a perfect warm and was absolutely delicious. The fact that she could find so much joy in a cup of hot chocolate and so little with the ex as he shall be dubbed from this time forth only served to solidify her decision. With a few quick keystrokes, she was an official royal architect. There, I sent my acceptance letter. She straightened and sipped, keeping a close eye on Lana for the moment realization clicked in. Lana pouted, her lower lip coming out, and then the fact that Pepper was leaving the company they both worked for the last 5 years hit, and her face scrunched up. You're leaving. She came around the desk and gave Pepper a tight hug. I don't want you to go. Pepper hugged back as best as she could with one arm, holding on so tight. The back of Pepper's eyes stung. Of all the reasons to stay in town, Lana was at the top of her list. Sometimes you find a friend who can see inside of you, knows all you're ugly, and accepts you just the same. Lana was that friend. Her computer chimed, and Lana spun around to check the email. It's from the royal advisor. She licked her lips, charmed as much as Pepper had been the first time she'd realized she was emailing someone who worked for a king. Dear Miss Johnson, yada yada Italian stuff. Attached 2 tickets. See you in 3 days. 3 days. What is happening? Pepper leaned over to look at the words and set down her empty cup. 2 tickets. Perfect. Yes, we leave in 3 days. We? I asked if I could bring an assistant. Her heart hammered. She'd gambled with the request, but figured they could always say no. What do you think? Want to go to Isola de la Familia for Christmas? There's a 2-week tour of the country for inspiration before we actually have to show up at the Winter Palace. These royals know how to treat a guest. Are you serious? Lana jumped up and down, pumping her fist. Completely. Pepper laughed, grabbing onto her best friend so they could jump in unison. Pepper's ex strode into her office as if he had already moved his desk in. He had an amused look on his once-upon-a-time handsome face. This looks like good news. Pepper searched his body for some sign of a cheater. His tie was straight and his shirt tucked in. She couldn't find one clue, not even a wrinkle on his good old boy light blue dress shirt with white cuffs. And when she got to his face, it was as free of guilt as it was of a 5 o'clock shadow. She narrowed her eyes. No one was that perfect. Why hadn't she seen his compulsory behavior as a cover before? How many other supply closet women were there? Lana gripped Pepper's arm, though Pepper wasn't sure if it was to keep her from punching him in the throat or what. Maybe Lana wanted to punch him and needed someone steady to hold on to, because Pepper was as steady as a lighthouse in a storm. She didn't need this man, didn't need any man who didn't put her first. Truly, she'd been blinded by his bleached teeth that glowed in black lights and his muscular frame. His morning workouts were his best quality. Pepper stood tall. It's the best news. She went around the desk and faced him head on, looking right in his eyes to see if he had any remorse. All she saw there was, disgustingly, lust. For her. Right after. Oh, it's going down. Lana clapped her hand over her mouth. Pepper grinned as she spun halfway around to look at her friend. What do you think about skipping the company party and going to dinner instead? I'll get our coats. Lana strode quickly from the room. Pepper packed up her computer and a couple files, projects she hadn't shown her boss and never would. If they didn't recognize genius enough and promote it, who was she to offer it up on a silver platter? The ex sputtered. What are you talking about? She had to hand it to him. He played the innocent country boy pretty well. You and me, whatever you thought we had, because it was obviously different from what she thought they had, is over. I don't want to see you again. I'm quitting my job. I'm leaving the country. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? He adjusted his already perfectly knotted tie. I mean, you don't have to quit just because I got the promotion. I'm not. I'm quitting because I was selected out of over 100 applicants to work for the royal family of Isola de la Familia. She tucked a notebook into her laptop case. That's fantastic. His teeth glowed in the fading light through the window. I'll book a flight and come visit. No, no, no. People don't visit their ex-girlfriends. Come on, Pepper. Don't be like that. I thought we were good together. We were mediocre. He cringed, but she kept going. This wasn't about hurting him, but it was about honesty, which was something he was short on while she had an abundance of it. But that's understandable, because we want different things. I want love and trust. You want a tryst in a supply closet. She moved past him to the door. As she did, she heard his breath whoosh out as if she'd punched him in the gut. Listen, that was... She turned and held up a hand, cutting him off. I'm the kind of woman you take home to meet your mom, and I deserve better. She shut the door on his reply, which didn't sound like anything you'd put on a Christmas card. Grinning, she joined Lana at the elevators. Lana handed over her long, caramel-colored peacoat. Are you ready for an adventure? Pepper slipped into it while changing her laptop bag from one shoulder to the other, then linked their arms. You know it. I feel lighter. Yeah, 185 pounds of stupid lighter. They giggled like college roommates. Behind them, the president of the firm called everyone into the conference room for a chat. Pepper kept her back to him. He'd find her resignation letter in his inbox in the morning. The elevator door slid open, and they stepped inside. Pepper pushed the button for the lobby. The door slid shut, and Lana squealed. Let's have whirlwind romances with isolating men, kiss them under the mistletoe, and then leave them behind so we always wonder what might have been. Lana sighed happily. I can't believe we'll be there for Christmas. I've heard it's beautiful this time of year. Pepper laughed. Me too. She hip-bumped her as the door slid open. They stepped into the lobby, the slush-filled street visible through the glass doors. I'm there to do a job. And if this one goes well, I'll be able to work for royal families all over Europe. So romance, even the whirlwind kind, is off the table. Lana pouted again. That doesn't go for me too, does it? She pushed open the door, and the frigid December air hit them with a vengeance. With it came the smell of dog doo-doo, Indian food, and an unnamed sour tinge. Ah, the holidays in New York. As long as it's not with my client, you can romance all you want. Pepper pulled her scarf up around her face. Their conversation was over until they found a warmer place to sit. Without having to discuss where they were going, they turned right and headed for the small cafe down the street. Tucked into a hotel, it was rarely busy on weeknights and had a killer tomato bisque. There were plans to make, packing lists to write, and a new career path to figure out. She smirked. Romance. What a joke. If she'd learned anything from tonight, it was that romance was a smokescreen. Her ex acted like they were a couple, but Pepper rarely felt like she was part of one. He looked out for himself. He didn't ask her opinion, and he kept a completely separate life. All the while, she'd struggled to build her career on her own, not even telling him about her application for a job across the world. Even though they'd claimed to be together, there was no unity. In a way, the time spent with her ex, she really didn't want to ever hear his name again, was not a waste. Now that she'd had a relationship like that, she knew the signs and what to avoid in the future. If that meant spending 100 Christmases alone, so be it. Better to be alone than be lonely.
Chapter 2. Principe, please. We must talk. His Royal Highness Principe Zeno de Luca slowed his steps so his royal advisor could keep up. The man's breath puffed around them at fast, regular intervals, like the pollution that poured from the factories to the south. The December weather was cold, the kind of cold that seeped into a man's bones and made him long for hearth and home. If he'd had a warm home, Zeno had not. Any warmth he had found at home was in the man standing next to him. Liume had raised Zeno to be a prince, but he had also raised him to be a good man, seeing the opportunities in his title instead of the gilded cage his padre built with his expectations and limitations. As a prince and brother to the king, Padre was a force that could only be curbed by a royal decree. It was a wonder the king ever invited them to family parties at all, considering that there was no affection between them. Etiquette held them together when they would have otherwise torn one another apart. Between the two men, one who was born to rule the country and one who was born to wish he could, was Zeno. Zeno respected his sire, more because he had changed from the tight-fisted king his father expected him to be to the benevolent ruler of today. It was the king's benevolence that allowed Zeno to pursue a life as a soldier of mercy. He searched for those who had no hope and brought them food, tents, clothes, and, if possible, medical supplies. Pharmaceuticals were treacherous to transport. Men were willing to kill to save their families, and the simplest drugs, like penicillin, were worth a year's pay on the black market. He had tried 3 times to bring a crate of medicine into this refugee camp on behalf of the Red Cross, only to be ambushed and barely escape. Thankfully, none of the men under his command died that day. He wondered how many more nights he would be able to thank God for that miracle before his eyes fell shut, loaded with exhaustion. The refugee camp had few comforts of home and even fewer holiday decorations provided by charities that overflowed with donations this time of year. There was a cutout of Babbo Natale above the mess tent for the kids. None of them wrote letters to the jolly elf, and most of them didn't have shoes to leave out for him to fill with treats. This place was supposed to be a temporary stopover, a holding spot until they found a new home. But many families had been here for over a year. If the medical shipment did not make it, some of them would not live long enough to celebrate Christmas. Red garlands were strung along the supply tents starting December 1st. They looked like rags that had been tied together. They probably were. But he was grateful for the effort, for someone who had hope for Christmas in their heart this year. He only prayed that every family here would have a sample of that on Christmas Day.
If it is too difficult for you to accompany me in your old age, Zeno teased, trying to keep his steward spirits up, you can wait in the tent. I am sure your cot misses you, S.I. He glanced over his shoulder at the 4 guards following just 5 feet behind. Their presence was the compromise he'd made with the king when he'd started this project. Having trained bodyguards follow him everywhere turned into a blessing he had not anticipated. If he hadn't come with men who were trained to fight hand-to-hand and with several weapons, no one would be able to defend the camp. There were other Isoladian soldiers, enlisted with the United Nations, stationed about, silently watching for threats, and oftentimes neutralizing them before the camp was aware of their presence. They provided a sense of security for people who desperately needed it. Leona growled at Zeno's teasing. He was not one to take a stab at his age with generosity. I was leading men into battle before the seamstress started your first Pagliacetto. Zeno grinned. My point exactly. He slapped the man on the back, hard. Anyone else would have stumbled a step or at least let out a puff of air at the sudden pounding. If Leon felt any discomfort, he did not show it. The man was a rock. He ate cleaner than the models who threw themselves at Zeno whenever he came out of hiding for official royal events, and he pushed himself harder physically than men half his age. We need to discuss your travel plans, S.I. I have none. Zeno paused as angry voices came from 3 rows over. The tent city was hardly a place of cheer this time of year. These people had slept in garbage heaps and crossed rivers full of crocodiles just to get here. When there wasn't enough food for their babies, tempers rose. There was rarely enough food. Come on. Zeno broke into a jog, heading right for the 2 men who were shoving and yelling. Stop, he called to them. They did not heed his warning cry, so he dove in, tackling both. The fatter of the two grabbed onto Zeno's fatigues and rolled, using their momentum to land on top. He lifted a fist, ready to smash Zeno's face. Zeno deflected the hit so that his knuckles made contact with the frozen ground. He then jerked his elbow to knock his opponent loopy. The man slid to the side, and Zeno pushed him off and jumped to his feet. The four guards stood back, watching, waiting. They would have stepped in to save him, but the work Zeno did in the camp meant he had to not be a Principe. If anyone asked, they would all say they were there to protect Leon. So, many hoops, just so he could help people. Leon had the other guy in a headlock and on his knees. Really, Principe, you need to work on your finesse. Principe? Asked the man on the ground, who rubbed his swollen knuckles. Zeno grinned and offered him a hand up. A nickname because I am his favorite. He pulled, and soon they were standing eye to eye. The man turned to address Leon. Zeno grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled his attention back to him. Do not talk to him. Talk to me. What is this about? He motioned between the two men. He stole my bedroll. I did not. I saw you. Zeno held up his palms. May I see the bedroll? It was soon brought forth, a pathetic tattered rag with holes mice could, and probably had, run through. Desperation led men to do crazy things like fight over scraps. Before his first visit to a refugee camp, Zeno would not have believed the stories of what happened here. Now he understood. He extended his hand, and the lead guard, Benito, came forward, 2 red cards in his hands. Leon, he made a show of studying his fingernails as if his underling was acting without his knowledge. In reality, the man watched everything with the eyes of an eagle and was the assistant. Take these to the supply tent. Zeno handed 1 card for a new blanket to each man. You did not get them from me, see? They nodded slowly, not daring to reach for the coveted cards. Zeno shoved them at their chests. Use them, he barked, startling the men. Without waiting for a response, he motioned for Leone to go ahead of him, and they continued on. Buon Natale, called one of the men. Zeno did not respond, because to do so would have acknowledged his part in their fortune. That could be dangerous for a regular enlisted man. It would be deadly for a prince. Leone wasted no time picking up their earlier conversation. You have plans to attend the Christmas Eve ball at the castle with your CEO and cousins, see? Principe Matteo will announce his engagement. Is that this year? His poor cousin. The spare heir to the throne had ridiculous responsibilities like getting married and making more princes and princesses. Leone's shoulders lifted in silent laughter. See, you have been away from your family for too long. You forget their ages. What if I just, Zeno rubbed his chin, did not attend? Leone frowned. You are in line for the royal throne. 5th in line, Zeno reminded him, if you do not count Padre, and since he counts himself most highly, I'm 6th. Benito snickered, cutting himself off with a cough. Zeno continued. Even Carlotta, at age 9, would make a much better queen than I would a king. He knew his cousins. He adored his extended family. They were the best part of growing up in the royal house of De Luca. Leona's lips twitched with a smile that did not make an appearance. The infernal man waited as Zeno ran through his options. His opinions were tucked tightly to his chest, as they should be for a good royal advisor. If I did stay, I could leave with the refuges Isola agreed to allow in. They will not arrive until after the new year. No doubt Padre would send a royal emissary to collect me, Zeno groused. He may be 28 years old, but his father acted as if he were a wayward teenager. If he knew his son slept on the ground, wrapped in the same green blankets as those without a country, he would kill over it. Fine. I will go to the ball. But we stay here as long as possible. They need men to guard the medicinal shipment coming in, and I will not leave them short on protection to waltz at a ball just because my cousin has to go off and get engaged. Leone bowed his head. I shall make the arrangements. He waited a moment and then cautiously added, if you will forgive me for saying so, it may be time to consider matrimony yourself. Your cousin is younger than you. They reached the tents where the commanding officers were about to begin a meeting. I would not give my father the satisfaction. Zeno pushed the door open and strode into the canvas-walled room. All eyes turned to him, waiting. He was the one who had worked out the plan to get medical aid to the camp. This was his project, and it was one that fed his soul. Marriage? No. He needed to be free from entanglements. The work he did came with a risk, one he gladly took, and he could not ask someone else to make the same risks for him or even with him. He would stay single until he could not do what he was doing anymore. If Leone's continued service was any indication, Zeno had a long, lonely life ahead. 2 weeks later, Zeno found himself stuffed into an all-wheel drive vehicle with Leone and his 4 trusted guards, bounding through a blizzard on his way to the capital.
He'd left the rest of his brigade behind to watch over the med tent and distribute the much-needed supplies. Half the camp had received the necessary antibiotics and were mending nicely. It may just be a happy Christmas in that small part of the world after all. The storm's getting worse, the driver called back to them, breaking Zeno out of his musings. His civilian clothing felt strange, like playing dress-up as a child. He leaned down to see out the windshield and was only met with a sheet of blinding white. His phone buzzed, and he checked his texts. Prince Matteo, we're shutting down the airport. Where are you? Zeno, the northern province. Driving. Prince Matteo, go to the Winter Palace. Stay safe. Keep in touch. Zeno smiled at the screen. His cousin, though second in line for the throne, was as well prepared to be king and just as bossy as his older brother. How Isaiah and Sio managed to raise two men who could be king, willingly and with dignity, was a miracle. Not that his Tia and Sio were not good people, but they had been caught up in the same hierarchical mindset Zeno's father still clung to when the boys were all young. He tucked his phone into his pocket. Change course. We are going to the Winter Palace to wait out the storm. Leo nodded. See. He began speaking quickly to the driver and working with a satellite GPS to get them on the right track. The next 3 hours were stressful as they traversed the countryside to the quaint town, whose biggest accomplishment was building a vacation palace for the royal family. The structure loomed before them in all its masonry glory. The gray stones were dull and stark against the storm, and snow stuck to them like lint. The walls surrounding the palace were accentuated with a lovely moat that had frozen over. He had learned to ice skate on that moat. They traveled over the drawbridge to the serenade of tires on wooden beams. Huge black chains hung just inside the gate, not connected to the wheel that could lift the bridge. The palace had been open for tours until 2020. They circled the fountain in the center of the black bricked courtyard. The turrets rose into the sky, always pointing to the king of all kings and reminding the royal family where true power came from. His team went into the palace first to secure the way. They came back shortly. Benito leaned down near the window and yelled over the wind, "You should go around to the garage entrance. We will cut through the palace and meet you there." Zeno gave his approval, and Benito hunched over to run back through the official entrance. The wind tugged at his large frame, and he struggled to stay afoot. Zeno tapped on the roof of the car. "Did you hear that?" he asked the driver. "See, they moved forward, their tires crunching snow." "We will have warm beds tonight," said Paolo. He clapped his hands together. The younger man had only been with Zeno's crew for 3 months. He never complained, and he followed every order like a good soldier. That sounds like heaven. As much as Zeno drew a sense of purpose from his work, it certainly increased his appreciation for a feather mattress every now and again. They pulled right into the garage and up to a small servant's door. Leon got out first, his eyes scanning for potential threats. He gave the sign that all was clear. Benito's face was easily seen through the skinny window next to the door. Zeno made the mad dash inside. The garage itself was a few degrees warmer than the weather outside, but the wind howled so loudly that conversation was impossible. He paused just outside the door, looking through the archway they'd driven through and at the wrath this winter unleashed on his country. It would be a white Christmas, as the American soldiers liked to talk about when they exchanged stories of home. He enjoyed their ruminations. The small coat room had a bench with 2 pairs of rain boots tucked underneath. Above was a line of rustic hooks that were adorned with umbrellas, hats, and coats. The stone floor was covered with a braided green and silver rug that absorbed the snow falling and dripping from their shoes. The space was quaint and heated with a small wood-burning stove. The scent of applewood punctuated the air. The tension and stress of constantly watching his back seemed to melt off him. Zeno removed his black wool coat and then the tie and the suit coat he'd donned for travel, handing them to Leon to arrange. Now that they were back to regular life, his steward was less of a bodyguard and more of a trusted advisor and general man about business. He wasn't sure how he felt about the shift, but he knew the older man would have it no other way. What tugged at a loose thought in his brain was how easily he fell into the pattern. Did that mean that all of this, all the work he'd done to be a different man than his father, was for naught? "You are thinking too heavily for Christmas," Leon offered. "We will arrive at the castle, Principe. Do not fear." "Thank you, friend." Zeno allowed him to think his worries were only as deep as the next party. "I appreciate your efforts to bolster my spirits. I assure you I will be in holiday mood by the time the church bells ring," Leon chuckled. "By Christmas Eve? Do not rush on my account." Zeno smiled at Leon's sarcasm. Christmas Eve was a week away. Surely the blizzard will blow out to sea long before then. He drew in a breath, soaking in the cinnamon, honey, and orange scent that filled the hallways all year long. As much as Zeno loved his work, Isola was a part of his soul. He would never be called on to be king, but if he was, he would step up to the crown and do his duty. In the meantime, there are worse places to be stranded than the Winter Palace. See, Leone hung up their coats and then began walking toward Zeno's chambers. As a good cousin, he should be in the capital to support his cousin as he chose a bride from the throngs of eligible women vying for a crown. An impossible task. He did not envy Matteo. The burden he carried was greater than a man should bear, especially because he was not in love with a woman. Like his older brother before him, Matteo would go into a marriage that was little better than a business transaction. Better to remain single than to share a bed with a woman who loved the monarchy more than the man. A flash of light came through the window, and he stopped, curious. Surely there was no one out in this weather. Leone stopped at the tea in the hallway. "Are you coming, Principe? I thought I saw something." Leone hurried back and peered through the window like a child looking at a Christmas wish. There was a car. The vehicle moved slowly, as if the driver did not know the way. Zeno smiled. "I think a little investigation is in order." Chapter 3, Franco. I wish you would have let me drive. Pepper stared at the snow coming down like a waterfall. I've never seen this much snow. She exchanged a worried look with Lana. Franco had a fever and an upset stomach. Pepper suspected food poisoning, as he'd eaten fish last night that smelled like an old man's feet. He'd sworn that's what it was supposed to smell like, but he was just being kind to the older woman who'd served their table. No, signorina. Sto bene. A bead of sweat dripped down his temple. You're not fine? You're 2 minutes from passing out, Pepper warned. She took off her seatbelt and scooted forward, ready to lunge for the wheel if he was suddenly unconscious. Lana did the same, her hands on the back of Franco's seat so she could keep him from falling over if he fainted. Scratch that when he fainted. As if having a sick driver wasn't dangerous enough, the car fishtailed with every lump of snow in the road. And because they were in the middle of a blizzard, there were a lot of bumps. It was a wonder they'd made it this far with the storm blowing. Franco swiped his arm across his broad forehead. He was balding, but just barely. Otherwise, his gray hair gave him a distinguished look. Pair that with his classic Isolean good looks, and he charmed more than one woman on their 2-week tour of the country. We are almost there. They drove over a drawbridge, which, under different circumstances, Pepper would have loved to gawk at, and into a giant courtyard. Before them, the castle rose into the sky, imposing and yet full of promise as she entered a new phase in her life. Franco moaned. There wasn't time to think about the future when the now might be all she had. Sliding into one of the tall stone walls would put a quick end to their long and perilous drive. Not a soul would know to come rescue them. Just down this alley, Franco ground out. The poor man was barely holding himself together. If stopping didn't mean certain death at the hand of Mother Nature, Pepper would have insisted he get out and let her drive, if for no other reason than to save the poor man some suffering. Despite his arthritic hip, Franco had a spirit of adventure about him that made him the perfect tour guide as Pepper and Lana trekked across Isola. Having accumulated more knowledge on Isoladian architecture, which was heavily influenced by the Italians, and their culture, which leaned toward British formalities, she had a rough idea of what the royal family would like in their vacation kitchen before ever stepping foot in the Winter Palace. She just needed to see the space for herself to get started. She'd mentioned that to Franco over breakfast, and he'd insisted they start off at once and not stop until they were safely tucked away in the palace itself. I will stay with you, here, at the palace. He waved his thick hand to the giant building on their right. The beautiful stained glass windows slowly rolled past her window and left Pepper feeling as if she'd seen the most delicious confections and was unable to stop for a sample. Still, her heart lifted a little. If the windows alone stirred her soul, she couldn't imagine the inspiration waiting for her inside. But your family? Lana protested. A grandfather of 7, Franco entertained his American guests through long train rides with stories of raising 2 ungrateful sons, who'd started their own businesses and become successes instead of taking over his tourist trade. Even as he groused about not having anyone to pass his knowledge on to, his face beamed with pride for what his children had accomplished. They lived near the palace, and he'd looked forward to spending Christmas with them. They will survive, and they will be proud of me for serving the royal family this holiday. I may even earn one of the coveted ornaments they gift their staff each year. His hand fell over his heart. My wife would cry with joy to hang one on our tree. Pepper exchanged a smile with Lana. They'd heard the legend of the ornaments as they traveled across the country. Each shop owner had a picture of the ornament ordered for this year hanging in their shop. People would stop and study the picture, drawn to them out of loyalty to country and crown. Many were green with envy over them. Still, many others talked about ornaments handed down for generations. To work directly for the king and queen was a privilege passed from one generation to the next, and positions tended to stay within families. It was rare to be hired on as an outsider, which made Pepper something of a celebrity. Franco wasn't only proud of his sons, he was proud of Pepper and Lana too, and he touted the fact that Pepper had been hired all the way from America to redesign the palace kitchens for the royal family, which only endeared him to the 2 women more. It was like traveling with a benevolent grandpa who knew the history of the country, the artwork, the architecture, and the people. In short, it was the best holiday Pepper'd had in years. Lana bumped her arm. He's fading fast. She nodded her head to Franco. Pepper nodded. I'm so glad you're here. She couldn't imagine spending the last 2 weeks on her own, let alone the last 20 minutes, where the probability of her demise had gone up considerably. Lana lifted a shoulder. Beck and Beck owed me 30 days vacation. And with you quitting, I don't think they quite knew what to do with me. It worked out for the best. Pepper couldn't agree more. There was just one catch. We still need to get you that vacation fling. Lana laid her forehead against Franco's headrest and let out a dramatic sigh. I've almost given up on it. Pepper giggled. It's been 13 days. Yes, but every guy I meet is over 60, Lana whispered, not wanting to offend their host. Franco leaned forward over the wheel, trying to see past the snow that grew thicker by the minute. From all appearances, he'd tuned them out. And we haven't stayed more than one night in any place, Lana finished. Well, we're at the palace through Christmas. Don't give up hope yet. Right. Lana rolled her eyes. Because that's where all the young single men hang out these days. I'll just shuffle on down to the dungeon and pick one out. Pepper snickered. If you find one hanging in the dungeon, leave him there. Though she wouldn't mind seeing her ex down there. As much as she thought she was unaffected by his cheating, the more she thought about it, the worse she felt. Betrayal was an ugly dragon that breathed fire long after creation. They grew silent as Franco navigated his way through 2 giant carriage doors. Pepper sucked in a breath, taking in their majesty. The planks were easily 2 inches thick, held together with rustic iron rods that had probably been forged on this very spot. It brightened as they entered a brick-floored garage. The hours it must have taken to install the houndstooth pattern, not to mention the effort to make the brick itself. Several cars with flags were parked along one wall. There were snowmobiles, supped-up 4-wheelers, small cars, and a European truck. Parked closest to the servant's door was an SUV that looked like it could take on a tank. It glistened as snow melted and fell to the floor where it ran into a drain. Someone had arrived only moments before them. Through that door. Franco motioned. I will get your bags. His shoulders were stooped from the stress of getting them to their destination safely. Pepper's heart went out to him. Let's leave the bags. You've been so helpful and brave driving through the snow. No, I can do it. He opened his door. Pepper and Lana scrambled out her side, barely in time to catch the older man as he tried to stand and his legs gave out. He growled as he slapped his sore hip. It froze on the drive. Pepper lifted his one arm over her shoulder. No. He tried to pull his arm away. You wouldn't deny me the opportunity to walk in with a handsome man, say I? She added the last word like us Soladians did when they expected someone to agree with their statement. Lana lifted his other arm. Me too. I don't want to look like a loser. Franco gave up the fight, which was a testament to how horrible he must feel. They made it to the door, and someone pushed it open for them. Warm air that smelled like applewood brushed Pepper's cheeks, and she all but fell into it, dragging the other 2 with her. They stumbled but managed to right themselves. What in the world? A deep, booming laugh echoed through the cloakroom as the man shut the door behind them. I think we have Gattini's Maridi in the palace. Lost kittens? Had she translated that properly? Pepper turned to see one of the most handsome men on the planet laughing at her. He had medium brown hair that was blonde at the tips and darker at the nape of his neck. He wore it combed back, showing off the natural wave. Pepper would have given half a year's salary to have a wave like that in her hair. His brow was thick and heavy, but not out of control, and his lips were a shade of pink she would not have thought natural. But there was so much manliness seeping out of this guy that he probably didn't know what a beauty product was, let alone use one. These Isoladian men were too beautiful for their own good. Many of them relied on their genetics for flirting, and they were good at it. If all she had to take in were the basic Isoladian good looks, she would have easily turned away. A handsome face was trouble. But there was more to him. His body was lithe and corded with muscles. He had an air of being coiled, dangerous, and possibly seductive, though she wasn't sure he was aware of the last characteristic. His deep green eyes danced with mirth as he took them in. We're not lost, she started. I work here. You? The man asked in disbelief. He glanced at his companion. But you are American. Pepper realized how they must look, the 2 women struggling under Franco's weight. Franco swerved in his steps as if he'd had too much wine already. She glanced at Lana to see her messy bun had become unruly and mascara collected under her eyes and flaked across her cheeks. Pepper didn't fare any better. They were as bad as lost kittens, abandoned in the storm. She didn't like this feeling, the sense that she was caught off guard, not at her best, and being treated as a child. See, I was contracted by Prince Angelo to redesign the kitchen here. The men gave her a dubious look, their expressions exact mirrors of one another. She adjusted her hold on Franco. Couldn't these two see that she and Lana struggled to keep him upright?
After they'd spent 2 weeks in a land of gentlemen who opened every door, pulled out every seat, and even bought them gelato or cocoa as a gallant gesture, the fact that these two stood around like statues was almost offensive. She focused on the middle-aged man. He had lighter brown hair with gray specked in, deep lines around his eyes, and thin lips. He had a sense of wisdom about him that made Pepper want to sit down over a cup of cocoa and hear his life story. He was a sentry not going to allow them to move past the entrance without good reason. I can provide my letter of hire, if you'd like. Franco grew even heavier on her shoulders, and his head tipped forward. In his weakened state, he had no strength left. He'd given his all to get them to safety. She needed to do the same for him. Please help. Aiuto. She hoped that was the right word. Her Italian app had done most of the translating for her this trip. The app and Franco. But Franco was officially off the clock, and her phone was trapped in her coat pocket between them. Franco moaned. He was quite out of his mind now. If the heat radiating off of him was any indication, his fever had gone up. Both men moved quickly to relieve them. Spiacente. Sorry, said the older guy. He dumped his armful of clothing on the bench and took Franco from them. What happened? Food poisoning, we think, Lana answered. I will get him to the room off the kitchen. Il cuoco will nurse him. See, replied the younger man. He rattled off a lot more in Italian that Pepper didn't follow. She shook out her arms and wiped her hair off her forehead. Lana's eyes darted to the handsome stranger, silently asking what Pepper thought of him. He was something to behold. Those deep green eyes of his were like expensive gems in a jewelry store window. How could they not stop to stare? To take in the beauty and covet it for themselves? No, she would not want this man, this butler, or whatever he was. As a contracted employee, she would behave with all professional decorum, no matter how unprofessional he made her feel with one sidelong look. With Franco transferred over to their rescuer, she fanned her face to displace the heat he'd left behind. Lana lifted an eyebrow, silently agreeing with her assessment of the men. Stop thinking you know what I'm thinking, Pepper warned out of the corner of her mouth. Oh, I do know, because you're as human as I am. Lana fanned her face, too. Pepper dropped her arm and her coat slid off her shoulder. She removed it completely, the small stove making the room toasty. We'll have to get our bags, Lana said to stop her. Pepper sagged. I don't want to go back out there. My toes just started to thaw. The younger man, who had a slight wave to his hair and a disheveled appearance, snapped his heels together and saluted her. I will retrieve your bags, Signorinas. His voice was like taking a bath in warm caramel while drinking dark chocolate sprinkled with sea salt. Yummy. She'd heard some deep voices while here, but this one was deeper and sultry. The thing was, she didn't think he was trying to seduce either of them. And yet he had them both caught in his net. We couldn't ask you to, she started to protest. He didn't listen. Instead, he walked right past the two of them, leaving in his wake the scent of spice and what that made Pepper's knees as weak as Franco's. Can you believe this guy? Lana pretended to wipe drool off her chin. Help me, I think I'm drowning in him. Pepper swallowed her agreement quite easily. The next words out of her mouth were so much harder to say. Maybe this is the vacation romance you've been looking for? She had to work hard to keep her lips from puckering as she spoke. Lana was her friend. She wanted good things for her. Just because this guy stirred more inside of Pepper than any man she'd ever met, that did not mean she had to lose her head, and possibly her job as the visiting architect over him. Lana grabbed her arm. I don't know. One look makes me an airhead. She giggled. A kiss would explode my brain. Pepper didn't have time to protest, because he was back, gliding through the door like some Greek god of luggage. Lana jumped to hold it open for him anyway. He gave her a smile of gratitude that made her lean against the wood for support. Pepper smiled. Lana and this man would be a good thing. She'd been worried that Lana would be bored while they stayed in the palace. If she had a gorgeous distraction, she would be content for the duration, and Pepper would be free to work late hours and not feel the need to entertain her friend, although she was already mourning their plans for late-night Hallmark binges. And when the time came for them to return home, Lana would have the memories of her whirlwind romance to hold close. For a moment, Pepper was jealous of her friend and the moments she may spend under the mistletoe, but she quickly reminded herself that she wasn't here to play. She was here to work, to establish herself as an architect to the royal families of Europe. Thank you. Grazie. Pepper attached the Italian word as if she'd meant to say it in the first place. Just as he set the bags down, a young woman in a green-maid uniform appeared, wearing a white pressed apron. Her hair was in braids that were twisted together at the nape of her neck. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was quite out of breath. She drew up short at the sight of them all staring at her. She bobbed a quick curtsy. Before she could speak, their luggage rescuer asked,
Can you prepare accommodations for these women? The maid's eyes darted to them and back to the man, a look of panic making them appear huge. Pepper waved her hands in front of her, warding off the woman's oncoming panic attack. She was so fresh-faced she may have been a teenager, though it was possible she was in her early 20s and the hairdo wasn't doing much good for her. We should have rooms already. She stuck out her hand. I'm here to design a kitchen. I believe you are expecting us, S.I. Her shoulders lowered and she took Pepper's hand. See, you will stay near the Cucina di Familia, the family kitchen, so you are close to your work. This meets your approval, Sia? See? Pepper beamed. To live in the very space she would transform one as beautiful as this was a dream. Io sono Rosina. She moved on and greeted Lana as well. Lead the way, said the man. I will follow with the bags. Oh no, cried Rosina. She pressed her hands to her cheeks. That just won't do. Senza senso. What kind of Isola man lets a beautiful woman carry her bags? The accent in his English, added to the deep timbre of his voice, made the butterflies in Pepper's stomach twitter. Lana was one lucky woman. To have this man whisper sweet nothings or even feed her lines to ply her kisses free would be nothing short of heaven. I will be fired for sure, mumbled Rosina as she began to lead them to their rooms. He chuckled. Lana gave her a meaning-filled look. Pepper shook her head and silently laughed. Isoladian men were such flirts. She'd do well to remind herself that they were practically raised to woo women, making it seem like second nature to drop compliments and looks full of desire like they were pennies tossed into a fountain. They started off, and Pepper was soon lost in the architecture and paintings that surrounded her. At one point, she'd entertained the idea of changing her major to art history, and she still had an interest in the subject. Once Franco was well, she would ask him for a tour of the palace. He'd mentioned working as a tour guide here before the tours were canceled. She was so busy noting the oculus, like an eye in the middle of a domed ceiling that let in natural light and the storm that raged above it, that she barely caught sight of the tapestry hanging to her right. Darn it, she'd have to come back for that one. A group of uniformed employees raced by, carrying life-sized wise men, a manger, an angel, and other items for a nativity set. Rosina motioned for them to move off to the side to let them through. Following them were 3 more men with boxes stacked 5 high. They had to peer around them to see where they were going. Pepper grabbed Lana's arm. I've died and gone to heaven. She pointed to the mannerism-style original painting hanging across the room. Lana nudged her. I knew you'd say that. Don't worry, I'll find some way to entertain myself. She threw her eyes over her shoulder at the tail end of their little train. He was busy nodding to the employees, who dropped their eyes when they passed him. He must be high up on the chain of command around here to garner that kind of respect. Pepper quickly averted her gaze. Looking at him was like staring at a pair of expensive leather boots she'd never have the money to buy. Permiso. They did their best to bow as they passed by. Rosina motioned for them to continue. Sorry, we're a bit disorientado. The royal family is all up at the castle for the big celebration, and we were not expecting. Her eyes dropped to the floor. Expecting? Lana prompted. Rosina lifted a shoulder. A royal family member, she mumbled. Her cheeks burned red. We are all pleased to have him. She darted a glance at their luggage bearer. Lana's eyes lit up. Anyone I'd recognize? Rosina balked. Probably not. The man started to chuckle. Rosina's pinched brow smoothed, and she smiled too. Which is a shame. Prince Zeno is a favorite in the Winter Palace. My Nana speaks of him as if he were one of her own. I think she likes him more than me. The man laughed heartily. They reached a large wooden door, and he stopped to put the suitcases down. Enjoy your stay, signorinas. He winked at Rosina, who giggled in return while she curtsied. What's so funny? Pepper asked. Rosina's eyes sparkled. That was him. She pointed at the retreating, nicely shaped back of the man who'd escorted them through the palace. Who asked Lana, hopeful for a name? Rosina laughed. Prince Zeno de Luca, the unexpected principe. Pepper's heart slowed down and then stopped completely before taking off at a full sprint. Rosina's face went from laughter to curious. Broken candy canes and rotten apples. Pepper gave one of her best Christmas curses. Her cheeks heated as embarrassment flushed through her body. Lana, he's my boss. She glanced at the maid, who frowned. And he carried my suitcase. Lana shrugged. What the big deal? I thought he was a butler. The maid gasped. She had a really great gasp, the kind directors search the world over for to use in their horror movies. No. Principe Zeno is 6th in line to inherit the throne. Lana gave her a look that said, 6th isn't bad. He is a very important man in our country. Rosina reached for the door handle and pushed it open, stepping inside. Pepper dropped her face in her hands.
I didn't curtsy or anything. I didn't even introduce myself. Oh my gosh, I treated him like he was just a regular person. Maybe he didn't notice? Staple my lips together, would you? Lana put her arm around Pepper's shoulders, dragging her into the room with Rosina. It'll be fine. He's probably a really nice guy, right? She checked with the maid for confirmation. She bit her lip and cringed. He is, well, I mean, he does not spend much time in Isola de la Familia. Pepper laughed at her obvious discomfort over having to talk about one of the royal family. She patted her hand. Well, Rosina, if I get fired for lack of civility tonight, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Buone Natale, she replied, relaxing. Come, you must explore your room before the Principe returns and removes you from the palace. She paused. Lana sucked in a breath, and Pepper's teeth clenched. I am kidding, of course. Rosina laughed. The ladies responded with half-hearted chuckles. Forgive me, C. I make joke, and you are not in joking mood. No worries, Lana quipped. Pepper mentally scrambled. She'd not made a good first impression. She caught her reflection in a gilded mirror. She looked like a Halloween decoration left out all year long. There had to be a way to make up for this. She'd create the most beautiful kitchen the royal family had ever seen. What do you think? It is beautiful, S.I. Rosina glowed as if she were personally responsible for the stunning room before them. This is your room, she said to Pepper, and yours is next door. They share a bathroom through here. She waited for them to regain their ability to speak. The huge four-poster bed was covered in soft, furry blankets in varying shades of white and cream. The pillows, no less than 4 deep, were thick and inviting. The wall behind the bed was made of stone, and across from it was a large fireplace where a small fire burned. Not a propane one that could turn on and off with a switch, but a real fire that crackled and sizzled. Be still, her heart. Bookshelves lined the outer wall, and the frosted glass window rose all the way to the 10-foot ceiling, allowing what little light was outside to filter in. Heavy curtains in deep green were pulled back with braided silver ropes and tassels. She'd sleep like a queen in here. Someone banged a suitcase against the doorframe. Rosina hissed at him and hurried to take the bags. Watch the wood. She ran her fingers over it to make sure there were no dents. The old man, who could have played Ebenezer in his sleep, lifted his chin. His Royal Highness Principe Zeno de la Luca requested that I settle you in. He sniffed derisively as he brushed past them to the bathroom, where he would presumably leave the bags. Only he didn't exit. Thanks. Lana chirped, the exact opposite of his dour expression. Pepper stepped forward and leaned to the right so she could see what he was up to. He had unzipped Lana's suitcase and was hanging up her Sunday dress. Wow, that was world-class service. I will fetch a tray and be back with some refreshment. Please warm yourselves by the fire. Rosina turned and hurried, the rush of youth in her movements and footsteps. Pepper and Lana moved to the sofa in front of the fireplace and fell into the soft cushions. Pepper reached out her fingers, trying to grab as much of the heat as she could. The wind whistling past her window made her shiver. She was suddenly overcome with gratitude for the Winter Palace, for Franco, and for the people who went to such lengths to make her and Lana feel welcome. Can I stay forever? Lana sighed happily. Pepper slouched and let her head rest against the back of the couch. She hummed a response, suddenly very sleepy. Lana looked over the back of the couch to make sure the old guy wasn't listening in. Okay, is it just me, or was that prince the most delectable thing on the planet? Pepper pressed her lips together, intent on keeping her opinion to herself. Lana elbowed her in the ribs. Come on. It doesn't matter. He's my boss. I'm sorry, Lana, but he's off limits for both of us. Lana flicked her hair off her forehead. Then we can daydream about him all we want. He was hot, right? Pepper shook her head at her man-crazy friend. He could light a swimming pool on fire. Lana cackled with glee. Pepper rolled her eyes. No matter how hot the prince was, he was related to her boss and part of the monarchy, which meant he was out of bounds. It shouldn't be a problem, as long as she didn't have to see him, talk to him, or smell him ever again. Honestly, the man smelled like sin. Delectable. Yummy. Wonderful sin. She suddenly surged to her feet, needing to work off some pent-up energy. I'm going to check on Franco. Lana waved her off. Give him a kiss from me. I'm exhausted now that I'm warm. I may take a nap. Pepper felt the same pull to sleep in her heavy limbs, but she was afraid that all she'd see when she closed her eyes was a pair of dark green eyes looking back at her. Principe Zeno had left an impression, that was certain. She prayed that the impression she'd left was not as bad as she believed. She truly wanted this life she'd envisioned for herself, and she hoped she hadn't messed it up too badly with her lack of social graces. What woman had a prince carry her luggage like a bellhop in his own palace? No wonder they were surprised to see Americans in their coat room. If she ever did see the prince again, she would be the epitome of propriety. Only about 1/3 of her actually believed that, which made all of her 100% worried. Chapter 4. Zeno's stomach growled. He sighed as he threw down his pen. Writing press releases wasn't his cup of cocoa, but he'd do just about anything to raise awareness for the plight of refugees. He'd struggled as a student to get his thoughts out until Leon suggested he write with a pencil for the draft. Once the tip touched the paper, it was like a floodgate opened, and he was able to express himself articulately. Of course, the hours spent typing up his notes were drudgery, but they were a small price to pay for sounding intelligent. Perhaps one day he should hire a secretary. The image of the chestnut-haired woman came to mind. Not because he thought she would make a good assistant, she was an architect, not a typist, but because he had not been able to get her out of his head since they'd met. His recent experience with women was limited at best. Those he did come in contact with he saw as sisters in this journey through life, sisters who needed his care and help. The American Signorina was the type of woman who did not need help. She was independent and strong, a leader. He could tell by the way she had taken charge of her driver. Nunzio reported back, after seeing the women settled in the private guest rooms, that Signorina had checked on her driver and spent a half-hour feeding him broth and telling him he would pull through. The driver, Franco, settled into a deep sleep and was snoring loud enough to disturb the kitchen cat who had moved into the coat room for his nap. Zeno chuckled to himself. Only in a palace would the displacement of a cat be cause for an update in his day. He glanced around the royal apartment, wondering what an architect would think of the space. The study was cozy, the kind of room where you could get lost in a book or get some work done. Lined with dark bookshelves and decorated with paintings that were older than his great-grandfather, the space had not changed since he was a child. He liked it that way. Knowing what he was coming into gave him confidence. Perhaps that was why Signorina had shaken him. She was unpredictable. Where her companion had openly admired him, Signorina turned away. He knew he was not ugly. Not only because his madre told him repeatedly as a boy that he would break hearts like his father, which he had been careful not to do, but because there were many articles written about his good looks for the teenage girls of Isola. Of course, those were written when he was a teenager. Perhaps years in military service had changed his natural charm. That must be why Signorina did not notice him, because it seemed impossible that someone whom he had more than noticed did not see him too. To her credit, she did not change how she treated him when she found out he was a prince. Of course, he had not given her much time to react to the news. The shock on her face when Rosina announced his title was also a shock to him. Was it so strange to see him as a prince? He tried to shake her from his thoughts by focusing on the furniture. The large desk was made of olive wood and had carvings of apple trees on the inlay. Stunning work by a master craftsman. How many times had he lain on the floor in front of this desk and traced the outline of that tree, while his Tsayo, his uncle, made decisions that impacted the lives of his countrymen? Even as a child, he was trained simply by observing the king and queen. He felt the work he did now was a worthy application of the lessons, even if his father thought it a waste of his time. There were other royals who thought as Zeno did. Many of the English aristocracy chose to use their titles to bring awareness to charities they believed in. Of course, Zeno didn't do as much of that as he personally stood guard over foodstuffs and canvas tents. Nevertheless, he was open to asking his people for help. There were families that needed homes, men and women who wanted the opportunity to work, to support their children with their own hands. His stomach growled again, and he wondered how long he'd been staring at the desk. He'd better get something to eat, or his mind would start agreeing with his stomach, and then he would never get anything done. The trip to the kitchen was fast. The royal family had a kitchen in their apartments and one for the palace staff, where chefs from all over Isola had participated in cooking challenges that were broadcast internationally up until the palace was closed off. According to his mother, the show was quite popular worldwide. The family kitchen was outdated and frankly dangerous, as the gas stove had been known to spontaneously catch fire when trying to boil water. This was the kitchen Signorina had been hired to remodel. The job was overdue, but also a surprise, as the royal family had rarely spent time in the Winter Palace over the last 10 years. Perhaps his cousin, Principe Angelo, wanted to bring his small but growing family here and reinstate their traditions. He entered the room through the south door. The door on the north was for the guest suites. There was a third door for staff, hidden in the pantry. The layout was ideal for games of hide and seek, or for avoiding your parents when they were determined to undermine one another and argue. Because the staff did not know he was coming, he expected to find a box of cereal on the counter and a bottle of milk in the fridge. Instead of the meager food, he was greeted by long sheets of white paper spread across every surface. They had nonsense scribbles and markings in marker, the writings of an insane person, to be sure. Had one of the staff gone crazy and no one noticed? Signorina popped up from behind the island, a black marker clutched between her teeth. Her coconut-colored hair was piled on top of her head in a knot and held in place by several yellow school-supplied pencils. She wore a baggy tie-dyed t-shirt with the Leaning Tower of Pisa printed on the front. Her face was shiny, as if she just washed it.
He wondered if she had come fresh from a bath. The air smelled slightly of soap. He bet he could have smelled it on her skin if he was close enough. He suddenly wanted to be close enough. Instead of moving toward her, he put up as many emotional walls as he could build before she was aware of his presence. Her classic blue eyes were focused, and there was a sense of being driving for greatness about her. Her process might be messy, but her ambition was admirable. She was an artist with her supplies spread out and her muse speaking in her ear. She moved without worry of what other people thought. Maybe because she was alone. But he'd noticed the same thing when they'd walked to her room. Her fresh face gave her a wholesome, regular woman quality that made him comfortable.
Like he could take her at face value and have everything he ever wanted in a relationship, but didn't think was possible. Not that he wanted her. She was not in his plans. And yet, she was in his kitchen. "What are you doing?" he asked, curiosity propelling him deeper into the room. She screamed and dropped the tape measure in her hand. Disappearing behind the island, she retrieved it and then stood again, a quick, clumsy recovery that was adorable. Her eyes grew huge behind her thick-framed glasses as she took him in. She quickly glanced away. He looked down to see if he'd worn something inappropriate, but his black t-shirt and joggers, as informal as they were perfectly decent for a man in his own palace. "It's you?" She made it sound like being him was a crime. "See?" She set the tape measure down, her hand shaking. Had he done that? "I didn't expect to see you again, and I wanted to say," she looked up as if trying to draw her thoughts together. "I'm sorry for not behaving properly in front of a prince. I was not my best self, and I worried about my friend's health." He stared at her, unsure why she was apologizing. No, she had not greeted him officially. An official greeting would have been difficult while holding up a full-grown man. He ducked his head in an effort to catch her gaze. "Do not worry, I have already forgotten you." Her head whipped around, and her eyes narrowed. "Excuse me?" He blinked. What had he said? "Oh, perdóname. I did not mean I forgot you. I mean I forgot what happened." He paused to gauge her response. Nothing. He tried once more. "Do not think of it again." Understanding lit her face, and he found the effect enchanting. "Okay, I won't." "Thanks." He nodded. "Sustenance." He moved to the fridge and began rummaging around. "Do you cook?" She blinked. "You want me to cook you something?" He laughed. "No. I was conversing." He sighed inwardly. This was going as well as his first date. In truth, he'd never had the skills with the ladies that his older cousin did. That man could charm a chamber pot into smelling sweeter. Thank goodness he'd married well. Princess Avery was good for Angelo in more ways than the future king had foreseen when he'd agreed to the arranged marriage. With his arms full of prosciutto, olives, mustards, and cheeses, a bounty he had not expected to find, he couldn't get past Signorina and had no place to put anything down that wasn't on one of her strange drawings. "Scusi, bella signora." He looked pointedly at the counter she occupied. "Pretty words," she mumbled as she fumbled to move the papers. Soon she had a place cleared for him. He set things down and took a platter from an upper cupboard. She made some notes on a page with her large black marker, a small line of concentration between her brows. It was sweet. He did his best to ignore her as he prepared an antipasto. But she was out of his ordinary, and he could not help but be curious. "What do you mean, pretty words?" She kept her head down, but he could see a blush spread across her cheeks. "It's something my grandmother used to say." "What does it mean?" He sprinkled some olives on the tray and then crumbled cheese next to it. She paused. "It's actually not the whole saying. The whole thing is, pretty words from a pretty mouth mean nothing without sincerity." He scowled. "I am not pretty." She burst out laughing at him, and the fire of indignation at being insulted flamed brighter. "That's what you take offense at?" She continued to laugh. "Well, here's another one of Grandma's nuggets of wisdom. False modesty is as bad as false praise." He thought over her words and determined that she believed he was falsely modest, which was ridiculous. If he was modest at all, it was obviously sincere. "I will concur that I may be considered handsome, but as I had nothing to do with that, I will not accept praise for it." Her laughter cut off. She cocked her head to the side and considered him. "I do not concur with your premise." He set down the package of prosciutto, as this conversation had just become more interesting than food. "No?" "No," she smirked. "You obviously work out." She waved her hand at his chest. Just knowing she was looking at it gave him the odd sensation of wanting to puff himself up. "And you groom yourself?" He touched his face. He'd allowed Leon to cut his hair that afternoon and had shaved in anticipation of seeing his family. "Both of which add to your prettiness." She said the last word with what he could only label as sass, which was something entirely new in his life. He liked it. But the word pretty still raked over him. Flowers were pretty. Paintings were pretty. Sunsets were pretty. He was nothing like those items. True.
but my genetics were determined for me. She rubbed her palms together. You want to get into nature versus nurture? The spark in her, I told him that he did. He truly wanted to get into this debate. Principe? Leon asked from the doorway. Zeno stood taller. See? Leon, come in. Come in. I have antipasto. Leon looked over the mysterious and sassy woman. You two are eating together? The hope in the older man's eyes was too much for Zeno. Leon's comments about marriage several days before were too pointed. Had the woman been sent to the palace to tempt him? If so, by whom? His father or his mother? Or was this a royal temptation set up by his whole family? The suspicion that crept into his mind was evidence that he did not trust his own relatives. No, Zeno said sharply. In his peripheral vision, Pepper flinched at his tone. He spun on her. Did my padre send you? Your padre? She asked slowly, as if trying to connect the pieces of her mind together. Was she trying to cover for padre? He would go to great lengths to choose a woman he believed would be good for Zeno, one that was high-spirited and would be able to subdue him with her physical beauty and beautiful mind, although his choice of an American was uncharacteristic. Only padre would choose a woman who would argue with me over silly things. Are you here to distract me? Perhaps trap me in this country? He glared at her, daring her to deny it. Leon pressed his hand to his forehead and dropped his chin to his chest, a sure sign that Zeno was in the middle of mucking this up. Silly? She spluttered. You're the one who argued with me. Cinnamon sticks. Learn to take a compliment, your royal pain in the candy cane. She snatched up the tape measure and pulled it out, lining it up with the far wall and ignoring him. You didn't answer my question. She growled. Actually growled. He didn't know women could do that. Every female in his life was the epitome of charm and sophistication. He found he rather liked the sound. Is your father Prince Angelo? She asked. No, that's my cousin. He frowned. Had Angelo sent her? Was this some sort of blind date blizzard situation? Was it a practical joke? There'd been plenty of those throughout the years. Pardon me for asking, but don't you like your cousin? She asked bluntly. I love him. The truth burst from his lips as easily as the olives spilled from the jar. He never hid his affection for his family. It was one of the easiest questions from the press growing up, because he could always give them the truth. He will be a grand king, probably the best one Europe has seen in a century. Then why do you frown when I say his name? The hair on his arm stood up. Had she read him so easily? More importantly, why was he frowning? He searched his thoughts and feelings. I was supposed to spend Christmas Eve with my family, which will be the first in several years. Because of the blizzard, I may be late or not make it in time for the ball. I suppose I am more disappointed than I believed myself to be. He glanced at Leon, who smiled indulgently. But that's 7 days away. Surely the blizzard will stop by then. Leon cleared his throat, his way of asking if he could interrupt without actually doing so. Zeno deferred to him. The latest reports from the castle indicate that the blizzard has picked up speed. The storm will likely last days, if not more than a week. He bowed slightly to their visitor. Interesting. Leon rarely showed that much respect to anyone except Padre and Zeno. He likes her. The thought made Zeno look at Pepper in earnest. What was it about this woman that had him interested in Leone bowing? She was of medium height. Good figure, except it was covered by her loose t-shirt and baggy lounge pants, which normally wouldn't do anything for him. However, the bright colors of the shirt looked good against her olive skin and coconut shell-colored hair. Quite fetching, as his friend Prince Jack from England would say. He continued to take her in, and his eyes landed on her face where her lips turned down. Now you're frowning, he pointed out like a teenager who didn't know what to say to a pretty girl. I am what you would call a bummer. The beau flipped up to a small smile, transforming her face. Fascinating. Were all women this expressive and he did not notice? Or was she a special case? Perhaps you would join me for a snack? He lifted the half-made plate her direction. She started. No. I'm sorry. She hurried to gather her things, moving as if he were a crocodile ready to drag her to the bottom of the river. I have to go. There's so much to do, and jet lag. She left the large papers where they were. He blinked as she ran from the room, leaving a trail of erasers behind her. What an odd woman. Leon snorted. What? Zeno bit a bitter olive. Leon reached for a piece of meat. I'm surprised you noticed she was a woman is all. Don't start with me. Zeno lifted the plate. I am taking this to my room. He turned and did his best to saunter out as if he had not a care in the world. In reality, he had too many, and now he had a puzzle to solve in the form of an American woman. What was she doing here? Would you like to know her name? Leon asked to his back. Zeno paused only long enough to know he was in trouble. He wanted her name. No, he said without turning around. Better not to feed the interest. He'd be out of the Winter Palace soon and back to his regular life. No need to complicate things. The next morning, Pepper woke up like someone shot off a starting gun. She sat up straight in bed and took in her luxurious surroundings. Flopping back, she stared at the beautiful fresco on the ceiling depicting the Garden of Eden and the Tree of Life. There was no daylight in the room as the curtains blocked out everything, but she suspected it was around 7 as her internal clock was rarely off. Gripping the blankets and holding them to her chest, she repeated the phrase, "I'm living my dream. I'm living my dream." If her college rivals could see her now. Flopping back on the pillows, she let out a squeal and threw her arms into the air. Lana wandered in, her bedhead taking up a whole zip code. She dropped on the edge of the bed and hugged a pillow to her stomach. "What are we doing today?" she asked through a yawn. Pepper tucked a pillow behind her head, tempted to answer this. "We are staying right here and watching Hallmark movies all day. How cool is it to wake up in a palace?" Lana grinned. "Just like the princesses we were meant to be." Pepper tossed a pillow at her. "Speak for yourself." "I'll keep my day job. Thank you very much." The door opened softly, and Rosina came in, carrying a tray of pastries and cocoa. "Morning, senoras. I did not know what you'd like to eat, so I brought a little of everything." She set the tray on the coffee table near the fireplace and began setting out cups on saucers with long-handled stirring spoons in silver. The scent of fresh-baked breads, donuts, and rolls covered, stuffed, or sprinkled with fruits, nuts, and chocolate filled the room. "Okay, this is officially my favorite way to wake up." Lana hopped off the bed and plopped down on the settee. "I couldn't agree more." Pepper joined her. She snatched up something that had a drizzle of hazelnut spread and tasted like heaven. "We need to check on Franco. Maybe we should take him something to eat." Lana nodded as she swiped a napkin over her chin to catch creme filling. Rosina cleared her throat. "Your driver, Amico, is much improved this morning. His fever is down, and he drank more broth. El Cuoco believes he will be better by Christmas. That's happy news." Lana lifted her cup and saucer, her pinky sticking straight out. Rosina smiled in return, though she'd clammed up again. "Care to join us?" Pepper asked her. It felt weird to eat in front of someone. Her mother would have thought her rude. Rosina shook her head so hard her braid bounced. "I could not." "Nonsense." Lana waved at the food. "We won't eat all this. It is not done." Rosina smiled. "And I have already eaten." Lana twisted her lips. Pepper lifted a shoulder. She wasn't sure what she could do to change Rosina's mind. If this was the way they did things in Isola, this is the way Pepper would do things while she was here. "So what's on the agenda today?" Lana asked again. Pepper pressed her lips together. "I'd like to see the palace and get a feel for the rest of the space. I don't want to go too far out of the theme, but I should still provide a fresh take on the design." "Medieval castle meets modern woman?" Lana joked. "Something like that." Pepper didn't correct her on the age of the building or her plans for the design. She had no intention of taking things ultra-modern. That would absolutely ruin the continuity. "I can arrange a tour of the castle for you." Rosina nodded to Pepper. "You can see what has been repaired or remodeled and learn more about the history of the building. We are proud of our palace and its place in the hearts of our people." "You're brilliant." The woman was worth her weight in gold. First this breakfast the moment they woke up, and now a tour. "She's like Mary Poppins." "Yes," Lana agreed eagerly. "Practically perfect in every way." "Practically?" Rosina teased. "You will remove the word when you hear what I have for you today." She dangled a carrot in front of Lana. "What?" Lana leaned forward. "Dancing lessons with the palace's handsome and single male instructor." Rosina pumped her eyebrows. "Oh." Pepper giggled. "Sounds distracting." Lana dropped a donut thing in her cup, sloshing liquid all over the low table. "Shoot. I'm so sorry." She mopped it up with a napkin. Rosina took the whole thing in stride, ignoring it completely. She leaned over and cupped her mouth with her hand. "He is 27, and he knows all the ways to move a woman." Rosina Salsa danced in place. Pepper cackled. "You're in for it now." Lana turned a bright Santa red. "You two are going to be on the naughty list if you keep this up." Us?" Pepper pointed to her own chest. "You're the one moving around the dance floor." Rosina jumped in. "You will be happy you take lessons, see? You are single woman in our land of handsome men. You should be, how do you say, swept off your feet." "I should be. I so should be." Lana giggled. "Okay, if you ever come to America, I'm setting you up with my brother. He would totally love you." "I will take you up on that." Rosina winked. "And I expect lots of sweeping from him." "Done." Lana held out her hand and they shook on it. "What about you?" Rosina turned her attention on Pepper. You are single too, see? See. Pepper finished off her pastry and dusted off her palms. But I'm here to work, not fall in love. An image of Principe Zeno holding her close and guiding her around a large ballroom. His deep green eyes trained on her with the intensity that took her breath away, filled her mind. Startled at the clarity in which the image came, as if it were a vision and not just a fantasy, she stood. I'll be dressed in 15 minutes and ready for that tour, no sweeping included. Rosina lifted her palms. If that is your wish. Lana settled back in her seat. Tell me more about this dance instructor. Pepper shook her head as she entered the closet and bathroom area. It was all one big space, with her clothes hanging or folded neatly on rods that looked like they'd been hand-carved 100 years ago in hangers that were more expensive than her car. There was a lounge with claw feet that matched the freestanding tub. That was a bubble bath waiting to happen. She could easily see herself soaking for hours, especially if the cream-colored candles situated around the room were lit. Why would she ever need to leave? She dressed quickly, but slowed down when it came time to do her hair and makeup. She was on her second coat of mascara, cursing the fact that she couldn't seem to get a layer thick enough and that her lashes clumped together at the root, when she realized why she cared so much about her appearance today, the prince. Strawberry strudel. She tossed the tube into her makeup bag. She put her hands on the counter and leaned into the mirror, staring at herself. He's gorgeous. So what? She stared deep into her own eyes, even as 3 butterflies fluttered about her stomach, their wings batting to the rhythm of his name, Prince Zeno. Prince Zeno. That was it. 3. 3 butterflies infatuated with a devastatingly handsome man. If there wasn't a part of her that wanted him, she'd be an ice queen. She could totally handle 3 misguided butterflies. And they were only excitable because she'd seen a depth to him in the way he spoke about his cousin that she hadn't anticipated. Men, American men, didn't throw around the L word so easily, nor had she heard it said with such fervency before. From his raw, honestly, she could tell that the prince not only loved his family, but he was loyal. That was also something she'd seen little of in her dating life. Who cared? She'd never see the prince again, and if she did, she'd run the other way. "Signorina," called Rosina, "your guide is ready and will meet you at the front door." "I'm coming." Pepper put her things back in her makeup bag. The room was simply too pretty to clutter, and hurried out. "Would you mind if we swung by and checked on Franco?" Lana puckered her lips. "He won't be happy that you are getting a tour from another tour guide," she warned. Pepper paused. "I won't tell him. When he is better, he can give me one himself. This palace is too beautiful to see all the details in one trip anyway." "Do you want to come?" asked Rosina. Lana snorted. "No thanks. I'm going to lounge in bed with a book and this chocolate pastry thing that's calling my name. I'll be ready by our 11 o'clock meeting." She nodded to Pepper. They planned to create a schedule to keep Pepper on deadline. Lana had wicked skills at guessing how long it would take to accomplish tasks. "Sounds like your morning is all booked," Pepper quipped. Lana smirked at her pun. "Lo facciamo?" Rosina pointed to the door. Pepper turned smartly, and they headed out. The hallway itself was a work of art with arched ceilings and wood paneling with carvings. Pepper took pictures of everything. "I'm so excited about this project. The kitchen has good bones, but it needs to have the craftsmanship like this." Rosina waited as she took close-ups of carvings. "Are you not planning to upgrade the kitchen?" "The electrical, heating, and cooling systems will be brought up to the latest Isoladian standards, and of course we'll bring in new appliances. But I'd like to stay as true as possible to the original vision." Her heart thrummed with the possibility of a connection with the first architect. From what she'd studied of him, Palladio was a master. "Do you have the original blueprints for the palace somewhere?" "I'll ask the steward. He's with family and couldn't make it through the storm." Pepper frowned. "If he's not here, how will he approve the designs?" Rosina shrugged. "I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there." She snapped several more pictures. Yes, restoration of the Cucina di Familia was the most fulfilling idea she'd had in a long time. To think she'd be working with Palladio's designs, be able to get inside his brain. They walked on, at a slower pace set by Rosina. After a few minutes of silence, Pepper had to ask the normally chatty woman, "Did I say something to upset you?" "Huh? Oh, no. We'd all hoped that you would bring something modern to the palace." "Really?" She wrinkled her forehead. "With all this?" She motioned to a delicately woven rug hung on the wall. Rosina clasped her hands in front of her as they walked. "Our country is on the verge of a new age. While we love our traditions, we want to embrace the future." She lowered her eyes. I think many of us saw hiring an American architect as a sign that the royal family was progressing along with us.
Well, break the gingerbread man. Pepper ran her hand through her hair. That throws a kink in my candy cane. Me dispiace, she apologized. Pepper was quick to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't be. I'm glad you told me.
Glad? Yes. Stressed? Heck yes.
The conceptual designs she'd submitted with her application were decidedly Isoladian. So why didn't they say they wanted an American composition? Was this just Rosina talking, or was it the whole city's hope? Or did the ideas come from the royal family themselves? Unfortunately, her only connection to the throne and the answer she needed was a prince she'd sworn to avoid and a steward who was nowhere to be found. He would be hard to contact at best. She had a Christmas Eve deadline to meet and more obstacles than a ski-joring course. Her bright future seemed further and further away with every doubt that arose, and there were many of those. If she hadn't sworn to stay away from Prince Zeno, she could have asked him for advice. She wanted to talk to him, see if he had any interest in the things that lit up her mind. As it was, she would have to move forward on her own. Suddenly feeling an empty hole in her heart, she pasted on a bright smile and prepared to spend the next few hours learning about the palace. Hopefully, it wouldn't all be a waste of time. Chapter 6. Zeno transferred his satellite phone from one ear to the other, as if that would change the news coming through. His country was in a state of emergency. The airport was closed. The main highways were closed. Store owners were doing their best to be available, but they were mostly snowed out of their own businesses. Or worse, snowed in. Prince Matteo had taken over managing the country's emergency procedures. Zeno gripped the phone so tight that the case moaned under the pressure. He should be in the capital overseeing this, not his cousin, who had a ball in 6 days. The ball that would determine his fate. We're diverting food deliveries to some of the outlying villages, said Matteo. I should be there. Managing resources during a crisis is my specialty. He kicked the fireplace hearth. His toe shouted its displeasure at being mistreated. The fireplace was fine. Trust me, I wish you were here to handle it too. Matteo chuckled. I only stepped in so Padre could focus on the in-castle politics threatening to overthrow the government. Zeno's frustration with his own situation subsided. How bad are the politics? Matteo paused before answering. They are not so bad that we have to worry about knives in our backs, but they are bad enough that we need to worry about riots in the streets. He chuckled again. I guess even a blizzard has a silver lining. Zeno chuckled too. His cousin was a perpetual optimist. Matteo continued, jumping back to the subject of taking care of their countrymen. We have a good infrastructure, and our people know how to pull together in a crisis. They are opening their pantries and helping one another. It is good, see? Zeno stopped pacing. If you can find a way to deliver the Christmas Eve baskets to widows and orphans, even with the snow, it may go a long way to help with the politics. I had not thought of that. Thank you. If Matteo had not thought of the Christmas Eve baskets, there may be other items he had not considered. Zeno needs to not underestimate the uprisers. There are rumors, even outside the country. Do you want an official royal advisor? Or do you want your cousin to back off? Zeno didn't know how much to say. He worked in camps where the people were desperate and crying for help. They shook their fists at every government on the planet because none of them solved the problems that took children far from their homelands. While Zeno understood their plight and often lobbied for them in political settings where his title gained him access and an audience, he also understood where his CEO, the king, had to see all sides of the issue and find balance. I will take that official advice, please. Send relief packages of blankets, coats, and wood. Especially wood. Heating homes is of utmost importance. Call out national troops. I know it's Christmas. Consider it done. You know, if you ever want a job inside the country, you know I'm not one to settle down. The image of the woman in the kitchen the other night popped into his head for the 12th time that day. He shoved it aside as fast as he had the 11 times before. I remember, so does our 4th level teacher. Poor woman. Zeno barked a laugh. We were rapscallions. Speak for yourself. I was an angel. No, you were the muscle. They laughed together. I do want to be helpful while I'm here. What can I do? Truly? Did his cousin really need to ask? It hurt to think Matteo did not know he could count on him. A silent vow to be there for his family in the nation's time of crisis whispered across his lips. See, the Snow Castle competition has been a rally point for the country for years. It is a celebration of the local craftsmen, but also a moment of hope for the children. It cannot be held in the Parco. Would you consider hosting it in the palace courtyard? Zeno stopped to stare out the window. Snow swirled past in angry loops and curlicues, first zooming right past the window and then left.
Perhaps if the winds abate, we could do something. And would the American like a snow castle outside her window? Would she want to attend the local festival? From what he gathered from Leone's unsolicited and unappreciated updates on her whereabouts, she had not left the palace. None of them had. No one wanted to venture out and risk their life. But the Isoladian people would brave the elements to continue a beloved tradition. They were dedicated to the past. Do not put the people in danger. Of course not, he snapped. Something strange had happened to his mind, and he needed to get control of it. No woman should take up that much time in his thoughts, especially not one that he continually told himself to stop thinking about. Are you well, cousin? See, he snapped again. This time, he could hear the edge in his reply, and he drew in a breath before answering again. Perdonami, I should be asking you that question considering your impending matrimonial doom. Matteo boomed a laugh that made Zeno feel better for having snapped at him earlier. Would you trade places with me? Ease my burden? Not on your life, Zeno responded happily, grateful their banter was so easily reclaimed. If Matteo could joke about the engagement, then it must not weigh on him too heavily. Perhaps he'd selected a bride, though last Zeno had heard he was dodging the priest, the altar, and his father in an attempt to get out of the engagement ceremony scheduled for this Christmas Eve. I'm not even sure I could get to the capital with a dog's lead. That does not stop some royals. They both knew who those royals were, dukes and duchesses eager to take over the throne at the first sign of weakness. The prince continued, It is not all pomp and circumstance around here. We have a whole wing full of stranded American travelers. My apologies. Zeno winced. I am having a hard enough time dealing with one. What do you mean? Who is there? I am not sure what she is doing. Something with the family kitchen. Ah. Matteo spoke in rapid Italian to his steward before coming back to the conversation. An overdue inspection necessitated updating the kitchen. We believe the woman troubling you is the architect. The proverbial light bulb went on over Zeno's head, and he snapped his fingers. That explains so much. The tape measure. The large sheets of paper. The pencil tucked behind her delicate ear. I'll talk to Padre. If you are there, he will want you to oversee the planning phase, though Angelo reserves the right to final approval of the designs. The hair on the back of Zeno's head stood up, warning him that there was danger ahead. That is not a good idea. Why not? I do not know anything about design. Since when has a lack of knowledge ever stopped you from sticking your nose in? Ha ha. You do not understand. The architect, we. How did he explain that he felt as if he were on a tightrope with this woman? One slip to either side would spell disaster. His cousin laughed at him. Not with him, as they had done before. No, this laughter was right in his face. Let me guess, you insulted her work, her appearance, and her family going back several generations. Inadvertently, of course. Zeno might not be the playboy other royals enjoyed being, but he was not at a loss with a woman. At least he could keep his head around them. No, he responded with righteous indignation. If you must stick your nose in it, she insulted me. How? He pressed. Zeno snorted. She called me Bello. He pulled the phone away from his ear as the prince howled with merriment. I am hanging up now. Zeno did just that and threw his phone on the settee. Leone arrived with a tray of afternoon tea. He wore the steward's traditional dark green pants and striped vest with a white shirt and silver tie. It pained Zeno to see the physical transformation from his comrade in arms to his employee. But that was how it had to be when they were in the palace, or even the country. Are you hungry, Principe? I was. He strode back and forth in front of the huge fireplace. His cousin had some nerve, laughing at his wounded pride. He cast his eyes heavenward and had big, karma-like thoughts toward Matteo that he sent to the god of heaven and earth. With any justice, Matteo would find himself in a spot of American trouble too. Both of their phones beeped, meaning they received an official message from the king. Leone was copied on all official notices to make sure that Zeno heard about them one way or another. Leone was the first to read it, as Zeno was still pouting. What did his cousin know about women anyway? It appears you have been named the official palace liaison to oversee the kitchen remodeling project, said Leone. Zeno snatched up his phone and glared at it. Of course Matteo had run to his padre and set this up. Set him up. He sent his cousin a one-word text, karma. He got back a laughing-faced emoji. It was so on. This will be a disaster. Zeno snatched a teacup, threw back the scalding liquid, and gasped. Leone watched him with interest. What do you know of kitchens? Remodeling? Interior design? Or architecture? Nothing. Zeno threw his arm out. But when has that ever stopped a royal from giving an opinion? He tossed out his cousin's words, adding a generous amount of grumpiness. To my understanding? Never. Leone smiled mischievously, as he was known to do when he was being cheeky, and reached for a cookie. Would you like to know her name now? No, Zeno waved his arms. The less involved I am, the better. The topic of conversation needed to change quickly. I need information on the local snow castle competition and what it would take to host it in the courtyard. The palace courtyard? Zeno nodded. The large walls may protect the people enough to hold the competition. Since the palace has been closed for most of the year, it would be a goodwill gesture to share it for Christmas. I'll have that for you within the hour. Leon moved out of the room with surprising speed. Perhaps he was as frustrated at being stuck inside as Zeno. If only Zeno felt he could leave his rooms without running into a certain American with a perfectly straight nose and rosy cheeks, then perhaps he wouldn't feel so trapped. How could one woman wreak so much havoc on his life in such a short amount of time? He couldn't even move about the palace without wondering if she was around the next corner. A prisoner in his home, away from home. He needed to stop this nonsense at once. She was just an architect. Nothing more to him. A contracted specialist. He would consult with her as a professional and certainly not think about her deep blue eyes as she talked about blueprints and measurements. Chapter 7. 37.5 hours passed, in which Pepper drafted kitchen after kitchen. She designed a new age kitchen with sleek box-like cabinets in white. When she rendered the image on her screen, adding in the palace's exposed rock walls, she almost cried, "It looks so bad." So bad. She couldn't do that to this 400-year-old building without throwing herself in the dungeon for committing a major crime against Isoladian architecture, the original designers, and the men and women who'd put their sweat and hopes into it. On the other hand, she couldn't throw it out either. What if this was what the royal family wanted? Was it too late to have her name removed from the project and work anonymously so that no one would know she committed such a crime? Moving on, she designed a farm-style kitchen as well, with large copper sinks and aged wood cabinetry. While the aesthetic was better than the New Age look, it still wasn't quite right. No royal family should eat at a table made from wooden pallets. Modern art. Minimalist. Scandinavian. Italian formal. None of them captured the essence of the palace. And forget about upgrading, she couldn't even decide on a fridge. Did the royal family want more room for beverages? Or a deep freeze to store things when they left? What about room for antipasto ingredients? At the thought of an antipasto, she was instantly taken back to watching Prince Zeno nibble his way through green olives. His mouth was so perfect, it was a crime that he had to use it to speak. The only thing detracting from his beauty was his pride. Then again, he was a prince. What did she expect? She expected to be able to concentrate on her job without having to push Prince Zeno out of her mind at every turn. She tossed her computer aside and grabbed a scarf to throw around her neck as she combed the castle once again, searching desperately for inspiration. The hallways could be drafty, especially when she walked by a window. Someone needed to tell these people about caulk. Yeah, the castle was 400 years old and the stones had been carved and nestled together, but the overall skill of craftsmanship wouldn't be ruined by a tube of clear sealant. Unlike the kitchen, she felt like getting that wrong would ruin every inch of this place. Talk about pressure building. She passed Lana and her handsome dance instructor, Roma, tangoing through the hallways with their cheeks pressed together. Lana had a rose between her teeth and a look of deep concentration on her face. Roma was just as serious as he counted out the rhythm of their steps, but his eyes burned with desire as he stared deeply at Lana out of the corner of his eye. His intensity made Pepper squirm. Laughing at their serious expressions, Pepper asked, "Where are you two going?" They stopped, and Lana stepped out of his arms to catch her breath. Her chest heaved with the exertion, while Roma was calm and collected. He was good-looking. Thinner than Pepper liked, but defined, he had a Roman nose and a man bun. She'd bet half her paycheck that he liked to do the superhero hair flip thing with it in the morning while he looked at himself in the mirror. He had milk chocolate eyes without any flecks or other colors mixed in, and his black button-up shirt was unbuttoned 2 more buttons than were necessary. Lana adjusted the rose, tucking it behind her ear. Pepper had to hand it to Roma. He knew how to sweep a girl off her feet. From Lana's flushed cheeks and stolen glances his way, it appeared her whirlwind vacation romance was cooking up nicely. "I am taking Signorina Lana for tea in the conservatory." He bowed slightly and then brandished his arm to the side. "Would you care to accompany us?" "Well, Lana giggled as she shoved his shoulder. "I thought this was a date. My manners will not allow me to leave your friend behind when she is distressed." Lana's forehead wrinkled with concern. Distressed? She looked at Pepper, really looked her over. Pepper shifted, uncomfortable under the scrutiny when her hair was tied back in a long, messy ponytail and she had bags under her eyes from hours and hours in front of her computer screen. "I'm fine. Just plowing through the creative process. It's difficult when I can't get out of the palace." Her usual routine included walks in the parks back home and breaks from her desk. She'd had neither of those, and it seemed that fresh air was hard to come by. Every lungful in the palace was tinted with the scent of burning applewood. Lana frowned. "I thought you were going to email your contact and ask for clarification?" "I did. They said I was to consult with the royal advisor in the palace, but the steward is snowed out. Roma rubbed his incredibly chiseled chin. I have heard there will be public transport tomorrow. Perhaps he will arrive then. Lana hooked her hand through his elbow. He turned all his attention on her, and it was like Pepper didn't exist. What do you mean a public transport? She asked. Principe Zeno has arranged for the Snow Castle building contest to take place in the courtyard. My village has held this contest for 317 years. We were disturbed that it may be disrupted by the storm. However, the Principe believes the palace walls will protect us from the winds. You mean the snow's worse outside the palace? Pepper asked, shocked. See? Now Pepper felt bad for feeling picked on and for complaining about not being able to get out and explore the village for ideas. Well, Roma jerked his head toward the end of the hallway. Are you coming, Signorina Pepper? Lana shot her a don't you dare crash my date look. Pepper shook her head quickly. No, thank you. You two have fun. Roma checked with Lana, who switched her scowl to a happy grin so fast she could have pulled a muscle. Let's dance. She clamped the rose between her teeth once again. He took up her hand and spun her in a circle. The two of them made their way down the hall with an impressive level of grace. Pepper sighed. She'd said she didn't want a vacation romance, but that looked like a lot of fun. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, she sang under her breath in an effort to refocus her thoughts. Jack Frost nipping at your nose, she took a right where she normally took a left. Inside her head was a blueprint of the castle. She'd been building it by walking the halls and exploring rooms. Her status as the official royal architect gave her access to just about anywhere in the palace. The only places off limits were the royal bedchambers and any area where she might run into Principe Zeno. The second restriction was self-imposed. Being sung by a choir, she kept going. The music soothed her mind and lifted her holiday spirits. She turned another right, marked by a suit of armor with gold plating. Seriously? Gold plating on armor? Obviously it was for decoration only, because only a fool would wear gold into battle. A turkey. She is so serious, said Rosina, her voice carrying down the wood and stone hallway. Pepper stopped walking. Rosina must be just around the corner. Pepper's ears burned. Rosina was talking about her. Well, she'd always been told that those who eavesdrop never hear good things about themselves. Serious was a character trait she could live with, but she didn't want to hear any more. She hurried around the corner, singing louder, and some mistletoe. She cut off when she was met by 3 sets of curious eyes. The flooring was marble tile, exquisite with the inlay pattern visible around a long green and silver rug. At the end of the rug, 3 women worked to polish the wood inlays until they shone. Feeling awkward and intrusive, she searched for something to talk about. This is stunning. She reached out and touched the beehive carved into the wood. It was stained a lighter color than the wood around it, but just barely. Perhaps when it was originally done, it stood out more. Time had a way of blending things together. Time and 1,000 fingers brushing the wood. She yanked her hand back. The 3 women turned as one to see who had interrupted, and Pepper instantly saw the family resemblance. Each woman had the same shade of brown, though the eldest was streaked with gray. They had high foreheads and prim noses. Rosina, this must be your mother and aunt? She guessed, diplomatically. The oldest woman giggled. Sono sua nana. You will call me Nana Ginevra. She hurried forward, her arms out for a hug. Nana Ginevra came to Pepper's shoulder in height, and she was a squishy woman who gave hugs like a pro. Pepper leaned into her embrace and accepted all her grandmotherly comfort. She'd never shied away from standing on her own 2 feet and being an adult, but there was something about a grandmother's hug that made her feel like a child, safe and watched over. I'm Marcella. Rosina's mom was right behind Nana Ginevra in the hug line. You smell like honey, Pepper said. They all laughed. It's the beeswax in the polish. Rosina held up a mason jar. Nana Ginevra makes it every summer after the honey harvest. It was my Nana's recipe. She folded one hand over the other in front of her and stood tall, lifting her chin. And it was given to her by her grandmother, all the way back to the family who carved these. She gestured to the stunning wood inlays. Pepper gasped. Truly? She turned to take special note of the bees flitting from one panel to another. That's one of the most remarkable stories I've ever heard. I can't imagine seeing something my great-grandparents made, let alone caring for it for generations. Marcella moved over and pointed out an apple tree on one of the panels. You can see our family name carved here. Pepper leaned in and squinted. She didn't see. No, stand back. It's in the leaves, Marcella instructed. As Pepper moved away, she could make out the Bianchi and the veins of several leaves clustered together. Lamberto Bianchi placed it there as a reminder that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. And your family has worked here as maids ever since? Not all. Nana Ginevra screwed on the top on the jar. Some go to university. Some study wood carving. Some run off with the gypsies. Really? Pepper leaned in. That's a story I'd like to hear. Marcella laughed and swatted at her mother with her rag. Not really. Madre uses that term for anyone who does not do what she wants them to do with their life. My brother is a telecommunications specialist. Nana Generva fake spat. Gypsy. Rosina gave her an apologetic look. Pepper stifled her giggles. What do your parents do? Asked Nana Generva. Pepper smiled easily. My dad is a plumber. He owns his own company. You are proud of him, see? Nana Generva wagged her finger. I can tell. I am. I'm proud of both of them, actually. Mom worked in the office at my school, and when I graduated, she moved over to take care of the office work for Dad's company. It really took off after that. Her heart grew warm as she talked about her parents. She loved them, and they'd done an amazing job as parents. But the last few years, there'd been some distance as she chased her dreams. Being in a foreign land for the holidays didn't help. You didn't want to be a plumber? Asked Rosina. No, Pepper plugged her nose. The ladies chuckled. Not even I could fault you for that. Nana Generva patted her cheek. She grew thoughtful. Perhaps you take after your madre and boss your husband around one day, see? Pepper laughed, and all the ladies joined in. I can only hope. What is this? Asked a deep voice that went right through Pepper's stomach and woke up all the sleeping butterflies. She froze, not wanting to turn around and make eye contact with the prince she'd worked so hard to avoid. Jingle. Bells. Why had she stopped moving? A moving target was so much harder to find. Nana Generva's eyes brightened. Il mio piccolo amico. She moved forward and reached up to pat Prince Zeno's cheek. Pepper couldn't stand there with her back to the prince for the duration of his visit. She took advantage of his attention on the older woman to turn and avoid eye contact. She started out by looking at his chest, but that was much too impressive. Seriously, royals shouldn't be allowed to have muscles on top of titles. That was unfair. You've tracked mud on my floors again, S.I.? Nana Generva said affectionately. Zeno automatically lifted a foot and checked his shoes. Seeing they were clean, he chuckled and hugged her close. Do not frighten me, Nana Generva. The ladies laughed at his teasing. Pepper found herself melting a little at the sight of this big, strong man being so gentle with a Nana. She looked at each of the women's faces and saw adoration, admiration, and a connection that went back generations. For them, the royal family weren't people to be afraid of, but people to care for. And if she read Zeno correctly, he felt the same about these women. They weren't just maids, servants, or even hired help. They were family. Zeno's eyes connected with hers, and an electrical jolt ran through her, startling Pepper into standing up straight. I am glad I found you, he said. You are... She cringed at the level of disbelief in her voice. Why? The king has asked me to consult with you. Her stomach sank even as she rehearsed the words from the email she'd received. Consult with the royal advisor on site. He could not have meant Prince Zeno. He did? Zeno nodded. Pepper's thoughts raced up the carpet and back. But he held up a hand. I am not pleased either. I was going to say that I didn't want to bother someone of your importance with my questions. He was stony, silent, and unmovable as he realized what he'd said. Let me assure you, I have nothing else to do. You're full of compliments today, she said before she could stop herself. What was it with the prince? He somehow turned off her filter. Nana Generva elbowed him. You speak nice to our guest. She is here to bring beauty to our land and our palace. Prince Zeno rubbed his stomach where Nana hit him. What did I say? She threw up her arms. You would think you would have a better grasp of English. Make her feel important, Siyako. Or I will... Prince Zeno's hands covered his ears. See, Nana. He turned to Pepper and his hands came down. Most esteemed architect. Would you do me the honor of allowing me to represent the royal family and review your plans? Behind him, Nana rolled her eyes. Sure, Pepper replied. Although the part of her that liked pushing his buttons had to add, I will allow you to represent the royal family on this occasion, Principe Zeno de Luca. She dropped into a curtsy that was so low her scarf dusted the carpet. See, that was not so hard. You two can get along just fine. Nana brushed off her palms. Come, children. We have work to do. The ladies gathered their supplies. Rosina winked at Pepper as she walked past. Rosina couldn't imply that there was anything going on between her and the prince. They could hardly stand to be together for a few minutes before one of them insulted the other. Sure, the prince's insults could have been mistakes in translation, or he just didn't know how he sounded. It was probably the latter, as princes most likely didn't have someone around to tell them to watch their tone. No matter. It looked like this consult was really happening, this very minute. That must be why her hands shook. It had nothing to do with Prince Zeno's manly scent wrapping its tantalizing fingers around her body. Nor could she relate her hyper-awareness of her own body in proximity to his to professional nerves. No, She was officially attracted to the man, a man who was not a man, but a prince, a man who was so off limits he might as well live on Mars, a man who would no doubt forget her, her work, and anything she said during this meeting the moment he walked out of the kitchen. A man who was so dang hot she could roast a marshmallow on his bare chest. Holy reindeer! Where had that come from? It was the song. Her favorite Christmas tune was now totally defiled. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, indeed. Her eyes darted to his chest. Yep, it was defined and beautiful. Even in his button-up shirt. She lifted her eyes to the ceiling. At least he kept his buttons done up to a respectable level. If he undid 2 of them, she'd come undone. Heaven help women across the world if Zeno decided to weaponize himself. They'd be falling down from weak knees at a single glance. Perhaps we should meet in the kitchen? She needed her notes, her designs, and her wits about her before she allowed herself to look in his eyes again. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes. She waved behind her and broke into a speedwalker's pace. That should be enough of an awkward exit. She smacked her forehead. She hadn't even bowed to the prince or anything. So much for all those etiquette lessons she'd studied on the plane ride over here. For the love. Pull it together, she admonished herself. This is your chance, she said to her reflection in a room-length mirror as she ran past. Don't let a pair of defined pecs mess it up for you. She hurried to be in the kitchen before him so she had a chance to imagine him coming in and give her butterflies warning. The flighty things reacted stronger when they were surprised by his appearance. She set herself behind the large counter, all the better to create distance between them, and did a quick look swipe through her designs on the laptop. By the time the prince walked, sauntered was more like it, into the kitchen, she had the tabs ready. She'd also made sure her shirt lay across her shoulders properly and her hair was passable. I'm afraid we got off to a rocky start. I'm happy for your direction, Principe. If you'll have a seat. She pointed to the cracked bar stool positioned just to the side of the corner. She didn't plan on sitting, but she certainly couldn't sit if he didn't. Some of the rules were coming back to her. She looked everywhere but at him. It was safer that way. Grazie. He sat down and laced his fingers in front of him on the bar. Good. She could stare at his hands and not have to look into his green eyes. The color was striking, the shade of green she would have picked out of a set of design swatches. They were intense too, like him. She got the feeling he didn't do things halfway, that it wasn't in his DNA to slack off, which was an incredibly attractive feature in a man. I have several design options. She began her hastily prepared presentation as she walked him through each page. Slipping into her professional mode was like putting on that gold-plated armor in the hall. She could smile and talk like a normal person, remembering all her manners, and even pausing at times for dramatic effect. When she wore her suit, she was good, and she knew it. Hopefully this was a one-time meeting and she wouldn't have to wear the protection again, because it quickly grew heavy with the effort of keeping her thoughts on her work and not on him. The prince's face was a mask, making it impossible to tell if he liked her ideas. Normally, that would have sent her into a tailspin of self-doubt, but she clung to her desire for feedback, any feedback, so she could move forward with this project. She finished the impromptu presentation with one of her humble yet confident and completely wooden smiles. The prince didn't say a word. His eyes roamed around the room, and she imagined he was trying to picture it finished in one of her concepts. He squinted and then looked down at the screen again. She should wait. She should be patient and let him think through the half-dozen options she'd handed him. Peasants weren't supposed to interrupt royalty and all that, but the silence was hammering away at her resolve to be proper. She'd already ignored or forgotten the proper way to behave several times over, so what if she did it again? What did you think? She chewed on her thumbnail. Realizing what she was doing, she dropped her hand behind her back. They are good. He spun slightly so he faced her. Caught off guard by his sudden direct attention, she didn't have time to ready herself and found that she'd been taken captive by his deep emerald eyes. So different, so strong, so alluring. She blinked. Not alluring. But you are not emotionally involved in any of them, he stated. She blinked. She swallowed. She coughed. Excuse me? She was most definitely emotionally involved in each one, in the kitchen itself, in the project, in the job, and in the future possibilities this could create for her. If anyone had ever been emotionally invested in anything, it was her in these drawings. See, you are like Sky at Genosai, a nutcracker, you would say. He opened and closed his jaw while the rest of his face was frozen in place. You do not have a passion for them, it shows. She sputtered. How dare he? She had passion. More than he had in his designer shirt. She yanked her eyes away from his chest. Darn it all! Why couldn't she stop staring at him? And after he'd insulted her work too. She lifted a hand. If that's true, which I'm not saying it is,
Then it's because I don't dare get attached to any of them because I have no idea what the king wants. She threw her hands out to her side. My initial instructions were to design a kitchen. Great, I can do that. But there are thousands of options. She was building up steam now and had to pace to relieve the pressure. Rosina said the people hoped I was a sign of the monarchy becoming more modern. If that's the case, am I supposed to do a modern design? Or was the king hoping to show that the old ways were still beautiful and functional? Because that's a whole different look. She stopped, a little out of breath, and took in his startled expression. Well, at least she'd gotten a reaction out of the stony-faced prince. She let out a self-depreciating laugh. As you can see, I have passion. Zeno's eyes took on an appreciative gleam. See? She blushed and glanced down. I don't suppose the king told his royal advisor over kitchen remodeling what he wants? No, she deflated. Great. Is there something you can do about that? I will consider the options. Un manario. Zeno pressed his thumb to the divot over his top lip as he thought. It was cute. A habit he probably didn't know he had. She closed tabs, deleted 2 designs she decided she'd rather lose than let see the light of day, and then brushed off her palms. Still, the prince didn't volunteer any information. She got herself a glass of water and waited. The last time she'd pushed his thinking process, he'd said she didn't have passion. She didn't need to press for that kind of a reaction again. Besides, this time he'd asked for a minute to think things over. Finally, he looked up from the spot he'd been contemplating on the counter. I will ask the king for more direction. The way he pronounced his plan of action had her wondering if even the princes had rules about contacting the king. Zeno continued, considering the state of his country, a reply may not be immediate. She closed her eyes. I'm not trying to take his time. I realize there's a national emergency happening. I'd hoped you had more information, but apparently not. She dumped out half the water and watched it run down the sink. I was not done. She turned around and leaned against the sink, chagrined. Oh? Submit the 1st and 3rd design. You think? She asked hopefully. See? Okay, I can do that. He chuckled. I was still not done. She tucked her chin in. I'm keyed up. Go ahead. A crooked smile formed, making him look more like a pirate than a prince. Her butterflies cried out, Avast ye. There be booty. She mentally swatted at them and told them to keep their hands off his booty. We will wait to hear back from the king, and you will help me with a project. She jerked back to the conversation at hand. I will? He nodded. Me? She pointed to her chest, and her eyes lifted in disbelief. See, she lifted a hand in her direction. You will be especially good at this, I think. The crooked pirate smile morphed into a bigger, wolfish grin. Her breath hitched. The butterflies threw themselves on top of a pork sandwich and said, Go ahead. Devour us. She prayed her thoughts didn't show on her face. Then she prayed that God would forgive her for her carnal nature. Then she asked him to lead her away from temptation. Then she felt bad because she liked the temptation so much. Ugh. Being a mortal woman alone in a room with a man like this was hard on her salvation. I will meet you here tomorrow at noon. Do not be late. He rapped his knuckles on the counter and left. Pepper stared after him. Hot cocoa. He looked good walking out of a room, too. I didn't say yes, she blurted, but it was far too late for him to hear her. That was kind of sexy. Presumptuous? Yes, but all sorts of alpha male, too. Looked like she'd picked up a second job while in Isola de la Familia. Good thing, because her first one wasn't going so great. Perhaps the prince would help her after all if she didn't do something to embarrass herself, like pull out a package of marshmallows and test her theory about roasting them over his chest. Chapter 8. The next day, Prince Zeno awoke with an excitement he hadn't felt since he was a child. As he'd grown up, Christmas morning had been one of the most exciting days of his life. He loved Father Christmas, and perhaps he'd patterned his career after the man who delivered toys to every good little girl and boy. It was not difficult for him to pinpoint the reason for his overly good mood. Having the architect to himself for a couple more hours was a gift he was going to enjoy unwrapping, even if all he had with her was the next little bit. He could allow himself that long to get her out of his system. What else did he have to do in the middle of a blizzard anyway? He had not meant to insult her when he'd said her designs lacked passion. Okay, perhaps he had meant to insult her a little. He was still upset over the pretty comment she'd made about him. But her reaction to those words was fiery, enigmatic, and unexpected after her boring presentation. He did not know if any of her designs showed passion, but her lack of it during her explanation of them was enough to tell him she did not love the images on the screen. The fact that she defended herself in such a strong way had stirred his heart. He could appreciate her amount of dedication to her work. Prince Zeno arrived in the kitchen 15 minutes before their noon appointment to find his personal guard sipping hot chocolate. Their winter gear was strewn about the room in piles. Leone was at the stove, pouring a mug of cocoa and wearing a red apron over his thermal top. Everywhere Zeno looked was a man who could distract the architect from him. Was Benito, with his large muscles and thick neck, her type?
What about Paolo and his cunning gaze that missed nothing? His frustrations grew. For all he knew, Leone was the kind of man she was looking for. He had noted that there was not a ring on her finger, and each of these men would see the same opportunity. His competition was everywhere. "What is this?" Zeno barked. Leone waved a hand about. "You are going in public, Sai?" Zeno looked to heaven and muttered, "Give me patience." He didn't go anywhere without guards. However, he had never looked at his guards as a possible interruption to his schedule. They were trained to follow him, to protect him, and to be invisible. He doubted the architect would not see them, considering she had rarely looked at him yesterday. He was used to capturing attention wherever he went, but her eyes roamed around the room more than they roamed over him. But darn it, he wanted her eyes on him, even though he believed it was a fleeting desire that would quickly burn out after spending the afternoon together. As much as the two of them disagreed, they would be lucky not to leave the afternoon's activities as enemies. On top of that, he had been free to move about the palace for the last 3 days without his guards and had grown used to having room to think. His mother used to say that he was a solitary soul, the one child in the world who loved to go to bed because he could be alone. Indeed, his childhood 4-poster had curtains he could pull so he could be away from all eyes. It was his idea of heaven. To be free to think on his own, to make faces and not have them photographed. To express himself without his father telling him his thoughts or feelings were wrong or not good enough for a prince. But a prince he was, and a prince he would be, today and every day. "Molto bene," he agreed with Leone. As a member of the royal family, he would of course be accompanied by his security team. He was contemplating the best way to inform Leone that he had invited the architect along when the very woman burst into the room and came up short. Her eyes grew huge as she took in Benito. Zeno's jealousy rose as she gulped in the sight of his giant arms. Did muscles make her mouth dry? He would show her muscles. He lifted his chest. She'd spent more than one moment staring at it yesterday. Of course, that was before she'd slipped into the role of the driest presenter on the planet. Leone coughed into his fist. Zeno found his steward's eyes full of laughter. He scowled and dropped his chest quickly. "Signorina." Zeno took her hand and kissed the back of it, all his childhood training at being charming kicking in. A small puff of air escaped her when his lips made contact with her warm skin. She smelled better than the cocoa in the air, more sweet, more delicious. If he was trying to get her out of his system, breathing in her scent was not helping. "Grazie for coming. We will leave as soon as Leone takes off his apron." He threw a pointed look over his shoulder at his steward. Leone smiled as if he had eaten the Christmas pudding all by himself. His eyes sparkled, and Zeno could practically hear him dictate the wedding announcements. That was ridiculous. Zeno needed the architect's professional opinion, nothing more. The fact that he felt drawn to her was a side effect of living with these men, and only men, for too long. He had red blood pumping through his veins, after all. He could see the architect's beauty. He might have a calling in life, but that didn't make him a priest. Her eyes darted from man to man to man. "I feel outnumbered." She forced a smile past her trepidation. Zeno chalked up bravery as another one of her fine qualities. Taking a sip of his cocoa while lounging against the bar, Benito chuckled. "That's the idea, Bella Signorina." She smiled softly at him. "It is now?" He moved toward her as he spoke, like a spider pulling in its prey. "We're private security for His Royal Highness. Intimidation is half of our job." She had to tip her head way back to look up at him as he approached. "Stupid doe, 6'5" man. I'd say you've got the intimidation factor down." Benito chuckled again. The sound was deep and reverberating through his barrel chest. Zeno hated him. "Come." Zeno strode over and took her hand, a liberty he allowed himself in front of Leone, if for no other reason than to tell his guards to back off. "We cannot be late." He tugged her along, and she stumbled once as she hurried to keep up with his steps. He tucked her hand under his arm and continued moving as his security scrambled to grab their gloves, hats, coats, and other snow gear. Leone shot a few choice Italian words his way as he turned off the temperamental stove, ones he hoped the woman standing next to him had not learned from her language instructors. "Hold up." She planted her heels in the coat room. "I need to find my hat with the pom-pom on it. I could have sworn I left it here to dry when we came in the other day." She checked the hooks while Zeno checked his watch. The thundering footsteps coming down the corridor told him he did not have much time alone with her. She lifted the seat and did a little hop. "Here it is." She pulled out a cream-colored knit hat with a giant pom-pom on the top. "Why do women wear those?" He pointed to the large ball on the top of her hat that wobbled to and fro as she adjusted her gloves. "Because they're cute." She lifted a shoulder. "Are you going to tell me where we're going or have one of your goons blindfold me?" Zeno snorted a laugh. "Goons?" he said under his breath as if it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard, which In a way, it was. No one has ever dared mock Benito before, he said, just as they caught up with them. Benito cracked his knuckles. She can tease all she wants. He wiggled his eyebrows at her. She giggled in response. Zeno lowered his brow, and Benito's back went straight, all flirting forgotten. He was not normally strict with his men, and he regretted taking a high hand with Benito, who was more of a friend than anyone who followed Zeno on social media. If Leon weren't so set on being a matchmaker for Christmas, Zeno could relax and enjoy the afternoon with this curious woman without worrying about what his steward was planning. He stepped between Benito and the architect. "We are going to the Snow Castle building contest. You are a special guest judge, all the way from the exotic lands of America." "A judge?" "Yes. You seem very critical of others." He nodded once. Her mouth fell open. "I what now?" He mentally ran over what he'd said in his mind. "You are judgmental," he offered. She folded her arms and cocked her head. "What I mean is that you are a good judge of architecture. You know your stuff, as you Americans would say." She rolled her eyes. "Then why didn't you just say that?" He reached for the door. "Because I am not American." Clearly, she breezed past him, and he caught the scent of cinnamon, apples, and honey. The combination was strong and enticing. How did a woman go about combining those scents on her skin? This was information he must have. He dove into the cold after her, and his security team followed, taking up their positions and boxing him and his guest inside. "You are not thrilled to be honored this way?" he asked. They rounded the palace, and the Snow Castle building contestants and their creations came into view. She paused, her hand to her chest as she took in the works in progress. "They're bigger than I thought they'd be." He stood next to her, his chin in his palm as he got his first look at the entries. "The rules state that a person must be able to walk inside." "That's incredible." "Is that the castle?" "I've seen pictures of it." Zeno nodded. "It is a popular choice for entries." "See, there are 2 more." She smiled. "Okay. I thought this was going to be cold and a lot of work, but I'm officially glad I came." Her blue eyes danced under the hem of her hat, and the pom-pom wiggled, accentuating her enthusiasm. "Bueno." He offered her his arm. She slipped her glove-covered hand into the crook of it while looking over her shoulder at Benito. Zeno scowled. She might be happy to be here, but he wasn't sure whom she was more pleased to spend time with, him or Benito. Chapter 9. An hour into the judging, Pepper stomped her feet to encourage the blood to get down there. Gravity be darned, her veins had shivered and closed up shop because of the hold. Turned out that even without the wind, the temperature during a blizzard was 5 below freezer Knickers degrees. She'd worn 3 layers of ski socks and stuffed a toe warmer into her oversized boots with the cute fur top, but it was no good. "If we don't declare a winner soon, you'll be judging with a popsicle." Her teeth chattered as an accent to her words. Zeno used his gloved thumb to press that spot above his upper lip. She deemed it his thinking spot because whenever he disappeared inside his head, he pressed there. For the second time in 15 minutes, she wondered what would happen if she pressed there with her lips. Her heartbeat increased, and she hung on to the image of the 2 of them in a lip lock, obviously frozen together because of the cold, in an effort to stay warm. "I cannot decide. I looked up the winners for the last 5 years this morning. They seemed random." If her cheeks were warm enough to move, she would have smiled. "What were they?" "A version of Father Christmas's workshop." He ticked them off as he went. The cold didn't seem to affect him the way it did her. Either he was used to it, or his muscles were better insulation than down. A whale with an open mouth, a la Pinocchio? Cute. She nodded for him to continue. "A locomotive? Oh, like the Polar Express?" "See. He clapped his hands together. "An old-fashioned car and a boat with 2 polar bears fishing from it. And all of these were large enough that people could stand inside of them?" He nodded. "So you see, I do not know what to pick. There is no rhyme or reason to the decision-making process." She tipped her head back and laughed. "Sure there is." She touched his arm. Even with all the layers they both wore, she could tell he was solid under there. It was distracting because she instantly thought about what he looked like in a button-up shirt with all those muscles giving it the perfect form. "Tell me, funny woman, what did I miss?" She managed to crack a smile. "Fun." He turned and looked at the entries. They rimmed the courtyard. The men and women worked in teams and worked fast so that they could all get home. The fact that they were there was a testament to how much they valued the tradition. It seemed that there were many traditions that had been done away with over the last year. Perhaps, like her, people crave the normalcy they may never find again. "Va bene, pero much of these do not meet the basic requirements." He waved his arm toward the giant owl, the squirrel, and the dinosaur. "True, and even though the castles are not so fun, they are the most impressive sculptures of the bunch." She glanced around. "There is enough snow here for a dozen more contestants." Zeno nodded, taking her hand and pulling her along for a closer look at the castles. We normally have 3 times as many entries, but the weather put a damper on the festive feeling. I wish I knew how to bring it back. You've been to the festival before, she asked in surprise. The way you talked, I assumed you hadn't attended.
He lifted a shoulder. I was here many times as a child. There was food, dancing, music. He took a deep breath. I believe that is what you would call fun. She laughed. See. A stiff breeze came over the top of the wall and swooped through the contest, lifting snow in flurries and making people duck their faces. She rubbed her arms vigorously.
Around them, contestants and their families worked on the snow sculptures even as the snow continued to fall. The process reminded her an online video of people who went into the jungle and carved homes out of sand. Zeno laughed. This is nothing. He moved about as if his very breath didn't freeze behind him. The sight of it was quite stunning, not so much because of the science of combining water and cold, but because of the man. Zeno didn't command the attention of others. He owned it. The alpha maleness was a lot to take in, and she found herself checking to see if his guard, Benito, caught her staring at the prince again. He didn't miss much, and she had the feeling that he was more aware of her attraction to the prince than the prince was. Perhaps he would clue Zeno in later, and then she would have to move out of the palace and into one of the snow sculptures. How is freezing nothing? She continued to move, afraid that if she stopped for too long, her feet would freeze in place. I went to the South Pole when I was 12. That was cold. He pounded a fist against his chest like Tarzan. Once you contemplate cutting off your toe for frostbite, you become friends with Jack Frost. Pepper rolled her eyes. We can rule this one out. She nodded discreetly to the gingerbread-type house. While the basic outline was good, the details were sloppy, and the roof had caved in the far corner. The windows aren't square. Zeno stood back, framing the house with his hands. I do not know that it should be disqualified. It looks homey to me. I like the theme, too. She looked at it again. Is that a reindeer head hanging on the wall inside? Zeno leaned in the window and laughed. Prancer was caught last Christmas. Pepper smacked his shoulder. That's horrible. This one is definitely out. Zeno stared at her as if she'd grown a third eye. What? You hit me. He glanced down at her hand and then back up to her face. She rolled her eyes. Barely. I'm sure you're fine. He was more than fine. He was wonderful, easy to talk to, fun to tease. And he seemed genuinely interested in doing a good job as a judge. He probably had 100 things more important on his to-do list, but he put his all into this project and these people. That was admirable, especially since her own job crowded into her thoughts more than once. What did the king think of her designs? Had they already picked one? If her phone battery wouldn't die upon first exposure to the weather, she would check her email every 5 minutes. Zeno glanced at his guards, a question on his face. They all looked steadfastly away from him and Pepper. Understanding suddenly hit Pepper, and she gasped, covering her mouth with her mittens. People aren't supposed to touch you, are they? She wanted to crawl into an ice cave and wait until spring. Sorry, I forget the rules sometimes. Especially when you antagonize me. He pointed to his chest. Who? Me? Look on his face. She laughed. Yes, you antagonize me. I would never, he insisted, though his eyes were full of mirth. He strode forward, his long legs making the distance between carvings short. You don't even have to try. She laughed easily as she jogged to keep up. It was interesting hanging out with a prince. While she could tell that the people were pleased to have him there, they were also respectful of his space. They watched him while trying not to appear as if they were watching him. If they caught his eye, they bowed quickly and got back to work. They moved on to the next carving. This one was of a barn full of cows. At least, she thought they were cows. They looked more like sheep. Maybe that was on purpose. A barn full of sheep. Cute. And what of you? Asked Zeno. Me? She pulled her eyes away from the carver, who was busy adding horns to a sheep. Wait, not a sheep? A dog? Were those ears? She was so confused. Maybe he just wasn't that good. She turned away and focused on the prince. Yes. You do all you can to, how do you say, get under my skin. She put her hands on her hips. I can honestly say that I've never once tried to get under your skin. So you are a natural too, then, see us, eyes? She smiled. I guess we're just oil and water, not meant to mix. See. He pointed to his chest. Oil. He pointed at her. Vinegar. She scowled. Which I'd rather be than oil. No. Oil is much better than water. More expensive, too. She chuckled. You can say that again. He opened his mouth to retaliate and then shut it quickly. I vote this one as a no. Why? She took in the sweet carving. Because it is strange. She looked closer and found that the cow had an alligator's tail, the sheep had elephant legs, and the horse was part cat.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that one. The scent of cinnamon and sugar brushed past her nose. She and Zeno turned at the same time to see a vendor struggle to pull her cart into the courtyard. The woman was wrapped tightly in a hand-knit shawl that had seen better days. She hunched forward and dug her toes into the snow. The runners on the bottom slid along the snow. Her cart was a work of art, painted in bright colors and gleaming in the little light they had. The tantalizing smells that drifted across the courtyard were enough to make Pepper's stomach growl. Benito glanced down at her out of the corner of his eye, a smirk on his face. She elbowed him in the stomach, not that he felt it. The guy was a rock, and a lot like an older brother. He kept watch over her and Zeno, making sure they got along. If she knew him better, she'd know if he was happy with the two of them enjoying their time together, or if he wanted to make sure she didn't entrap the prince in her web of what? She wasn't sure. She wasn't the web-spinning kind of woman. Zeno's guards closed in around them while Leon peeled off to inspect the cart. Pepper wondered what kind of threat they thought the waif of a woman could present. Instead of the warm feeling she'd had a moment ago when she'd smelled the delectable scent, she was now pinched with worry. "What's with the third degree?" she asked Zeno, while nodding to where Leon was interrogating the woman. She didn't back down. Animated, she motioned for Leon to take a closer look at her cart. Stepping closer to the seat, she lifted a small child off the floor and held her close, while Leon opened compartments and stuck his hands in small space. People began to gather, their eyes full of hunger for whatever made that smell. Zeno folded his arms. The festival is usually full of local food vendors. Because of the late notice and the new location, none were invited to participate. Leon circled the sled and then got on all fours to check under it. Will he let her stay? Pepper watched the young entrepreneur. She must be desperate for money to put forth so much work and bring her child, she pointed out. Zeno turned to her quickly with an earnestness on his face that was so real. Do you think so? She paused, realizing that whatever she was about to say would influence a prince's next actions. I mean, there aren't any other children that young out here. Though about a dozen 10 to 14-year-olds were playing games. And I don't know how far she had to walk, pulling that heavy sled in the snow, but it couldn't have been easy since the roads aren't clear. Seems like a lot of work if you didn't have to. Zeno spoke rapidly in Italian to Benito. Benito nodded intently, never taking his eyes off the possible threat, but processing what he was told. Leone returned just as they were finishing up. He led the woman by the elbow. Principe, this woman would like to sell Zeppole in the palace courtyard. I have told her to do so, would be at your discretion. Pepper leaned toward Benito. Is that what smells so good? Zeppole? She asked, loud enough for the woman to hear. She tossed Pepper a sweet smile of gratitude. Zeno pressed his thumb to his lip. He motioned for Pepper to join him in an aside. What do you think? But the vendors who are not here may feel slighted. Pepper folded her arms and looked up at the gray sky, snowflakes dusting her cheeks. Turning her away feels cruel. She glanced over her shoulder at the growing number of people licking their lips and eyeing the crafted food cart. Besides, the contestants are hungry. Where else will they get food? Zeno nodded thoughtfully. You make a good point. He moved to address the woman. Pepper grabbed his arm to stop him. He looked down at where her hand touched him and then back up at her. She dropped her hold. Stinking rules. How was she supposed to remember not to touch him in a moment like this? Besides, he spoke as if they were friends, asking for advice. That counted for some permission to reach for him, didn't it? It should. What will you tell a vendor who complains? Images of torches and pitchforks surrounding the Winter Palace filled her head. I will tell them that our guest judge was hungry, and we had to be a good host and feed her to stop her stomach from complaining so loudly. Gasp! Pepper's mittens covered her stomach. Zeno gave her that pirate smile, and she swatted at him. He dodged her easily enough. You may sell your fresh Zeppole. There are many hungry people here. Zeno smiled as he held up a finger. But your first batch must go to our esteemed judge from America, S.C. See? See? The vendor smiled and dipped a curtsy. She said a few more things in Italian before Leon took her back to her cart. Pepper watched with open curiosity as the woman lifted the side of her cart and propped it with a stick carved for that very purpose. The delicious smells amplified and worked slowed as people took note that food was nearby. In no time, the woman had a small fire going and a pot of oil heated. The dough was dropped in, and she turned the Zeppole with a slotted metal spoon. She works fast, commented Zeno. A moment later, Pepper was holding a paper funnel full of what she would call donut holes. They were fresh and warm and smelled like Christmas. Would you like one? Zeno shook his head. No grazie. Suit yourself. She popped one in her mouth. The warmth hit her first, helping her teeth to stop chattering. She chewed, realizing there was more in the cinnamon sugar than just cinnamon. I think there's cloves and maybe ginger in this. She closed her eyes. Vanilla. There's definitely vanilla. Zeno chuckled. You like them, see? I don't know how I survived this long without Zeppel in my life. He laughed easily. A fact I am pleased to fix for you. Are you sure you don't want one? She tipped the funnel his direction. Oh, I want one. His eyes grew sultry and dropped to her lips. She had to moisten them because her heart had taken off at race car speeds and she was suddenly too warm for her pom-pom hat. Zeno used his mitten to brush off her chin. She let out a breath. Oh. He was staring at the food on her face, not contemplating kissing her as she had him. Great. That was time number 642 that she'd embarrassed herself today. But I cannot. He sounded like he was denying himself something he wanted very badly. And he did it with a reminder of who he was. She heard so much in those 3 words. She heard, I am a prince. I cannot have everything I want. And then there was the lower timbre that said, I want you. But she must have made that up because there was no way Prince Zeno was into her. Sure, they'd gotten along for most of the afternoon, but that didn't mean he found her 1/100th as attractive as she found him. Worried about that beautiful figure of yours? She teased to cover her burning cheeks as she took another bite. Benito snorted to cover his laugh. She liked the giant bodyguard. He had a sense of humor, and she suspected there was a teddy bear wrapped around his heart. Zeno scowled, but it was Leon who answered her question. He spoke low enough that only their group could hear him. The Principe cannot eat food that may be poisoned. Pepper gasped and clutched the paper funnel to her chest. Poisoned? She whispered as her head began to spin. Could she die? What if she died? Lana would have to take her body home. Oh my gosh! Her parents! Whoa. Leon reached out to steady her with a hand on her arm. Easy. We aren't saying it is, just that it could be. She swallowed thickly, the dough feeling heavy in her stomach. Do people normally try to poison you? Zeno blinked. Not that I'm aware of. Behind him, Leon nodded his head, indicating that the prince had been in danger before but didn't know it. Though they have tried to poison my father. Wow. That probably put a damper on prom night. Pepper did her best to wrap her brain around a life like that. So these aren't going to kill me? Leon shook his head. No. Enjoy. Easy for you to say. Pepper tasted another ball. It was still the best thing she'd eaten in years. What a way to go. So what do you do if you want something to eat but can't have it? I'll ask the cook to make it for me. She smiled. If you put in an order for Zapol, make it a double. She finished off the last one and crumpled up the funnel. Those were absolutely amazing. Now that I'm warm from the inside out, I think we can declare a winner. Zeno lifted one cheek in a roguish, hot guy smile that was another thing royalty shouldn't have access to. He really had no idea how many weapons were in his arsenal. His phone rang. He pulled it out, and she got a look at the caller ID before he said, "Excusez-me," and answered. She couldn't be sure, but she thought it said Principe Achille. It was crazy to think that she was standing next to a man who got phone calls from princes and kings. Sheesh, her world was upside down. You are doing well today? Asked Leon. She smiled. Better now that I'm not hungry. The older man chuckled. I meant with Principe. She blushed, realizing that he hadn't been asking how she was doing. He'd been telling her she was doing well. Thanks for saying that, but I know I'm failing at the whole propriety and decorum thing. I'm pretty sure stuffing my face with pastries in front of his royalness is bad form. Leon held his side as he laughed. That is exactly why you succeed. Because I'm an ill-mannered American, she said jokingly. Because you do not see the lines drawn by titles. You are you, and you take him as him. What do... Before she could get her question out, Zeno was off the phone and by her side. Leone put a finger to his lips, keeping their little conversation between the two of them. My apologies, fair lady. Zeno rubbed his palms together. Let's say we pick a winner. I believe we have narrowed it down to these two. He motioned to the largest of the carvings. Each one was a replica of a castle in the capital. They were both done to celebrate Prince Matteo's upcoming engagement party on Christmas Eve. For the most part, they were identical, but she'd spotted a flaw in the southern castle that she doubted the prince had caught. I know which one I would pick. That one, Zeno said confidently as he pointed at the southern entry. Pepper took his arm and turned him, so he pointed to the northern one. She was aware that she was breaking protocol again, but she decided that it didn't matter. The prince didn't seem to care. Zeno had taken her hand several times that day, causing her whole body to tingle in the process. His guards weren't bothered by their closeness either. Leone said she was doing well because she treated Zeno like she would anyone else. That meant she should keep it up.
Besides, she enjoyed being friendly with Zeno, a fact that surprised her more than once throughout their time together. As incredibly attractive as he was, he seemed unaware of it, which was refreshing. Her ex couldn't pass a mirror without flexing something. She used to think it was cute, like a nervous habit. Now she saw it for the self-centeredness it was. Zeno wasn't like him, which made Zeno all that more of a magnet for her. A magnet that grew in strength each time he teased, smiled, or thought deeply. "That one," she said definitively. "We have a tie." Zeno frowned. "This is not good." Chapter 10. Zeno didn't like ties. Ties meant diplomacy, debates, and long hours. He and the architect were getting along nicely. Therefore, when he pronounced a winner, he expected her to agree with him. Undoubtedly, his unexpected call from the padre played a factor in his sudden great mood. Their conversation had gone well enough and was short enough that it should not have cast a shadow over the day. But in all his years of experience, any conversation with his father was going to end in disappointment, argument, or a general sense of blah. Padre was pleased to know Zeno was working in a professional capacity today, and he'd said as much. Truly, wasn't the words Padre used that stirred sludge inside of Zeno. It was the way he said them. He could say, "I am proud of you," and make it sound like, "I am proud of you for not doing the stupid thing you did last time. You remember that stupid thing you did? We all remember the stupid thing you did. We will never forget it. And I can't let you forget it." Today, he said, "You are working for the family, see? I do not know if the people will recognize you. It has been so long since they have seen your face." Which meant that the last 5 years of serving as a sergeant in the military was not any help at all to the people of Isola de la Familia. What Padre failed to understand about the people of Isola was that they did not want leaders who did not see them as people, as family. They wanted proof that the De Lucas were sincere, honest, and worthy of their titles. They may have been born into the role, but at least for Zeno, leadership was done by standing with the people, not in front of them. A slight pressure on his arm from the architect brought him back to the snow sculpture contest and their small dilemma. He gave her his full attention, noting that her cheeks were in high color, which made her blue eyes shine all the brighter. Her lips were bright pink from the cold. Bright pink and totally kissable. She twisted her lips as she considered the two castles. The effect was somewhat adorable and very human. Padre would never approve of such a woman. She was too innocent, too real. "How about I pick a winner and you agree with me?" she said, her assurance in herself and her abilities an attractive trait. As drawn as he was to her, he was also curious what she'd do if he pushed back. "And why would I do such a thing?" She leaned closer, bringing the sugar and spice scent of the Zeppel with her. "Because you know nothing about architecture." He didn't argue. She put her hands on her hips. "How do you qualify as the official royal advisor over me anyway?" He gave her a saucy grin. "I was the closest prince to the job." "Fantastic." She threw up her arms. "Do not be dramatic over it," he teased. He actually liked that her feelings were so easily displayed. There was no guessing. He was in trouble with her, and he liked it. He also liked knowing exactly why, though he was not quite sure how to fix it. "If it makes you feel better," I tried to beg off. She shook her head. "How is that supposed to make me feel better?" He cocked his head. "I am not sure." They stared at one another for a moment before they broke out into laughter. She put her hand on his shoulder. "Well, at least I know why your feedback was not helpful." He frowned, though he did not try to remove her hand. Her touch was a forbidden fruit. Normally, his security detail would step in, even if this was an official date, and tell her to stop. However, they did not seem to mind looking the other way, quite literally, when she crossed lines. She noticed his frown and quickly added, "I do appreciate you contacting the king on my behalf. And your suggestion to send in 2 designs for feedback is good. I was afraid to send anything for fear they'd take one look at them and fire me. But you gave me the courage to plow ahead." His chest glowed with her recovery speech, so much more so than he'd ever warmed under Padre's praise. That must come from her honesty. Though brutal at times, he trusted that when she said something, she meant it. "I am happy to be of service." In the past, he would have considered something as frivolous as a kitchen remodel outside of his duties. But it was important to her, although he was not quite sure why she cared so much other than that this was her job. He was about to ask her when her eyes darted over his shoulder, and she broke out into a brilliant smile. "Look." She pointed to a grouping of snowmen made by the local teenagers to stave off boredom. Those who were not in the contest were bored enough to come up with their own projects. "Oh, they don't have eyes." She smiled over her shoulder at Zeno. "We used to use buttons, but I don't suppose anyone wants to give up their buttons today." She tugged her coat tighter around her and shivered. Zeno motioned to Leon, who produced a bag of coins from his pocket, stashed there after an earlier conversation. Zeno began handing them out to the children, even as he educated the architect. Using coins is an Isoladian tradition. In the olden days, the farmers would be low on food and their children hungry in the springtime after a winter of eating all they'd stored. They had to choose between planting the seed or making bread to feed their hungry family. Thus, the tradition was born. In the winter, they made snow people with coin faces. When the snow melted, the farmers would find money to buy food for their children and plant the seed crop. It's good luck to find one of these coins. Grazie, chirped an adorable young girl in a red skirt coat with thick pants underneath. Zeno placed a hand on her head momentarily and winked. She giggled and ran off with her treasure to finish her project. She had to be one of the youngest in attendance, as most of the smaller children were kept home. The architect watched him openly. You're good with them. Who? The children? He looked over his shoulder and then leaned closer to her. To be honest, I would rather be rolling giant snowballs with them than standing here with you. She closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them again. I think what you meant to say was that you'd rather be playing than judging the contest. He looked to the side as he thought through the words he had chosen. His shoulders slumped inside his thick wool coat as he picked up on their meaning. See, I say the wrong thing to you, often. She nodded. I'm starting to figure out that you don't mean it the way it sounds. She tapped her temple. But I'm developing a Zeno translator. Leon chuckled. We all have one, mio caro. Zeno did a double take at his steward for calling the architect my dear. He had been careful all day not to use her name, deferring to Zeno's previous dictate that he did not want to know it. But adding a term of endearment, one that a parent would call a child, was stepping too close to the line of familiarity. Leon did not throw out phrases like that, ever. Thank you, Leon, for your addition to this conversation. Zeno breezed through the phrase as his mother taught him to do, when he did not mean a word of it. Leon laughed, sending puffs into the air. Not only did his men ignore the architect's constant touch him, which he did enjoy. Now they were letting their walls down as if they were in the field and not in a palace courtyard. Either they had been away from civilization for too long, or this woman had a power over them all. The way she broke or ignored rules made him feel like a normal man and extremely special all at the same time. Zeno pointed to the two castles. Shall we declare them both the winners and be done with it? She shook her head, making her long hair shimmy against her coat. Even with the silly pom-pom on her hat, she was elegant. But that came more from the way she carried herself than it did from what she wore. Her clothes were high quality, and the dark green, as close to his country's green as could be, made her gray-blue eyes a deeper shade, like looking into pools of water. He rather liked it. And why not? He pressed. Because this one is structurally unsound. She pointed to the castle on the south. Do you see the moat cut under the walls? They didn't leave enough snow to hold up the building. While this one, she turned to face the other castle, has compressed snow blocks placed under the load-bearing walls. It should stand for a whole winter. Clearly, it's the winner. A few blocks cannot make that much difference. He folded his arms, hoping to bring out the passion he had seen in her in the kitchen. But they do, and I can prove it. She walked inside the castle on the north and jumped around the edges, even bumping the sides with her hands to prove its stability. See? It's strong. We could have a party in here. The carvers laughed. A party? The older man with a long, dirty gray beard asked. His voice was full of hope and a little mischief. We are a family that never turns down a party. Antonio, musica, please. The man's son, Antonio, fumbled with his cell phone. Pretty soon, an upbeat holiday tune burst into the air. Zeno cast a disbelieving look over his shoulder at Leon. Leon smiled indulgently as he watched an impromptu dance party break out around their guest judge. The carvers from other sculptures began to gather around. His men tightened their circle while still giving him a front row seat to the merriment. The architect giggled, grabbing the older man's hand and pulling him through the open door. Come on. Let's show the prince how to have fun. The man took her hands and twirled her in a circle. He then began a polka dance with small steps to accommodate the space inside the snow castle. The woman's face radiated joy. Everybody, she called. Her antics raised a cheer from the crowd. A half-dozen other couples began to dance as well. Another group clapped to the beat and called out encouragement. Leon leaned close. I believe they have fallen in love with her. See? Zeno asked. Perhaps they think she is entertaining. That is all. They think she is real, and they adore her for it, Leon replied. You should take the next dance. Why? Zeno was instantly on guard. So the people will think I am a show pony? He eyed his steward and closest friend. That is your padre talking. He nodded slowly. See, and he would say that she can dance, because she does not bear the weight of the De Luca name upon her shoulders. I have a feeling that she would dance anyway. Zeno watched her in awe as she tripped, laughed at herself, and continued on. I must agree with you. He envied her in that moment, envied her freedom and wild abandon. The song ended, and she came back to him, her face flushed and her eyes still dancing. "I'd like to see you do that in the other castle." She pointed to the south, challenging him. Zeno bristled. He bristled under years of being forced into a stiff shirt and tie, of being told not to run through the palace and slide on his knees across the glossy floor, of being told that royal children were not allowed to play like other children, and of having to stand at attention for hours while his father conducted official business. He bristled because there was a part of him that yelled and screamed at him not to dance, and it rang with his padre's voice. Gladly, he stormed that way, much to the shock of his guards. "Principe." Leone held out a hand to stop him. "Not only will the castle hold, but when it does, I will declare this carver the winner." The crowd realized he was going to test the other castle and gathered in as close as they dared with his guards glaring at them. Some pulled out their phones to take video. Fine. His family would be pleased that he was involved in the local traditions. "Musica, please." He lifted a hand into the air, ready to dance a jog the old man would be jealous of. The music started with a heavy bass beat. He stomped a foot and dropped his arm, then did it again on the next beat. The people began clapping, and a few cheered. He smiled. The rest of the instruments joined in, and he started the traditional dance steps, bringing a cheer from the crowd. Others started. This was not a dance for partners, but a folk dance that spoke to their history. Children learned how to do the steps in grade school. On his next stomp, he clapped his hands above his head, and the crowd joined in. He did it again, and the sound was like an avalanche. "See! See!" This was unexpectedly fun. From the corner of his eye, he saw the architect. She had a worry line between her eyebrows and was not clapping. He decided to prove once and for all that the castle was strong enough. He threw his arm out and bumped the wall. Suddenly, his face was smashed with a block of snow as the turret above him tumbled. The whole castle began to fall. He cried out, covering his head with his arms and falling into a ball as snow pummeled him. A woman screamed. He thought it might have been the architect, though he was not certain. In seconds, the weight of a snow castle crushed him. He tried to push out of it. Things shifted, and he was worse off than before. Taking a breath to calm his thoughts, he wondered how long he had before he ran out of air. With a rueful, self-deprecating snigger, he decided not to argue with the architect when it came to building snow castles, if he ever got out of this one, that is. Chapter 11. Pepper clamped her hand over her mouth to stop the scream that echoed off the palace walls. The moment she cut off, the guards sprang into action to rescue their prince. It was as if her scream had frozen time. She wished it had. Then Zeno wouldn't be under a castle's worth of snow. Good heavens, the turret had hit him right in the face and he'd gone down like a sack of potatoes, as her father would have said. Pepper went to jump in and help, but she was held away by Paolo, one of the younger, more reserved guards who had hung at the back of the pack today. He gave her an apologetic look. "Mi scusi, signorina. You cannot get in the way. But I need to help him." She clawed at the air in an attempt to get out of his arms. Leone was on his hands and knees, moving snow faster than a snowblower. Benito was beside him, and the other guards were behind, moving the snow they had just moved farther away. They spoke in rapid Italian, barking instructions to the other guards. Paolo held up a hand and said a few words to the older man who had danced with Pepper as he went to assist. He stepped back. This was an official rescue mission. Women wrung their hands, and men with stony faces looked on. "Do you think he's alive?" asked the little girl who Zeno had given coins for her snowman. Pepper stopped fighting Paolo and squatted so she was at the girl's level. This was something she could do, a way she could help without getting in the way. "Don't worry. He's too stubborn to die," she said. Her comment earned her soft smiles from the girl's worried parents. Paolo snorted. "I agree with her." He cocked his head. "How is it you know him so well after only an afternoon in the snow?" She laughed. "I'm a quick study." He pressed his lips together and stepped to the side, blocking the path of another well-meaning man. The whole line was on the verge of breaking through. The guards moved with such efficiency and focus that it was scary. They weren't crazed with the need to find the prince, but they were intense. Like a mama bear protecting her young, Benito roared as he dug with his hands. She turned her back to the castle, which brought her shoulder to shoulder with Paolo, and swallowed her fears. "It will only be a moment and he'll be out." She smiled at the group. "Staying back is the best thing you can do right now. Give them room to work." Paolo threw her a grateful look and stepped several feet to the side, where the line bowed in. His presence was enough to push people back to where they needed to be. "Be careful," she pleaded softly, glancing over her shoulder. The way Leone wielded a shovel could cut right into the prince. Just thinking about all that snow on top of him made her feel claustrophobic. She could see Zeno in her mind's eye, struggling to breathe, the heavy snow crushing his chest. "Oh gosh!" She clawed at her scarf, desperate for air that wouldn't come. It fell apart and cold air hit her skin. She gulped with relief. It was quiet. So quiet in the courtyard where only a half hour ago there had been dancing and music. The Zeppo vendor pushed through the crowd to Pepper's side. She had her child on her hip, and she wasn't watching the rescue. She watched Pepper. Leaning close, she whispered, "Stara bene. He will be fine." Pepper briefly closed her eyes. "Find him," she pleaded with his guards. Every moment he was under the snow was one he was closer to death. "Your core is tied to his hesi." "My heart?" Pepper asked. "See." She nodded quickly. "I could tell from across the way." Pepper shook her head. "We only just met." She lifted a shoulder as if time were of no consequence. "I see what I see." Leon gave a yell, and the whole crowd drew in a breath and held it. Pepper grabbed onto the vendor's sleeve, needing something to hold her up. Who cared if she thought Pepper was in love with Zeno? She wasn't. She was worried about a friend. The men dropped their shovels and went to Leon's side, digging with their hands. Zeno's green knit hat soon appeared. It was torn from his head and thrown behind him. His face was next, and then the ranks closed in, and Pepper couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. He certainly didn't look lively as they pulled him from the snow like a hot dog out of a burrito. "He's alive!" yelled Benito, his deep voice carrying across the entire courtyard. The guards lifted Zeno and carried him down the alley on the side of the palace and through the back door. It was the closest route to the prince's private chambers. Paolo was the last guard to leave, watching their flank and making sure they weren't followed. Pepper stood with the people, watching, wondering what was to become of the handsome prince. The group of guards stopped. Benito peeled off the formation and jogged back to her. Pepper hurried to meet up with him. "Is everything okay?" she asked. Benito nodded. "He requested you come too." Pepper stopped. "He was just dragged out of an avalanche, and he asked for me?" Benito did not have time to answer her questions. He swooped down and picked her up, cradling her against his chest. "See," he said as jogged back to join the others. She was in such shock that she let him carry her. It wasn't like he had a hard time of it. She leaned against his coat, the wool scratching her cheek. The walls of the palace blurred by, as did the coat room and the hallways. Zeno had asked for her. His thoughts were of her. He'd almost died, and he was thinking about her. That was big, wasn't it? Pepper came out of her daze to find herself being set ever so gently on a settee in front of a roaring fire. Nana Ginevra and Rosina flitted around Prince Zeno, who swatted at their hands. "I can take off my own coat." Pepper was so relieved to see that he wasn't injured, a little blue around the lips, but otherwise he was all right, that she swiped her hat off her head and let her shoulders fall back into the couch. Zeno sat up, bit the end of his glove, and pulled it off his hand. He did the same with the other one and then began unbuttoning his coat. Nona Ginevra picked the gloves up off the floor. "Leave them there. I'll get them," he told her. She ignored him and continued to clean up the mess he made as he undressed. "The doctor will be here shortly," said Marcella as she came in with a tray of warm drinks. Zeno pointed at her. No doctor. I'm fine." "You're in a fine mood for someone who just cheated death." Pepper snapped at him, feeling gangly as her arms and legs were just getting the idea that she wanted to sit up. Zeno glared at her. "I was not close to death." She rolled her eyes at him. "You had a castle fall on you. Built of snow." "Poorly built," she threw back. The two of them glared at each other across the coffee table. Marcella set the tray between them. "You two fight like big bears." She lifted her arms up and roared, then let them fall. All puff and growl. "Stop. Drink. You will feel better." "No doctor," Zeno repeated. "Softer this time." Marcella pressed her lips together and hurried out of the room, probably to tell the doctor he wasn't needed. Around them, the room was in motion. His guards paced the exterior walls like a pack of wolves, ready to go into battle. They were men of action, and their one goal in life was to keep Zeno alive. Having to dig him out of snow and ice must have kicked their adrenaline into overdrive. They needed an outlet, but they couldn't leave until he was pronounced in good health. Leon kept patting Zeno's shoulder, as if he wanted to make sure he was there and breathing. The motion was fatherly and so very sweet. His love for the prince was wonderful to watch. Nana Ginevra tugged at Zeno's shirt. "You must change out of the cold clothing." "Per l'amorage." Zeno tugged his sweater off and shoved it aside. His undershirt was next. Pepper became very interested in figuring out how the zipper on her coat worked. She would not look. She would not look. Holy, 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 holy. She looked. Smooth olive-toned skin lay over a field of abdominal muscles. He had muscles she didn't know the names of. Even his belly button was perfect. And his chest? Yep, it was all the things she thought it would be, and a box of chocolates. Nana Ginevra caught her staring. She handed the prince a new shirt. "Prego," she said to the prince. "You are welcome." She winked at Pepper. Pepper's whole body blushed. It was one giant wave of heat and embarrassment. Nana Generva smiled knowingly and made her way out of the room with an armful of wet clothing. Pepper wanted to leave too, but she couldn't think of a way to get out of there without drawing too much attention to herself. She watched Zeno put on a long-sleeved undershirt and then another sweater. His skin broke out in goosebumps, and he lifted his eyes as if sensing her watching him. She pretended she'd been watching Benito stoke the fire. Rosina motioned for him to sit and handed him a cup of herbal tea. "Drink. It will warm you," he grunted. Maybe the fight was out of him now that he was more comfortable. He took a sip and grimaced. Then he blew over the top of the cup. Rosina offered Pepper a cup too. Still confused as to why she'd been carried in here, she accepted the cup. Rosina gave her a knowing wink. Had everyone seen her check out Zeno? Nana and Marcella came back in with a first aid kit and determined looks. Bless them for wanting to take care of the grumpy prince. Pepper ran her eyes over Zeno. Other than his face, which had red spots and scratches, he seemed to be fine. They approached him slowly, as if they were going to pounce on him and hold him down. He turned in time to see them, and they stopped short. Not one more step. He stood up. "I tell you now, and I swear it upon my life, I do not need medical care." Marcella lifted the small red box. "Or a Band-Aid." Zeno raised his voice. He stepped to the right and winced slightly. Nana Generva saw it too. "Your ankle. Sit." She motioned to the couch behind him. He brushed her off. "It is fine. Leave me alone." "But Principe, your face." Marcella motioned around her cheekbone. "I don't want your help. Will everyone just stop?" His voice bellowed through the room and echoed down the hallway. Donna Generva stepped back, dropping her chin to her chest like a scolded child. Rosina lowered the cup she was about to offer him and glanced away. Leon shook his head sadly, and the guards froze in their respective places. That was uncalled for. Pepper set her cup down and stood up. He spun on her. "What?" "I know that must have been frightening," she began. "Frightening? Frightening," he scoffed. "It was humiliating. To be carried out of there like a child. Me." He pointed to his chest. "I battle gorillas and protect the innocent, but my men act as though I cannot walk." Pepper's jaw dropped. "That's why you're lashing out at these good people? Because you're embarrassed?" He folded his arms and lifted his chin defiantly. "If you don't want to be treated like a child, then don't throw a royal fit." It was his turn to have his jaw fall to the floor. She should have stopped there. She should have left the room. Yelling at a prince was not a good idea, especially when he was her boss. But she couldn't stand to see her friends feel bad for trying to be kind to him. "Each person in this room cares about you. Everything they've done is because they care, and you're too selfish to see it." She picked up her tea and turned to Rosina. "Thank you." She lifted the mug to her friend. "I appreciate that you thought of my comfort." Rosina gave it, "You thought of my comfort." It was as if they were standing on thin ice and afraid to move. "Do you care too?" Zeno challenged. "What?" Shocked, she turned back to face him. "You said everyone in this room. Does that mean you too?" His eyes were defiant, daring her to say no. She held his eyes, noting the silver flashes in them, like electrical shocks, lightning bolts of danger. "I must, because I thought I might stop breathing if you did." Before he could respond, or she could stop to think about what her response truly meant, she lifted her mug to the entire room. "I wish you all luck with the prince. You're going to need it." With that, she made her leave, her head held high. It wasn't until she started the water for a warm bath a few minutes later that she started to shake. What had she done? What had she admitted? Isola de la Familia may have been on the other side of the ocean from her homeland, but being here had turned her world upside down. Chapter 12. Zeno stared at the doorway the architect had stormed out. He turned to his staff, sputtering. "She is not wrong," said Marcella. "Mother?" Rosina exclaimed, her eyes darting back and forth between her mother and the prince as if she expected him to fire the lot of them at any moment. Zeno stared at Marcella, willing her to say what she wanted to him, waiting to see if the woman who scolded him for muddy shoes on her freshly mopped floor would also scold him now. Marcella busied herself with the first aid kit, counting bandages and the like. It was Nana Generva who approached him, brushing his hair off his forehead as she'd done when he was small. "If we keep our hands busy, then we do not have time to acknowledge the worry in our hearts. I know you are a man. I watched you grow up. But in my heart, you are my piccolo amico." She smiled as she patted his cheek. Then she gathered her things and his, and made her way out of the room. Her calm had taken the heat out of his sails. He faced Leon. "You do have independence issues." His guards chuckled. Zeno pressed the bridge of his nose. "I do not think he was embarrassed we carried him out of there," offered Benito. "I think he was embarrassed we carried him out in front of the woman." Their laughter grew. "Out." Zeno pointed to the door, though he smiled as he ordered them about. He could not stay mad at his men any longer.
Benito had guessed right. It humiliated him to be carried and coddled in front of the American. He wanted to be seen as a dragon slayer, not a helpless man who couldn't handle a small catastrophe. The men filtered out in better spirits than when they'd come in. No doubt Cook will have something special for you for your great acts of bravery, Zeno called after them, earning him a round of guffaws. Zeno settled in front of the fire. He'd never admit it, but he was cold to his bones. His skin prickled and then burned as he thawed. He had made friends with Jack Frost when he was 12, but today he'd had a few choice words for the winter sprite as he'd waited under the snow for someone to find him. The waiting had been humiliating in and of itself, but there'd been nothing he could do. Any time he'd shifted, he had been crushed deeper into the snow. Leon brought over the cup of cocoa and sat next to him, sipping it. Zeno coveted it. His herbal tea was long gone. Perhaps you should tell her she was not wrong about the castle, and you. He slurped, making a loud noise. Zeno turned back to the fire. Wouldn't even know where to begin. You could start with her name. Leon lifted an eyebrow, asking if Zeno was ready to acknowledge that he wanted the information. Curse it all, he did. He wanted to know the name of the woman who would stand across from him and tell him he was acting like a child. The one who dared call him out on his bad behavior when even his steward kept his mouth shut. The very woman who had screamed his name as the castle had fallen. Yes, it was her. He'd had enough time under the snow to think through the sound and match it with her voice. What do they call a woman who spits fire? He asked. Leon tipped his head back and laughed. He got to his feet and patted Zeno's shoulder fondly. They call her Pepper. They do? Zeno chuckled. It fits her. He stared into the fire, his mind traveling over all things Pepper, from her long, coconut shell-colored hair to her blue eyes tinged with gray when she'd stormed inside. And her lips so full of truth and life and even laughter. Chortling, Leone got to his feet. Apologized to the American. I will consider it. See, Principe. He chuckled the chuckle of a man who knew that the advice he gave was good advice, but hard to follow. Pepper. Zeno tried the name. It was sweet and spicy, forceful and yet inviting. Pepper, he said again. This time, he could not help the smile that came with it. That was a name worth waiting for. He pushed to his feet, a million needles in his toes. That would take a minute to wear off. He limped around, getting the blood flowing and working over how to make amends with his co-judge. His ankle was not broken, merely sprained. The kind of sprain he could walk off with a stroll through the hallways. His phone rang, and he found it on the desk. Nona Generva must have pulled it out of his coat before she'd whisked it away to be cleaned. The caller had said Principe Achille. He braced himself for the conversation. "Chu Padre, what on earth are you doing up there? Right now, I am thawing out after being buried by a snow castle." "I know. I saw it. Thank you for your concern." He was sure to keep his voice steady, even though he was brimming with sarcasm. He could get away with cheekiness, but snark was too far for the old man. "I assumed you were fine when you answered your phone." That was a bold assumption, considering Zeno had once answered his padre's call while getting stitches from a knife wound. "Well, I am not dead. Thanks to your security team. Who is the woman they hauled out with you? Do we need to worry about the press?" He rolled his eyes. Even with the video posting, he doubted Pepper or her family would try to spin the situation. "She's the architect Sayo hired." Throwing the king and his support behind Pepper was a calculated move. She was judging the contest. Padre grunted. Why did they need to save her? She seemed fine. She was there on royal business. They could not leave her behind. He grunted again, which was as close as he would get to telling Zeno he was right. All at once, Zeno saw his own inability to agree with Pepper as if it were on a screen in front of him, and he did not like the show. An urgency to speak to her, to do what his father could not, filled him up. "Padre, mi scusi, I have an appointment." "Control things, would you? I do not want to see unsanctioned videos of my son online again." "See," he spat. They said the customary goodbyes and hung up. Zeno brushed all thoughts of his padre out of his head, as he always did to survive. He had hoped to avoid him altogether since he had not made it to the castle for Christmas Eve. A phone call was not that bad. Family dinners were insufferable. With that cheery thought, he made his way through the palace to the guest wing where Pepper and her friend were staying. He was not sure what he was going to say, but he refused to be silent. Refused to be like his padre. How he behaved was his choice, and he intended to choose better than he had been raised to do. Pepper deserved better than to be treated as he had been by his padre, and he would make sure of that every moment she was in the palace. That was his vow. He felt better, stronger, because he was a dragon slayer. Even though the dragon lived in him, it would not win. Chapter 13. "And you just stormed out?" Lana stared in disbelief as Pepper recounted her morning. The tub was only half full of hot water. Who knew it took so long to fill up? If she wasn't so cold, she'd hop in now and at least let her legs thaw.
but just the idea of sitting in a half-full tub set her to shivering all over again, after I toasted the room with my tea. She took another sip and made a face because it had gone cold. Lana fell back on her bed, laughing. I would have loved to see his royal face. It was a royal flush. Pepper giggled. She tugged the belt of her robe tight. As soon as she'd gotten to her room, she'd stripped out of her cold clothing and into the plush robe. No one ran about insisting she take off her wet clothing. Thank goodness.
Seeing Zeno with his shirt off was more than she could handle for an afternoon. "Are you going to be fired?" Lana asked, only half joking. "I might," she replied in all seriousness. There was a knock at the door, and Pepper jogged over to answer. "Coming," she called. Rosina only knocked when her hands were full, and she didn't want her to lose whatever it was she carried. She swung it open to find not Rosina but Prince Zeno. She gasped, the image of his perfect body flashing in front of her mind. She clutched the top of her robe shut, feeling much too naked to have those kinds of thoughts about him. He had one hand against the doorway and leaned heavily upon it. The prince knew how to use a doorframe to show off his form. His bicep was taut and his sweater pulled tight across his chest. His dark hair fell over his stately brow, begging her to brush it back. She wanted to, but after the way he'd insisted everyone stop fawning over him, she held back. "Signorina, I have come to, that is to say, your outburst earlier may have been not unwarranted." A blush, like a shadow, ran over his cheeks. "What was that now?" asked Lana from the bed. Zeno's jawline hardened as he gritted his teeth. Seemed that all the Americans in the castle felt it their obligation to give him a hard time today. "What you said about the guards and maids had merit." Pepper folded her arms and leaned against the opposite side of the doorway. This brought them in closer together without making it seem obvious that she was trying to be closer to him. His attempt at humility was so sweet. "I think what you're trying to say is that I was right." He lifted a palm. "If that is the way Americans say it." Lana scoffed. "It's the way everyone says it. Although you might say Vivi Rajan." She slid off the bed and gave Pepper a look that said, "Can you believe this guy? Good luck getting back in her good graces, Principe. You're going to need it." She doffed an imaginary cap to the prince before disappearing into her room. Once Lana shut the door behind her, Zeno focused back on Pepper, who smirked at him. "Did you want to throw in an apology for doubting my professional assessment of the snow castle too? Or did we reach the limit of your humility for the day?" she teased. He pretended to think about it. "I will save that one for another time. So being wrong is hard for you, huh?" She studied his face, half shaded by the doorway and half illuminated by the bedroom windows. He had a good, square face with a pronounced jaw and chiseled cheekbones. She didn't like the look on skinny guys, but on a man built like Zeno, all muscle, she liked it a lot. It gave him a dash of boyishness, mischievousness, and downright gorgeousness that beckoned to every part of her. "It is like chains across my bare skin." He ran his hand through his hair, making the wave stretch, and then curve back into place. "Why?" she rasped, her skin growing warm with a desire to be closer to him. If he was aware of her struggle, he didn't show it. Instead, he used his thumb to trace a knot in the wood. "I was taught never to admit when I am wrong." "By whom?" she prodded. If she could keep her thoughts on the conversation, she might make it through the next 5 minutes without bursting into flames. She should have put on clothes before answering the door. Standing here in nothing but her bathrobe was too intimate. "My padre," he insisted apologizing, was a sign of weakness. He kept his eyes down, as if talking about his father in a negative way was shameful. Perhaps it was in Isola, where generations lived under one roof and they passed jobs down from mother to daughter. The small glimpses she'd seen of Zeno with the children and with the staff made her think that there was more to this prince than a stuffy exterior, and a heck of a lot more compassion in him than a man who struggled to say the words, "I'm sorry." "Do you think it's weak?" He finally met her gaze, his lips twitching with playfulness. "Since you terrify me, I believe coming here was quite brave." "I terrify you?" Standing near him, she was overshadowed by his size, and walking with him in the courtyard, she'd been eclipsed by his title. "I'm not sure my Zeno translator is working." "Please explain." He ran his hand through his hair once more and then again. It was all she could do not to grab his wrist and stop the torture. His hair was seriously silky, and her fingers itched to dig into it and hang on. "You are talented and smart, and because you are incurably American, you are hard to impress with my princely ways." He locked eyes with her, his gaze bold and strong with a hint of vulnerability that melted Pepper's knees. A warm glow started in her belly and spread outward. She softened, leaning deeper into the doorway for support. "Maybe I'm not into princes." "What about military men?" he countered, his voice deep like silk and velvet and sending ripples over her skin. "I do like a man in uniform." "I'll remember that." Heaven help her if he ever put on a uniform. She would combust on the spot. Chapter 14. The next day, Zeno was well on his way to healing physically and feeling more himself. His face had a dark shadow of a bruise that he could easily forget about.
The scratches had mostly healed overnight thanks to the salve Nana Generva brought him. Something with beeswax and olive oil. It was a miracle cream, to be sure. He thanked her profusely and doted on her to make up for throwing a royal tantrum, as Pepper had said. Nana patted his cheek as she'd done his whole life. Family means forgiving. Her soft brown eyes were tender towards him. He barely held back his retort. He came from a long line of grudge holders. Forgiving was just as weak as asking for forgiveness. However, that had not gone so badly for him tonight. Pepper, as intimidating as she was quite forgiving when he put himself out there. I wish I could pick my family, she harumphed. There is no reason for you to fret. I chose you long ago. He took her hand and held it to his chest. I have been better for it. When she left him, she hugged him, a rarity in his life. He relished the sense of being loved and cherished. His phone beeped, and he checked his email. The king had responded to his request for more information. He had included both Zeno and Pepper on the email, answering her query about the two designs. The email was probably dictated to his personal secretary and then sent off without a thought as to how Pepper would feel when she read the words missing essential elements. He placed his hand over his heart, feeling the words on her behalf as if they were darts. The king would not worry about her feelings. Pepper was an employee, a contracted worker who had a job to do, not a keen woman who noticed children making snowmen without anything for the eyes. Nor did the king know that she was a sensitive soul who noticed a single mother peddling pastries. Zeno knew. He knew she cared enough about a prince who antagonized her to scream his name. He also knew she'd blushed when she'd seen him without his shirt on. He couldn't help but smile at the memory. He just pulled his shirt over his head, frustrated that Nona would not leave him alone and flustered because he was embarrassed that she'd seen him at his worst when he caught her looking over his body. Oh, she tried not to. She really did. But she was drawn to him as if he were a bowl of warm, melted chocolate. If the color on her cheeks was any indication, her thoughts would have no place in a churchyard. Before his thoughts could join hers in the devil's playground, he hopped to his feet and snagged his laptop. They could go over the email together. Hopefully, she was still in a warm tub. Do not stray to that thought. Stay on topic, he warned himself, and had not seen the email yet. They were not staying that far apart, a fact he was sure she was unaware of, so it did not take long to get to her door. He was about to knock when he heard pans clatter and a door slam. The noise echoed off the stone walls as if they'd fallen next to his feet. Pepper, he said as he turned and headed toward the kitchen. He entered and stopped to stare in wonder. She wore a pair of baggy sweats. The shirt was large enough that it fell off her shoulder, exposing her peaches and cream skin. His mouth went dry. His skin prickled with awareness, and he wondered if her skin was as silky smooth to the touch as it was to his eyes. She slammed a cupboard and spun around, her hands on her hips. Oh, she jumped at the sight of him. Zeno. I see you read the email. He strode forward. Her lips flattened in anger. See. She paused to rake her eyes over him. There was a fire in her today, one that spread quickly inside of him. For a brief moment, he considered throwing his laptop aside and taking her into his arms. But, as it always did, his better judgment won out, or his training. That is what years of lessons on self-control would do to a man, kill the romance in his soul. However, a part of his rational brain was thankful for his training. What if Pepper was not receptive to his passion? Where would that leave the two of them? He didn't like to be wrong, but he especially didn't want to be wrong about her. They would have to work together on this project. And he had no desire to be labeled the prince who chased after the employees, because word spread in a palace. Nana would yank his ears if she thought he'd tried to take advantage of their guest. Still, the way her chest rose and fell, and the harsh, uneven rhythm of her breathing struck a chord deep inside of him. Are you looking for something? He asked as she tore her gaze away from him and almost took a door off its hinges. I'm looking for essential elements. She pulled a cookie sheet out of the cabinet and smacked it on the stove with a clatter. If there were any Christmas mice in the pantry, they would flee before her steamy wrath. Normally, he tried to avoid women when they were angry. But with Pepper, he was drawn all the more to her for the sparks flying from her eyes. However, she continued, all I'm finding is copper cookware and pastry flour. She kicked at a 75-pound bag of flour by her feet. How she'd managed to get it there was a question for another time. Zeno hung back. He wasn't going to get in the line of fire if she decided to throw pans. The king's evaluation, he mumbled as he ran his hand through his hair. What he wanted to do was run his hand through her hair, whisper sweet words about her talent, and then sample her lips. But now was not the time. Yeah, she said the word like a breath of sarcasm. And I have no idea what he means. She deflated, leaning her belly heavily against the counter and then melting to half lie across it, her arms spread wide. The counter is cold, she mumbled. Zeno stifled his amusement. If there was one thing he'd learned early on, it was to never laugh at an angry or scorned woman. Pepper was both. She was also full of passion, which was refreshing to a man raised by a woman who prided herself on being a fashion hanger. He set his laptop down on the table and closed it. In the fridge, he found the plastic-wrapped lump of dough he had asked Cook to prepare earlier. He set the dough on the counter, in front of Pepper's face, but far enough away that she could see what it was. He then began rolling up his sleeves. Pepper shot upright, hinging at the waist. The movement was like watching a puppet on strings come to life, and it brought a smile to his face. "What is that? What are you doing?" Her eyes were on his forearms. He rolled them, knowing the cords and muscles moved under her interested stare. He did not mind being her distraction one bit, though he hoped his own appreciative glances at her were less obvious. "I am making food." "You can't cook." Her nose wrinkled. "Why would you think that? Is it because I am a prince?" She pressed her lips together, contrite. "Yes, that is exactly why. Princes don't cook." "And how many princes do you know?" She glanced away, but not before he caught the gleam in her eye. "One." "Then all of the princes you know can cook." He found the 2-foot-long rolling pin and opened the bag of flour. "You can help if you like." She gave a tense sigh that spoke of how difficult it was to let go of her current mindset and stress and shift to spending this time with him. He understood the trouble the king had caused her, and he wished he could take it away. However, she was a grown woman and a professional, and fixing it for her would be an insult. She went to the sink to wash her hands. He met her there, bumping into her under the warm water. A shot of awareness went through him. She was tall for a woman, but she seemed to fit just right next to his side. If she leaned her head over, it would land on his shoulder. He wondered what it would take for a woman of her strength to lean on him. Do not be put off by the king's answer. You were brave to send your designs, even if they were not correct. She huffed. You would know about being wrong. She flicked water on his face and danced out of his reach. He did not chase her, though he wanted to. There were a great many things he wanted to do with Pepper, thoughts he should not entertain. There were over 100 reasons he should put the dough back in the fridge and walk out of the kitchen, leave her to figure out her designs and her emotions all on her own. But he did not want to. For almost all of his life, he had done what was good for the country or for his family. He had even spent the last 5 years doing what was best for strangers. Not once had he taken something for himself. Therefore, he justified staying with Pepper as a one-time experience. He may never get her out of his system like he'd thought he would be able to yesterday, but he could at least give himself a Christmas gift. He dried his hands and his face on a towel, scowling at her. She smirked, daring him to retaliate. Instead, he winked and threw the towel over his shoulder in case he needed it again. He sprinkled flour over the counter and unwrapped the dough. That looks like a puff pastry dough. She approached cautiously. He did not look at her, afraid he would frighten her away, even though he had no intention of doing anything of the sort. It is. Our northern lands are full of apple trees and yodelers. I may have picked up a few of their best pastry recipes throughout the years. She wiggled her fingers. As delicious as this sounds, I'm not sure it's going to solve my problem with this kitchen. He tipped his head side to side, contemplating her comment. How can you know what a kitchen needs until you have used it? She eyed him warily. You may have a point there. A chuckle rumbled through his ribs. Was that difficult for you to admit? He asked, giving a rough recap of her very words to him. She hip-bumped him in response. No! They shared an easy laugh as the last of her earlier despair evaporated around them. Zeno's sense of accomplishment was disproportionately large compared to the small triumph. However, that was most likely due to Pepper's ability to magnify emotions, both hers and his. Tell me about this place. She waved a hand around the room. What memories do you have here? The Winter Palace is a place of escape for the royal family and their honored guests. He inclined his head to her, including her on that exclusive list. Snatching the rolling pin, he began to roll the dough into a long rectangle. The time they spend here is time away from the pressures of the castle and the crown. She drew a line in the flour. Didn't the public tours interfere with that? He went back to the fridge and retrieved cream and cream cheese, and then he found sugar. The tourist season is over by the time the family arrives. January was my favorite month here. He set a bowl in front of her and handed her the cream cheese to open. She caught on and started unwrapping. Nono had a stable full of prized horses. Belgians. He gave her a wide smile. Let me guess, they were born in the north too. She heated the cream cheese for a moment in the microwave and then added sugar and cream without him having to tell her, you have made this before? The idea that they shared a common past in some small way pleased him. Her hand fluttered to her long, slender neck. With refrigerated dough. Like this. He flipped 1/3 of the dough over and then the other, making an envelope before rolling it out again. She laughed lightly. No, not that kind of refrigerated dough. The kind that comes in a can. He tried to imagine keeping dough in a can and could not. She shoved his arm. You know, the kind you hit on the counter and it pops open. He shook his head. Sounds dangerous. She laughed. It is, because it's so easy. You just pop it out and bake. Poof, instant pastry. He frowned. You don't approve, she observed. He finished rolling out the dough and reached for the filling. There is something real and satisfying about the process of creating what you eat. He glanced about for something to add to the dish. A bowl of apples called to him. He began washing them. Pepper dried without being asked. He liked that about her too, that she could see what came next and was not afraid to step in and do it. As I was saying, we are creatures who create. When you take creation out of the process, you strip away the divine. Zeno. She said his name with a fervor, with all her passion, and he was instantly lost in her blue eyes. That was profound. She searched his face, lingering on his lips. His lips wanted to touch hers. You do not need to translate? He pointed to his head as she had done earlier, indicating that she had a translator specifically for him. He shifted so they were closer together, aware that he was being drawn in by her and not caring. This was his gift, his Christmas miracle in a moment. The chance to forget that he had a responsibility to be a certain way, to follow rules. This was Zeno stripping away the title and expectations and just being a man who wanted to spend time with a woman. A beautiful woman with creamy skin and a passion that woke him up. Her hand found his bare forearm, sending shocks and ripples through his frame. I understood perfectly. Her eyes dropped, her lashes brushing her cheeks. That's how I feel about designing. It's creating something. First, I think of it up here. She tapped his temple. Her fingers were soft, long, and lingering. Then I draw it on the computer, and with the help of talented craftsmen and women, it becomes real. It's an act of creation. Her hand moved down his arm and she fidgeted with his sleeve. I've never told anyone that before. She buried her face in her hands. I feel like I just flashed a part of my soul. Pepper. He brushed her hair over her shoulder. I'm happy you shared with me. Happy did not cover what he felt inside. She had given a part of herself to him in that moment, a part he would hold on to and protect. Perhaps she did see him as a dragon slayer. At the very least, she saw a man who could be trusted with precious things. That was not a trust he took lightly. Me too. She leaned in and lightly tapped her forehead against his chin, drawing in a breath and letting it out slowly. The connection was brief but had more meaning than any he had shared with a woman before. Oh, the effects Pepper had on him. Even his royal training was beginning to falter. It was only with great care and an enormous amount of mental effort that he was able to pull away from her. Pepper blinked and stretched her arms out to the side. She arched her back and he had to wonder what she looked like first thing in the morning as she came out of slumber. Was her hair rumpled and messy and her cheek lined by the pillow? Or was she the type whose eyes burst open and she was out of bed and running? He hoped she was the lounging around type. That could be a lot of fun. He shook himself out of the daydream. There would be no mornings with Pepper. No stretching nor lounging. But there could be this evening. And for that he was grateful. Come, we must make this treat and be on our way. Where are we going now? She glanced at the window, where all they could see was a dark blur. Please tell me it's not outside. It is outside, but I have a feeling you will enjoy this. It will be good research for your project. She smirked. The last time you said I'd enjoy something, you ended up with a castle on top of you. He shook his finger at her. From this day forward, I will only dance in castles you deem secure. Agreed. She smiled softly at him, her eyes warm and inviting. The solid metal door to his heart swung open a fraction, and he felt things he'd long since locked away. It's only for tonight, he warned himself. Tomorrow, he would be back to business. Chapter 15. The roar of 5 snowmobiles filled the garage as his private security team started them up and brought them around. This errand was a day and a half in the making. He'd planned to go alone, but after the email from the king and an afternoon spent baking and getting to know Pepper, he was not ready to let her go. Just a little longer, he promised himself. Pepper put her hands over her ears, and Zeno laughed out loud. They were dressed for exposure to the cold, from their insulated socks to their battery-heated gloves. They know how to make an entrance, she yelled over the noise. Zeno winked. These machines were army-issued, could drive through snow deeper than he was tall, and tow a vehicle over a frozen lake. Painted in a white camouflage design, they could make the trip to the castle if necessary. Thankfully, no one had thought it important enough for Zeno to be at the Christmas Eve ball to make him ride one of these for hours on end. He strode to the middle machine and motioned for Leon to get off. He did, and Zeno placed the Danish he and Pepper had baked in the seat compartment where it would be safe. Leone glanced at Pepper. An unexpected stowaway? Something like that, Zeno said quickly. She gets along with everyone, does she not? Zeno turned to see Pepper talking to Benito again. Her hands flew around as she spoke. Benito let out a hearty guffaw. Zeno frowned. He thought Pepper was interested in him, at least enough to flirt a little as they baked. She had explained more about her process as she designed in her training. He was more impressed with her and sure that he would never forget her when he left to go back to his regular life. She is not interested in Benito, Leone said, close enough that only Zeno could hear. How do you know this? Zeno demanded. Because her eyes keep finding you. Leone pointed to the snowmobile. I think I will sit this one out. But I should put my snowmobile away. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Why? There are 6 of us. See, so you will have to ride double. He winked as he climbed aboard the so-called extra snowmobile. Leone was playing at matchmaking again, ensuring that Pepper would have to ride with Zeno, holding tight to his back. Zeno should keep up the pretense that he was not interested in the American. But he had lost that battle with Leone when he'd asked for her name. He patted Leone on the back. Take a warm bath. You look like you need a vacation from our vacation. Leone ran a hand down his face. I feel more at ease on the front lines than back here, waiting for danger to surface. I can understand. But there is no danger tonight. He retrieved the helmets off the machine. For you, mi amico. Si, with a woman, solo il cor a en pericolo. Only the heart is in danger. Zeno gritted his teeth. His heart was only interested, not lost to the architect. Nor would it be. He would make sure of that. Although he was playing with fire tonight, he was certain he could contain the blaze. He interrupted Pepper and Benito's conversation by handing her a helmet. Thanks. She smiled brightly as she reached up and pulled out the elastic holding her hair in a high ponytail. It fell around her face like rivers of moonstone. Everything went quiet as he took in the easy beauty of a truly gorgeous woman. Benito bumped him in the back, hard enough to break him out of his daze. His top guard gave him a pull-it-together bro smirk before climbing on his own machine. Pepper went to get on the front. Zeno held up a hand. No. I drive. She put her hand on her hip. The fitted snow pants and jacket made her look like a snow bunny, though he would not dare call her that to her face. Why, because you're the guy? No, because you're the prince, she growled. No, he shooed her out of the way. Because you have not had the proper training. Excuse me. She folded her arms and glared. I grew up riding snowmobiles. I could drive circles around you. He looked her up and down, enjoying the process. Perhaps. That was all he was willing to give on that account. For all he knew, she was a daredevil in a puffy coat. I would like to race you one day, but tonight is not that night because you have not been trained by security. She whipped her head around to Benito for confirmation that security training was a real thing. Benito made a circling motion with his arm, including the other 3 guards. Snowmobile training is an additional 3 months in academy and a requirement to be on Principe Zeno's security team. What else is required? She asked. Of course you would ask that. Zeno took her hand. Her mind was full of questions. She'd had asked at least 50 about growing up as a prince while they baked. He kept his answers light and breezy. Her fingers curled around his. Even through the gloves, his skin tingled. But we do not have time to conduct an interview now. We must go. She finished, securing her helmet. Fine, but I want a full report on this, she said, pointing to Benito. He revved his engine and moved forward, laughing. Pepper let out a yip and jumped on the back of Zeno's machine. She was not shy about grabbing onto Zeno and holding tight. Her thighs, belly, and arms were all pressed against him. I feel like I am being hugged by a marshmallow, he called over his shoulder. She smacked his back. Don't call me a marshmallow, that's rude. He chuckled and pressed the accelerator. They lurched forward and then glided along. The drive between the palace and the exterior wall was painted a multitude of colors by the stained glass windows lit from inside. Pepper gasped, reaching her hand out to the side and rolling it in the colors. They danced across her gloves like fairies. He wished he could see her face, but maybe it was for the best that he did not have that memory. His heart was already open, and he did not need to make closing the door any more difficult than it had to be. Chapter 16. Pepper couldn't believe the magical setting of this small town blanketed in snow and crowned with a sky full of stars. They had a break in the storm. The weatherman said it would last a couple hours at most. What a beautiful picture this small town made. First there was the rainbow of light in the alley. Then there were the sculptures in the courtyard. The fallen castle had been cleared away, but the others remained. The forest of snowmen and women were decorated with coins, scarves, and hats, and one even had a vest. They smiled, their sticks for arms waving at the group as they flew past. Once they were over the drawbridge, the town spread out before them. Like a Thomas Kincaid painting, the buildings were all different sizes and shapes, their windows glowing brightly, telling the world that the real light was found in the love inside. A church a couple streets over rose high in the air. It too had stained glass windows. The uppermost one depicted a humble stable scene with an angel keeping watch over the young Christmas family. There's another one. Zeno pointed to the nativity scene off to the right. Pepper nodded. It's beautiful. There were over a dozen nativities visible through people's front windows, set up on porches, or in the middle of the town square. Each place she thought she'd see a Christmas tree, she found a nativity. Zeno explained, as best he could over the engine noise, that instead of Christmas trees, Isoladian families placed their gifts under the table where they displayed their creche. There were trees, but they were not the focus of decoration. She kind of missed them, but if decorated trees were going to be replaced by anything, a representation of the Savior's birth was the only worthy replacement. Isola truly was a place of dreams and romance. Where else in the world would she be on the back of a snowmobile driven by a prince? And not just any prince, but one who could bake. He really ought to have pictures of himself in an apron all over the internet. When she'd searched for him, she hadn't found much about his personal life. Every post had to do with a charity or a cause he supported. Otherwise, the man lived like a ghost, never to be caught on camera. Not that she was in the middle of a whirlwind vacation romance like Lana. Nope. She was on a research trip with a royal advisor who had a firm body. Goodness, holding tight to him was every woman's dream come true. Being on the back of the snowmobile had its advantages. Not only could she lay her hands flat across his magnificent stomach, but she didn't have to watch where they were going and could take in the scenery. They wound through the snow-filled streets. Each turn was slower than the last as the streets narrowed. This section of town was not as well kept as the homes closer to the palace. They came to an abrupt stop, and two of the guards hopped off their machines and pounded on the door of a small house. Pepper cringed, as it sounded like the wood would give way at any moment. The door opened, and a sliver of light fell across the snow. It shut against just as quickly and then flew open, revealing the woman from the market who had sold Zipol. Pepper gasped, grabbing his shoulder. "What are we doing here?" The guards disappeared inside. "We are waiting for them to clear the building before we go inside." He did not turn off his machine, and she guessed it was so they could make a quick getaway if things went south. Although with the weather so frightful, it was unlikely anyone would be out and about, even criminals. Pepper smacked his shoulder. "Cheeky man. I mean, why are we here? Did she do something wrong?" He turned in his seat so he could look at her, the bottom of his helmet bumping hers. She blushed and released her hold around his middle to give him more room to maneuver. "Not at all. We are here to do research and bring a Christmas gift." A warm feeling blossomed in Pepper's chest. Really? She thought of the strudel and the time they'd spent drizzling frosting over the treat, the care Zeno had put into braiding the crust. Knowing that he'd known all along who was going to eat the dessert made her like him all that much more. Not that she should entertain any thoughts or feelings toward the prince. But how was a woman supposed to hold back when he did something so attractive? Besides, he looked so good in an apron. She easily pictured coming home after a long day at work to him in the kitchen. Domestic bliss. "Clear!" barked Benito. Everyone turned off their snowmobiles, and the street fell into silence as easily as a child falling backward to make a snow angel. Pepper climbed off and shook out her limbs. They'd gone cold and stiff, and she hadn't even noticed. Zeno retrieved the items he'd stashed in their seat. Several of the guards did the same, gifts wrapped in a variety of holiday paper. They looked like Santa's elite elves in their all-black snowmobile gear, ready to go on a secret mission for the North Pole. "Come on." Zeno took her gloved hand, sending a jolt of awareness through her. She'd held hands with lots of men in her life, but at no time had it ever felt so big and meaningful. Perhaps it wasn't that way for him, but for her, it was like she'd found a rare man who listened when she spoke and looked at her like she amazed him at every turn. They entered the house, which shrank with Benito and the other guards standing around. Each man had taken up a corner. They were probably trying to blend in and be furniture, but since there was only a bed shoved to one side of the room, a small couch, and then a kitchenette, they weren't doing a very good job. The woman glanced at them as she held her daughter close. "Principe Zeno." She bowed her head and dropped into a graceful curtsy. "We are honored to have you in our home." "It is I who is honored, Senora." He inclined his head and she rose. "This is my friend from America, Pepper Johnson." Pepper held out her hand and they shook. "Call me Pepper," she offered, "and you must call me Sandra." Sandra brushed a lock of hair off the little girl's face. "And this is Karina." "Hello, Karina." Pepper shook her little hand too. Karina smiled but tucked her head under her mother's chin. The sight was as sweet as fresh strudel. "We brought you a gift." Zeno held out the strudel. "It will not be as good as what you make, but we hope you enjoy." She laughed. Principe, I'm at a loss for words. She accepted the plate, her face full of joy. Pepper understood. When a man as handsome as Zeno offers you something sweet along with his boy-next-door smile, it takes the breath right out of you. Sandra had to juggle the plate with one hand while holding her daughter with the other. The girl's brown eyes were full of wonder. She kept looking toward the corner where the gifts were stacked. Would you like to open a present? Zeno whispered to her. She nodded mutely. Her dark brown hair had sun-kissed streaks from her summer escapades. With it pulled back into a braid, she had the look of a child who was well cared for, even if her clothing was faded and obviously secondhand. No matter what else Sandra faced, she was holding it together well. Zeno held out his arms, and Karina fell into them. Pepper envied her the invitation. I think you should open the biggest one tonight. He carried her to the corner and set her down before sitting next to her. He looked like a big child, eager to play with dolls or race cars across the floor. She giggled. I want that one. She pointed to a smaller box with reindeer printed on the wrapping. See, Mia Mitcha. Zeno handed it to her. Pepper's heart melted at the way he patted the floor for Karina to sit, and then gently placed the gift in her lap. She let out a breathy sigh. Her ex never would have sat on this rough wood floor, nor would he have allowed a child to hold on to his shirt and wrinkle it. Zeno dressed well, but that might be something he couldn't help, as he was a prince. Quality was expected. However, he cared more about people than things, which earned him high marks. As he played with Karina, Pepper smiled at Sandra. Your card, the one from the festival, where did you get it? Sandra twisted her long braid around her hand as she spoke. It was my nono's. He built it with his hands. And the recipe for the zeppel? She had a guess where the recipe had come from, but she didn't want to make assumptions. Me nana. She owned a shop. She pointed to a small door. There. Not sure she understood. Pepper pointed to the door. The shop is through the door? Not anymore. We closed when my madre died last summer. The pain in her voice bore record of the recentness of her loss. Pepper placed a hand on her arm. I'm so sorry. She squeezed, hoping Sandra felt her compassion. It was unexpected and very sad, came the quick reply. Me padre died when I was young, and me madre was all I had. We were 3 crazy women in one house. She chuckled, the sound tinted with the memory of making that same joke with someone who was no longer here to enjoy it. And you are one determined woman. Pepper side-hugged her. I am amazed by your strength. And you have a beautiful little girl. Sandra smiled softly. She is my light. Her smile melted. When they canceled the festival, I did not know what to do. I planned on the money to reopen the bakery. She paused, her eyes darting to the door. Pepper had the feeling that she hadn't made enough. She hoped she had enough to get her through the winter. There are good things for you. See? Sandra's eyes grew misty. How do you know? Because you put wonderful things into the world. So wonderful things will come back. Oh, Signorina. Sandra patted her shoulder. I wish I believed such things. Pepper's heart twisted for her. If there was some way she could help, perhaps her old boss wanted to invest in a bakery in Isola de la Familia. Even as she had the thought, she knew it would not work out. The investment was too small, the payoff paltry. Maybe her parents. Sandra pushed away the cloud that hovered over her with visible effort. Look at me standing around with guests. You should sit. She forced a brightness to her eyes. I have people in my home for Christmas and something to share. We couldn't, Pepper began to protest. Zeno cleared his throat, lightly, not at all intrusive, but it brought Pepper's attention to him. He shook his head ever so slightly, recommending she not protest. Okay, then. It's possible this was an Isoladian tradition and she would insult their host if she refused. We'd love to. She pulled out a chair at the small table and sat down. Zeno brought Karina and her new coloring books and crayons to the table. Her arms were full, and she was enthralled with the images on the pages. Sandra smiled at the gift as she bustled about the small kitchen space, putting together an antipasto platter, a plate of cookies, and boiling water. Pepper leaned closer to Zeno. For someone who loves to bake, this kitchen is so small. See, he whispered back, his breath warm on her ear. That is something to consider, see? She blinked. You mean for my remodel? He nodded. The small space brings intimacy. Pepper's temperature went up as his words caressed her. Was he implying that he'd like to be closer to her? To kiss? To explore one another more? He brushed the back of his fingers over her cheek. Also, pay attention to where she keeps things. She is trained in a bakery, so she would know how to organize. It took a moment for the words to register in her mind, because her mind was on a couch making out with Zeno, not thinking about her job. Once she caught up, she understood why he brought her here, not to show off that he was good with children, but so that she could gain the knowledge she needed to do her own job better. A slow smile spread across her face. You're smarter than I gave you credit for. Zeno chuckled. Not bad for a royal advisor, CI. She patted his knee under the table. Not bad at all. Here. Karina held a purple crayon out to Zeno. You do it. I would be honored. Zeno bent his head over the book as he colored a snowflake princess. Pepper cocked her head and watched Sandra work. Everything she needed was within reach. The spices were at eye level. Knives stood in a wood holder on the countertop, lined up by length. The serving platter was on display on a rack on the wall. It was a beautiful ceramic piece painted with apples and vines, very traditional with bright colors, probably handed down for generations. Pepper searched her memory for any such similar pieces in the royal kitchen, and several came to mind. Perhaps they, too, were family heirlooms, locked away in the dark cupboards where the joy they could give remained unnoticed. Within a few minutes, Sandra had sliced the strudel and arranged it on a platter with several groups of grapes and 2 kinds of cheese. The kettle blew, and the aroma of a homemade tea blend filled the air. Soon they were chatting and eating. Zeno acted as if they'd all been friends for years, and the feeling spread through them as fast as the food disappeared. I didn't realize I was so hungry. Pepper leaned back in her seat and frowned at her stomach. You'll have to roll me back to the palace, she told the prince. He patted his own perfectly rippled stomach. Perhaps Benito can drag us behind his snowmobile. Gladly. Benito winked at Pepper. Sandra giggled. She stood with the rest of them as they made their leave. Pepper picked up her plate. Where can I? Oh, no. Sandra took the plate from her, highly offended that she'd even offered to help clean up. Your guests. Pepper reached across the table and hugged her lightly. You are a beautiful person. Thank you for letting us into your kitchen. Sandra hugged her back. It was my pleasure. I will always cherish the Christmas I spent with a principe and a special friend from America. Was that what she was? A friend? Pepper smiled even as she turned over the word in her mind. If they were anything, they were at least friends. Special ones? Perhaps. Did she want to be more? When Zeno Bandito smiled at her with his deep green eyes, she wanted all of him. His past, present, and future Christmases, birthdays, and nothing special days, in between. They said their goodbyes while the security team checked the exit and the road for their departure, taking several hugs from Karina on the way out the door. She clutched her coloring book to her chest so tightly that Pepper believed she'd sleep with it that night. They were given the all-clear from Benito. At the door, Pepper turned back to see Zeno slipping a small leather wallet into Sandra's hand. Tears instantly formed in the young woman's eyes, but he pretended not to notice. Pepper turned away so he wouldn't see the effect his gesture had on her. Her emotions were all over the place tonight. One minute she was laughing and joking, and the next she had to swallow the emotion clogging her throat. It was his fault. He held the strings attached to her emotions and tugged them at will. Zeno shut the door behind him and took a moment to put on his gloves. There was one thing that had bothered her all night, one question she couldn't ask while they were with Sandra. How did you know where she lived? She asked. Zeno rubbed his lips together. As soon as I saw her pull her cart into the courtyard, I asked Benito to find out about her. Pepper nodded. And she is alone? She might have been, but no longer. The way he said it made Pepper think that he kept track of people, that he was a benefactor to more citizens, that he cared about individuals and not just the people of Isola. Pepper leaned over and kissed his cheek. You're a prince among men. I am but an unnecessary spare. His self-degrading remark said much about the way he'd been taught to see himself. She shook her head. Pointing to the stained glass windows of the church rising into the night sky, she said, There are men who are born princes, and then there are men who become them because they're like the Prince of Peace. You're both, which is a rarity in this world. The air between them grew heavy with the compliment. Pepper didn't speak of her beliefs or faith all that often, because she'd been scoffed at several times. But she loved God and she loved his son. Perhaps that was one reason she hadn't been broken-hearted when she'd found her ex cheating on her. She'd known all along he wasn't the kind of man she wanted. But Zeno... The snowmobile started up and filled the small space, cutting off Zeno's reply. They drove back to the palace, the city mostly dark as people turned in for the night. The snow started falling again, making it harder to drive, and Pepper did her best to help the snowmobile stay balanced as they went around turns and over ridges. As physically exhausting as it was, her mind chewed on what she'd seen tonight. She wanted to work on the kitchen design, but her thoughts worked over Principe Zeno. If he weren't an actual prince, she could fall in love with him. Chapter 17. Zeno sank into the hard wooden bar stool, grateful to be back to the palace and off the streets. The storm was stronger on the way back than on the way to Sandra's home. Normally unflappable in dangerous situations, he was stressed and careful, making his security team move at a slower pace. The only explanation he had was that his cargo was too important to take risks with. Pepper's delight over every flavor Sandra presented tonight was a blessing in the woman's life. Clearly, Sandra enjoyed creating delicious foods and bringing those sweet flavors to strangers and friends alike. Shutting down her bakery had been the only option at the time, but he hoped the funds he had presented to her tonight would make it possible for her to reopen. She had not known how much was in the wallet when he'd given it to her. She certainly knew now. Hopefully, she would have a happy holiday, spending time with her daughter, coloring, and laughing despite the loss of her mother. There was a warm tea kettle waiting on the stove. Leon must have prepared for their return. He was matchmaking again, trying to create more time for Zeno and Pepper. Zeno did not mind his interference as much as he had earlier in the week. Pepper went right to the kettle and then dug around in a bottom cupboard for the cocoa mix. She frowned as she stood up. "You are not happy with our nation's best brand of cocoa powder?" he asked. Truly, he had drunk much, much worse, but he liked to get a reaction out of her. She softened into a warm smile. "I love it. I'm already planning to leave behind my underwear to make room for more in my suitcase." His face warmed and he was sure he blushed at the mention of her underwear. He also had to think really hard about crayons and blue snowflakes to keep the images out of his head that wanted to take up all his cranial space. Pepper was more beautiful than she knew. And she was molta sexy, moving around the kitchen with her hips swaying. She ducked her head and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Sorry. I shouldn't have said that." He chuckled to himself. "I do not mind so much." It was her turn to blush. "Oh. Do you talk about women's underwear often?" She pretended a lack of interest in the question, which only added to its weight. He could have the past relationships conversation quite easily, since he had remarkably few of them. He got the feeling there was more to her question, and he paused to consider. "Not as often as you would think for a man of my good looks and charm." She barked a laugh. Setting 2 mugs on the counter, she began measuring out the powder. "That's a shame. I'm sure there are women crying themselves to sleep because you never noticed them. Are there men crying tonight because of you?" He did the same thing, pretending he was not as interested in the question as he was, because he was deeply invested in the answer. Pepper twisted her lips as she thought, drawing out the moment and setting him on edge. "Oh, this woman. There are not, although there is one ex-boyfriend who still has my iPad. Should I send Benito to retrieve it for you?" Nothing would make him happier than giving this ex-boyfriend a visit himself. However, Isoladian princes were not allowed to do such things. She smirked. "If I cared enough, I would have gotten it back myself." He acknowledged that with a lift of his chin. "Good." There was no man waiting on America's shores for his sweetheart to return. Pepper could not be Zeno's, but he was not ready to have her in another man's arms. She finished scooping powder and took up a pot holder to hold the tea kettle. "Why didn't you notice them?" "The ladies?" He accepted his mug and stirred. Oh, her mind and millions of questions. Was life ever boring for her? "Because I will not marry." Noticing seemed like a waste of time at best and an exercise in frustration at the worst. "Why won't you marry?" She stirred thoughtfully. He lifted a shoulder. "I dedicate my life to serving the people of Isola, and by extension, the world. My work in refugee camps is more important than creating another line for the De Luca family." She blew over the top of her mug, drawing his eyes to her warm, delicious lips. In a moment or two, they would taste like chocolate, like home. "Is that why you helped Sandra?" He yanked his eyes from her mouth with much effort. "I helped her because I can." He took a drink. "She's a good person and a good parent. I saw no reason for her to suffer. It is unnecessary when I have the means to change her situation." Pepper nodded. "She reminds me of my mom." "How so?" He drank deeper now that the hot chocolate had cooled. "My mom was the center of our home. She was the heart." He snorted. "Mi madre is the center of the shopping world. No wonder you dress so nicely." Pepper fingered the sleeve of his shirt. He glanced down and then back up at her, soaking in the warmth in her blue eyes. This coming home with a woman, stopping in the kitchen to drink cocoa, was the domestic life he had not thought he wanted. Perhaps he was wrong. "Tell me about growing up in a palace." Her hips moved from side to side. "It's cold. Lonely at times. Stuffy. Boring." She wrinkled her nose. "You're teasing me," he sighed. "I wish I was. Mi padre was cold, calculating, and suffers from intense spare air syndrome. Never good enough to be king, but always thought he should be." Yikes. Madre does not like him. I think they only married to appease their parents. They have a high-functioning dysfunctional marriage, and I am the product. Pepper placed her hand over his, sending warmth up his arm and chasing away the darkness that always came when he spoke of his immediate family, which was not often and usually under the anonymity of field work. For 2 dysfunctional people, they did something right. He felt guilty for throwing his madre under the bus. "I am ungrateful." "You are human." She drank him in wholly, deeply. He placed his free hand on top of hers. Sometimes I am too much of a man. His throat had grown thick, and his words came out husky and full of suggestion. If he was not careful, he would figure out a way to keep Pepper. Making himself let her hand go, he scrambled for a safer topic. What do you normally do for Christmas? She wrapped her hands around her mug as if they'd grown cold without his touch. He knew his had. We decorate a tree. Eat cookie dough out of a tube. Watch Christmas movies. All the normal stuff, but it means a lot more at Christmas. Because you are with loved ones. Because traditions bind us together. Pepper stopped and looked around the kitchen. Like this room. It needs heart, love, shared moments. She squeezed her eyes shut. Essential elements. She ran her hand over the countertop, back and forth and back and forth. Her eyes darted to and fro, and she was not with him. Not really. She had gone deep into her mind. You have ideas? He loved watching her brain work. It was fascinating and drew him in like an electrical current. So many. He flourished his hand. You must strike while the iron of inspiration is hot. She laughed, set her cup in the sink, and then practically skipped to his side, where she popped a kiss on his cheek. The second one for the night. Thank you for taking me. You were right. The night was full of inspiration. His breath hitched. If he turned his head, he'd kiss her. He wanted to. Breathing became a chore. All he could think about, all his body was created to do, was kiss this woman until their hearts melted together. She stepped back, too slowly for his comfort and too fast for his heart. Watching her go punched him in the stomach. She should stay. They should be together. He wanted her. Wanted her kisses. Wanted her stories. Wanted her laughter. Her smile. Her touch. But he was a prince. First. Foremost. Always. Good night, he whispered. She paused, perhaps wondering if she had heard him or not, before leaving. He let out a breath and scrubbed his hands through his hair. He followed her example and put his cup in the sink before retreating to his room. He had emails to answer and other work to do. He needed to send an update to Matteo on the situation in this part of the country, including an official report of the festival. The trip to Sandra's home had been more than just a mercy mission. He'd used the time to gather information about the people. Many businesses were closed, some boarded up to protect the windows against the storm. Electricity was on. Sandra had gone to the grocer that morning, and her description of available items was heartening. There were emergency foodstuffs in the palace that he had been authorized to distribute if necessary. Hopefully, it would not come to that. After a few moments of pacing, fretting over small things, and a general sense of agitation, he finally realized what was bothering him. Blast. He found his phone on the desk and called his madre. She answered on the second ring. What undeveloped piece of the world are you calling from? She asked. He smirked. Isola, actually. There was a momentary pause. You are here? I am in residence at the Winter Palace as we speak. Papers rustled, and her laptop beeped. It would be up to him to keep the conversation going. How are you? Fine. I did not go to the castle for the engagement party, much to your padre's embarrassment. He chuckled. If there was one thing they had in common, it was a desire to frustrate Padre. Madre did it by secluding herself away from him on the seashore, where she spent time shopping, drinking, and sunbathing. Zeno did it by running away and pretending he was a soldier, not a prince. She let out a sigh. I suppose I should have gone for Prince Matteo. He was such a darling child, my favorite, really. I thought Chias were not supposed to have favorites. Dulce, it is at Cia's prerogative. I suppose you are right. Why are you really calling? I wanted to wish you un buon Natal. Buon Natale, Dulce. There was a pause as he debated what else to tell her. I met a lady. As soon as the words were out, he wanted to take them back and stuff them into the fireplace. He and Madre did not have the kind of relationship where they discussed his heart. See? He smacked a hand over his face. Forget I said anything. Madre trilled a laugh. No, no, no. You have to tell me. She's different. That was an understatement. Padre would hate her. Madre laughed. Do not marry her on that account. I would not. At least he hoped he would not. However, now he questioned his attraction to Pepper. If his padre was not his padre, and if he was not a prince, would Pepper have the same level of magnetism? That is a relief. They sat in silence for a moment while he combed his way through his unexplained feelings for an American woman. Zeno, listen. For so long, I let your padre have his say. I did not stand up for myself or for you when I should have. And now I see that there are things worth more than keeping him in a good mood. What are you saying? I am saying live your life. If he is displeased or happy or angry or elated, then so be it. He is a grown man who should be in charge of his own feelings. You are not responsible for his happiness, see? See? At least he thought he saw. There's a line, Madre. A line between honoring my heart and honoring him. I am not sure where that is. You will find it. Most of all, be true to yourself. And if this woman is worthy of your love, then be true to her. See, Madre, you are very wise. She blew kisses into the phone. And now you are my favorite. He laughed. Good night, Dulce. He said good night and hung up the phone. For the first time, he wondered if a relationship was a possibility in his life. A marriage? A family? He'd always thought that he would end up like his parents, living in separate homes if he tied the knot. What if it did not have to be like that? The thought was scary and wonderful, mostly because when he imagined lifting a woman's veil, it was Pepper smiling at him from underneath.
He lingered on the image, her soft pink lips slightly turned up, her lashes dark against her cheeks, the blush that would form when he whispered to her that he could not wait for the honeymoon to start. He chuckled. Knowing her, she would probably smack his arm in front of the priest for saying such a thing in church. As much as the image glowed in his mind, he could not ignore his mind, he could not ignore his work or his calling in life. Being on the road in camps for most of the year was a necessity. Who would be their voice if he followed his heart? Who would bring them medical supplies and ensure the children had clean water to drink? He laid his head on the counter, the surface cool against his forehead. He never would have done this before seeing Pepper do it. Now he understood the appeal. It felt good to allow something else to hold him up when he wanted to fall down. He had played with fire today, taking time with Pepper as a gift. And now he paid the price. There would be no coming home with her, no baking for the holidays, no kissing in front of the fire. There was only the next mission. He'd chosen his path years before, and he would follow it to the end. The next morning, Zeno dressed, ate breakfast in his chambers, and then spent an hour answering emails in the study. As long as he was busy, he could pretend that he wasn't aching for Pepper. In his room, Leon stood in front of the wardrobe, brushing lint off Zeno's dress uniform. He lifted his head at the sound of Zeno's footsteps. "Are you alone?" See, Zeno groused. Now and forever. He flopped onto the settee, his legs sprawled out to the sides and his arms limp. "I have good news." Leon plugged in a steamer and checked the water level. "I could use some good news. The weatherman says the blizzard should clear up in 48 hours. That will be Christmas mid-morning," Zeno calculated, which meant he would miss the Christmas Eve ball, which was just as well because he was in no mood to make small chat with a room full of people. He wasn't expected, but he would send his regrets to his cousin in a bit. See. The steamer beeped, and Leon began running it along the jacket sleeves. Zeno realized what his steward was doing, and it confused him. "Is there a royal function in the Winter Palace I don't know about?" Zeno sat up taller, drawing his long legs underneath him. "There is a Christmas Eve ball, preceded by a formal dinner, of course." Zeno's head hurt with this information. "How do you expect to get to the castle?" "We are not to get to the castle. You will host the ball here in honor of your cousin's engagement." Zeno grew wary. "And who will attend such a ball?" "Am I to invite the gypsies?" Leon flicked his hand, dismissing the sarcasm. "Our honored American guests will attend, of course, and you will host them as the gracious prince I know you to be." Zeno's stomach dropped out. He didn't know how to avoid Pepper while they were in the same palace, assuming they would meet at some point to go over her latest design. Throughout the night, crazy schemes had run through his head, including throwing her over his shoulder, taking a snowmobile, and disappearing into a cave somewhere until spring. The staff is preparing the dining room and the ballroom as we speak. Rosina and her crew are more than happy to assist the ladies in their preparations this afternoon. This cannot happen. Zeno thrust himself from the couch and paced across the room. "You should have asked me before making these arrangements." Leon set down the steamer. "What did you do last night?" "Nothing. I was the perfect gentleman." "Why would you do that?" Leon threw his arms out in frustration. "What do you mean?" "I mean when you have a beautiful woman's attention, you do not squander it by being the perfect gentleman." He said the last two words in a mocking tone. "You kiss her like a scoundrel." Zeno tripped on the rug. "You are joking." "You are joking." "No. It is the Isoladian way. We charm all women, but we properly seduce the right one. I am questioning your ancestry right now." Zeno scowled. "You have lost your mind. There is no use trying to be more than friends, because I have nothing more to give her than friendship. My calling is to the people of Isola. If I was an heir, or even the spare, perhaps I could justify falling in love as part of my princely duty. But I am not. The best use of who I am is to be on the front lines, fighting those who take advantage of the weak." Leon pressed his palms to the sides of his face. "There are so many things wrong with what you just said." He set the steamer aside and went to the couch. Zeno joined him, knowing when a lecture was coming his way. Normally, he would try to avoid it, but a part of him hoped that Leon had a solution that would talk him into being with Pepper. It would not take much. No one expects you to continue on like you have. You push yourself hard because you are young and free of entanglements. You are those things, except for the young part. Zeno lifted one cheek to show he was teasing. Leon settled back into the cushion, thoughtful. When I was your age, I had a woman in my life. Zeno did his best not to be surprised, but he was shocked. Leon had never said a word about being in love before, not even when the men became philosophical about women over a campfire and under the stars. What happened? She dumped me for a shoemaker. No, she did not. He nodded slowly. She did. She wanted a steady life, a steady income, and a house full of children. She did not want the life of a soldier's family. He shrugged. Zeno kept quiet, even though he had 8 questions form in his mind. I was devastated. He glanced down at his hands. I returned the ring I wanted to put on her finger and dedicated myself to joining the elite. The elite were specially trained and highly effective soldiers. They took the missions that did not guarantee they would come home, and they were good at what they did. Zeno searched his memory but could not remember the pin for the elite on Leon's uniform. He would have noticed. You didn't make it. I never submitted my application. He turned to Zeno. 6 months after she broke up with me, I was called to my commanding officer's desk. He showed me a picture of a 3-year-old boy. He said a position had opened up for private security with the royal family. If I took the job, it would be a lifetime commitment and one that would mean I would not have a family of my own. Zeno dropped his gaze. So you took this job because you felt rejected? I took the job because I saw a little boy who needed me. The officer was wrong. I have family. He patted Zeno's knee. He would not come out and say that he thought of Zeno as a son, but he implied it. I have been happy with my decision. Every day, I see you grow. It is reward enough for me. But I do not see you truly happy in this life if you are alone. I am not alone. He smiled at Leon. Leon shook his head. You have a heart. I do not mean this disrespectfully, he added quickly as Zeno opened his mouth to protest. Half is open to serve the world. Half is open to serve the world. Half is locked behind a drawbridge. Only a woman can open that. A strong woman. A determined woman. He gave Zeno a pointed look. An American woman.
VT.
I understand what you are hammering into me. He chuckled. My head is not that thick. Perhaps the expectation he had, the life he had planned, was not the only possibility. There had to be other ways he could be of service. He would think of some, but right now his thoughts were filled with Pepper. Her vanilla scent. Her creamy complexion. The way her body fit against his on the snow machine told him they would fit in so many ways. One he was looking forward to trying out was on this very couch as they watched a Christmas movie. She had mentioned she had several favorites, all American classics. He wanted her. He wanted them to exist. But he was afraid. Afraid that he would make the wrong decision. Afraid to end up like his parents. Afraid that he would let someone down, even Pepper. Perhaps he was waiting for permission. Perhaps he was waiting for a kick in the pants. Either way, Leon delivered. Good. Then you will march into Pepper's quarters and invite her and her friend to a Christmas Eve dinner and ball. Leon stood and went back to preparing Zeno's dress uniform. I will ensure Signorina Lana has a dance partner or 2 for the evening so you are free to focus on Signorina Pepper. Sweep her off her feet, as the Americans say, and give her a reason to make Isola a la Familia her home. Zeno slowly rose to standing. He tucked his hands in his pockets and shuffled his feet. You make it sound so easy, S.I.? See? Falling in love is easy. Leon cleared his throat. It is what comes after the fall that can be difficult. Oh, wait until you have a stubborn 3-year-old prince to raise. Eh? Zeno laughed. I am sorry I ever gave you trouble. Leon shoot him. You are giving me an ulcer right now. Go. Women need time to prepare themselves. Zeno hurried out, feeling lighter and more hopeful than he had when he'd woken up that morning. He would be a scoundrel for Pepper. The thought made him grin. But he would also be a prince for her. The trick was knowing when to be either one. Despite Leon's doubts, Zeno knew which role to play. He would be the prince during the invitation and dinner and dancing, and the rogue when they were alone. He was looking forward to the alone part of the evening. Pepper had tempting lips that he had denied himself far too long. If she returned his feelings, then he would open the drawbridge to his heart himself and invite her inside. Chapter 18. Pepper sagged in her chair, not because she didn't know what she wanted to do to the kitchen, but because she did. Sandra's kitchen had all the essential elements. Oh, how she had hated that phrase only hours ago, of a family kitchen. The problem was that the palace kitchen was too big. What it needed was zones. She'd taken her process all the way back to using a scale, a pencil, and a giant eraser in an effort to feel closer to the project. The flow of the current kitchen didn't facilitate a pleasurable cooking experience, let alone making a cup of hot chocolate. Mugs were buried deep in a lower cabinet, cocoa mix in a lazy Susan in the corner, and pots were any place they could fit. It was like no one lived there, anyone who cleaned up just threw things in at random. However, if the problem could be solved by simply organizing the current space, she would gladly do so and walk away. There was more to it than arranging the cookware. The kitchen hungered for welcome and family. The granite countertop on the bar was 3 inches thick with a rough edge. No one wanted to belly up to that thing, they'd have their stomach skinned. The bar stools weren't much better. Overbuilt and bulky, they were too heavy for a child to maneuver on their own and cumbersome for adults. She could only imagine what the maids thought about moving them to sweep. On top of that, the upper cabinets were too tall, too deep, and inaccessible. She'd love to take them all out and use an open plan with hooks for copper pots and shelves to display serving dishes and mugs. She doodled, adding a Tuscan design to one of the platters she'd drawn on the wall. She was contemplating the sink when Lana burst into the room, her hair a mess and her cheeks flushed. "What happened to you?" Pepper leaned over the papers to keep them from flying away with the draft Lana let in.
Roma and I had a fight. She folded her arms and landed on the couch with a huff. He's so frustrating and exhausting.
Pepper moved to sit beside her on the couch. Exhausting.
She rolled her eyes. All he wants to do is dance.
Pepper lifted one eyebrow suggestively. And kiss. And kiss. Love kissing. Is that what happened to your hair? Pepper patted the side of Lana's head, trying to get her curls to lie back down. Lana began combing her fingers through it, grimacing when she hit a knot. She wore tight black pants, a festive red top, and a pair of low-heeled dancing shoes. She looked stunning and had enough natural grace that Roma wouldn't have any trouble leading her around the ballroom floor. No, we were kicked out of the ballroom, so he thought it would excepcionally to salsa in a blizzard and video it. She grimaced as she began to massage her feet. I think I left a couple toes out there. Pepper laughed. Why is he videoing you? I don't know. She lifted her hands and dropped them again. Pepper was concerned on multiple levels. Okay, do we need to have a talk about letting strangers video us? No, Lana glared. It wasn't like that. If you say so. Pepper leaned into the couch. She'd worked nonstop for hours, and the mental break was welcome. So is your whirlwind vacation romance over? Roma was attractive, but what he and Lana had was temporary, and they both knew it. I'm sitting this one out. She let her head fall back on the couch. Did you hear Franco left today? Pepper gasped. No. When? She'd planned to visit their driver last night but had been swept up in Zeno's surprise trip into the city. During the break in the storm yesterday, he and a few others left together. He's all better then. Last I saw, he was slipping broth and sleeping all day. There must have been magic in that broth because he had rosy cheeks and bright eyes. He wanted to be with his grandkids for Christmas. It's Christmas Eve, did you know? She looked pointedly at Pepper's desk. It crossed my mind. Pepper slumped. I didn't get to say goodbye to him. He was such a good tour guide. And where were you yesterday? Lana gave her a do-tell look. Pepper laced her fingers together to keep from fidgeting. Zeno took me into the city to see a kitchen. For research, she hastily added. We rode snowmobiles and his security team was with us the whole time. She couldn't look at Lana for fear she would see all the happy memories. Research? Yep. Pepper forged ahead, the words building faster than she could get them out. It was just what I needed. I know what essential elements to include, I think. I just have to figure out how to translate the feelings onto the page. Lana hopped up and tucked her feet under her. What is going on? Nothing. Then why are you talking a mile a minute? And why are you calling the prince by his first name? I'm not. Yes, you are. Lana shoved Pepper's knee. And you're glowing. Oh my gosh, you're glowing. Pepper laughed. Stop reading into everything. I forget to do the proper things all the time. Just because I call him by his first name doesn't mean anything. Maybe not. But the fact that he lets you does. Pepper blushed. I hadn't thought of that. Lana giggled. After all the lectures you gave me about not getting involved with anyone on this project, and especially not getting involved with him, you go and fall for the royal advisor. She hugged a pillow to her chest. I can't believe you. Pepper buried her face in her hands. I know. You'd think I would have learned my lesson about dating co-workers after the stockroom incident. But this is different. How? Time slowed down as Pepper worked to find the words to describe what she knew and felt but hadn't labeled in any way. Because Zeno is the type of man I want. She paused and stuck her palm in Lana's face to stop her from jumping all over that statement. I said type, not necessarily the man I want. Her friend snapped her mouth shut and Pepper continued. He's kind to people he doesn't have to be kind to. He's thoughtful. He looks at things from many different angles and is open to suggestions. He is a gentleman, probably too much of one. Her thoughts went back to that moment in the kitchen when she had kissed his cheek. The air had been on fire around them, and she'd been sure he wanted to kiss her, but he'd fought it. Why? She didn't know. It wasn't like she hadn't given him all the signals. Lana sighed. Sounds like a dream. Maybe he is. The fireplace blurred in her vision as she went into her thoughts. He says he doesn't ever want to get married, so I don't know what kind of a future that leaves us. For all I know, he could be having a whirlwind vacation romance while my heart is tumbling over itself for him. If he asked, would you stay in Isola when I go home? Pepper contemplated the question. I don't see how that can happen. I mean, I don't have a job here. You don't have a job in the US either. But I have connections. As a fallback, she could always work at her father's plumbing business, help her mom in the office. Wow, life must be crap if she was contemplating assistant plumber work. What would I have here? Hello, you're dating a prince. Not dating. We did research together. Why are you afraid to admit there's something between you two? I don't know. Pepper jumped off the couch, which had suddenly become uncomfortable. Lana watched her bounce from place to place. I think you really like him. I mean, probably love him. If this was a casual thing, you'd throw it aside easily. Pepper hugged herself. I'm afraid you're right. What if I do really like him?
What if he has my heart and I leave here with just a suitcase full of hot chocolate and no underwear? What?
Late, I.
Pepper waved her off. It's not like it sounds. I have packing priorities, okay? There was a light knock at the door, and Rosina skipped inside. La. Hi, the ladies chirped together. She cleared her throat and stood with her shoulders back. His Royal Highness, Prince Zeno, requests an audience with Signorina Pepper Johnson and Signorina Lana Davis. Why are you acting so weird? Asked Lana. Rosina darted her eyes to the door but held the rest of her face impassive. Pepper turned and caught sight of a shadow falling across the threshold. Oh. She stood taller, her hands going to the top knot she'd secured with several pencils. She pulled them out as fast as she could, flipped her head over, and shook out her hair. Flipping back up, she gave Lana, how's that? Look. Lana tugged her shirt so it hung over her shoulders correctly and then nodded her approval. You may show him in, she said with a dramatic flair. Rosina covered her giant smile with her hand before composing herself. See. She went to the door and pulled it wide open. Principe Zeno de Luca. Zeno strode in, looking dashing in a pair of black dress pants and a red button-up shirt. His wavy brown hair was combed back from his chiseled features, and his eyes were intense with a small band of worry around them. Hot biscuits and buns, Pepper said under her breath. I hate you right now, Lana whispered out of the corner of her mouth. Principe. Pepper curtsied, and Lana followed her example. Rosina gave her a secret thumbs up. Pepper smiled, pleased with herself for remembering protocol when Zeno had taken her breath away. He bowed slightly at the waist. I would like to formally invite the two of you to a royal ball. Pepper's elation faltered. I didn't pack a ball gown. Funny that her first thought was what she would wear. Not because she was some kind of a fashion queen, but because she didn't want to embarrass Zeno by showing up in her business suit.
Listen, Lima.
Rosina will take care of your wardrobe needs. Are you for real? Lana asked. Zeno lifted his arm and pinched it. As far as I can tell. Pepper and Lana giggled. She means, are you serious? A broad smile widened his handsome face. I am serious. My cousin will become engaged tonight. I will miss the ball, but would like to celebrate what I hope will be a happy future for him and his chosen bride. Do you know her? Pepper asked, suddenly curious about the woman who could capture a prince's heart. I do not. A line appeared between his eyebrows. I have been out of the country. True. Pepper was quick to give him leeway. She lifted her chin. We would be honored to accept your invitation. I look forward to our evening together. Zeno did his half bow to each of them before turning smartly on his heel and walking out. Pepper waited until Rosina shut the door behind him before grabbing onto Lana and jumping up and down. We're going to a ball. Lana jumped with her. If you don't kiss him for this, I will. Pepper stopped jumping and glared. Don't even think about it. Lana laughed. He's all yours. She stuck a hand on her hip and frowned. Looks like I'm making up with Roma for the night. She pretended to gag herself. Rosina stepped forward. Actually, the Principe arranged for several of his guards to be available to dance with you, Signorina. I like him better every minute. Lana rubbed her palms together. So what's up with the dresses? Do you need a credit card deposit or something? Rosina laughed like someone who had a deep secret. Come with me. She motioned for them to follow her. There is much to do, and we do not have much time. Pepper and Lana linked elbows and walked stately behind Rosina through the corridors. They reached a wooden door with a brass handle and a picture of Rapunzel in her tower carved into the panel. I've never seen this door before. Pepper reached out to touch the image, just as her fingers were about to make contact. Rosina swept the door open. The door isn't the best part. She stepped inside and Happy hopped again. Welcome to the palace salon. Pepper stepped inside and gasped. There were silver beauty chairs with green seats, done in the Isoladian colors, of course. The floor was decorated with alternating green and white tiles set in a diamond pattern. Mirrors lined the walls, and a crystal chandelier hung in the middle of the room, creating sparkles that fell across Pepper's skin like she was a fairy tale princess. Nana, Generva, and Marcella stood to the side of two chairs, brushes at the ready. Rosina went to join them. The royal hairdresser is stuck in her apartment on the other side of the city. I'm afraid we're all you have today, but we do have a few tricks. Pepper's heart warmed for these ladies. It's Christmas Eve. You should be celebrating with your family. Nana Generva wagged a finger at her. We cannot be in the capital, celebrating our prince's engagement, but we can be here, preparing for the first Christmas Eve ball the Winter Palace has seen in over 100 years. We want to do this. I wish you could come to the ball too, Pepper lamented as she hugged the stout older woman. Marcella motioned for Lana to sit in the chair. We will have our own party. It's tradition. Lana patted her hand. I'm so excited I could burst. Nana Generva began combing out Pepper's hair. And what of you? Are you excited to dance with the Principe? He is very handsome, S.I. She wiggled her eyebrows. I am. Principe Zeno is a good man. Pepper closed her eyes, seeing Zeno with his shirt off. Would this older woman ever not remind her of that moment? The brush made long, smooth strokes through her hair, pulling her stress and anxiousness out. It had been years since someone had combed her hair like this. Nana Generva wasn't in a hurry, and she brushed for much longer than was necessary, putting joy even into this kind task. Nana Generva's hand slowed. He was always a serious boy, but I see him smile more with you than ever before. I think you are good for his heart, S.I. Pepper's face warmed. I don't know about that. Nana Generva lightly rapped her on the head with the wooden brush. Do not argue with old women. It is not good for your health. Or my head, Pepper teased, making her laugh. It grew quiet, and Lana was moved to the sink to wash her hair. Once the water was running, Pepper asked the question that beat against the walls of her heart. Do you think it's possible for an Isoladian prince to fall for an American woman? Nana Generva considered the loose braid she'd formed. I think love is stronger than countries. Pepper agreed. She knew many couples who had grown up on different sides of the world. The bigger question is love stronger than Principe Akil? Her aged brown eyes met Pepper's in the mirror. He is a force. Let us wash this now. She moved so quickly that Pepper hardly had time to consider what she'd said about Zeno's father. He'd made a few comments about the man, but from what she'd seen, he wasn't involved in Zeno's life. Perhaps she misunderstood Nana Generva. As the afternoon wore on and she tried on dress after dress, Pepper's worries faded and her excitement for the upcoming ball grew. Tonight was about celebrating, and she wouldn't let unanswered questions get in the way. Chapter 19. Zeno stood at the entrance to the formal dining room wearing his dress uniform and feeling like it was a size too small. He strained against the wool to breathe. He had not grown, and the jacket had not shrunk. No. What happened was that for the first time since he'd donned a uniform, he was nervous, skittish like a colt, and all because of a beautiful woman. He forced himself to think of other things, of the decorations, the upcoming meal, the weather forecast. The staff used the official royal dinner service, with the family crest done in green and silver. There was an overwhelming pine centerpiece adorned with Christmas balls in silver and 3 colors of ribbon, and twirly things that he had no name for situated in a silver vase. His stomach churned with nerves, and he felt as though he stood in front of a great fireplace, the flames singeing through his uniform. He tugged at his sleeves and then at the hem of the jacket, making sure it lay just right. He shouldn't have worn it. Stupido, he mumbled to himself. Easy now, said Benito, standing just behind him. Benito and Paolo had agreed to dress up and participate in the ball. The other guards had bowed out when Leon suggested they attend in full dress uniform, which was probably for the best. A party of 6, with only 2 women, was large enough. As it was, the men would have to take turns dancing with Lana because Zeno had no intention of sharing his date. "You are a principe," said Leon. "Be calm." His steward's reassuring words did nothing to calm him. "My title does not add to my worth in her eyes," he replied. Leon's hand landed on his shoulder. "Then she is a rare jewel indeed." A ball was either a brilliant idea or an utter waste of time. When he'd gone to her chambers to ask her to attend, she'd looked shocked and then confused and finally, a little excited. Though she hid it almost as well as he had, but the interest was there in her luminous blue eyes. The footsteps grew closer and his heart pounded against his ribs. It didn't matter that he was a prince. What mattered in this moment was that he was a man who had lost his head over a woman. Or was it his heart? Before he could ready himself, the butler announced Pepper and Lana, and she was there, standing before him in a stunning light blue gown. The pale color against her olive skin was dramatic and ravishing. The fabric hugged her slim waistline and accentuated her curves. His eyes traveled the length of her, taking in the light blush of pink painted on her toes that peeked out from under the hem. When he brought his gaze back up to her face, his cheeks flamed because he'd so openly admired her, but what he found in her eyes was equal admiration. He lifted his chest, displaying the many ribbons and honors he'd earned through his years in the military. He wanted her to be proud of him, of who he was, of his goals and the efforts he continually made for his country. The desire for her love and approval only grew as she reached out and touched the lapel of his jacket. "I like a man in uniform," she said low. "I seem to remember you saying as much." He covered her hand with his, enjoying the warmth of her against his skin. If he had a choice, he would never wear anything else in front of her. That look of pure adoration was worth the itch on his neck from the wool collar. Leon cleared his throat, loudly. Benito coughed to cover his snicker. Let them laugh at his expense. He had found a woman who captured his attention and challenged him to open his heart, and he did not care who knew, saw, or chuckled. "Listen." "I was overwhelmed by your beauty and forget my manners." He stepped back, keeping a hold of Pepper's hand as he went through the long and boring formal introductions required for an official ball. When it came time to introduce Lana and Benito, he smirked. "How are the dance lessons?" She stiffened. "They are over." Benito blinked in disbelief. "But you were doing so well." "I learned what I needed to." Lana tossed her hair over her shoulder. "And I am ready to move on." Benito did his best to play it cool, but as he leaned over Lana's hand to kiss the back of it, his eyes widened slightly upon contact. Pepper saw it too. She squeezed Zeno's hand and gave him a meaning-filled look. He winked to let her know he was in on the situation, and he wondered if Paolo would be left without a dance partner this evening. Perhaps romance was in the air on Christmas Eve for more than him and Pepper. "Shall we eat?" Zeno motioned for them to find their places. The expertly handwritten place cards helped everyone to find their chairs. He was at the head of the table with Pepper on his right and Leon on her other side. Lana was between Benito and Paolo. She smiled at both of them equally, which made it hard to know if she returned Benito's sudden interest. The staff swept in, removing the large centerpiece to accommodate conversation across the table. Pepper watched their movements with a soft smile. She also had gratitude in her eyes, which was another positive trait Zeno could not ignore. It had taken some time for him to get used to the fact that Pepper treated him the same as everyone else, but he'd come to realize that she did, in fact, treat all people the same, no matter their job or station or title, and she treated them well. Sandra was given the same care and attention in her small home as Pepper extended to Nana Geneva or Benito. However, there was a look that she reserved for him, one that spoke of an underlying passion and desire. He cherished that look. "Lana, what do you do for a living?" asked Paolo. She set her fork down and replied, "I'm a personal assistant. I was Pepper's before she quit to take this job." "Quit?" Leon turned his sharp eyes on her. "Does this mean you will not go back to America?" He darted a look full of meaning to Zeno. Zeno's pulse intensified. They hadn't talked about the future. They had not talked about the now. If Leon was not careful, he would scare Pepper back to the United States before dessert. Being snowed in the palace had cut off the outside world. They were in a bubble for the time being, a bubble he quite enjoyed and did not want his steward to burst. Pepper dabbed the corners of her mouth before answering. "I plan to return to the States when I complete my contract here." "But you quit," protested Benito. "What do you have to go back to?" She smiled easily. "What do you have to go back to?" "My apartment. And I have many contacts at other architecture firms who assure me I could be an asset to their companies." Zeno stared down at his plate, no longer hungry for prosciutto. He motioned for the servers to begin the next course, and they sprang into action. Leon lifted his glass, swirling the contents. "Would you be interested in staying in our land?" Pepper glanced at Zeno out of the corner of her eye. "If the situation presented itself, I would deeply consider it." Zeno took heart from her answer. It amazed him how easily this woman tugged at his emotions. The thought of her on an airplane, no longer sharing the same cobblestone streets under their feet, had him swooping into melancholy, while the possibility of her remaining in his homeland had him lifting into the clouds himself. But what would it take for that to happen? Would he be able to change himself? Change his path? Change his path? Change his work? He drew a breath and mentally drew a bubble around the two of them. On the outside were the concerns and the future. Inside were all the good feelings surging between the two of them. And how is the design coming along? Asked Leon in an effort to keep the conversation going while Zeno's head was in the clouds. Zeno refocused on the conversation, intent on making the most of this moment and every other one he had with Pepper. Her smile faltered briefly. On some accounts, it's progressing nicely. I am working through others. Zeno touched her hand. Is there anything I can do? She cocked her head at him. Trying to earn your wage as a royal advisor. He laughed, as did the others at the table. The sound took the formality of the setting and made it intimate. They were no longer a royal dinner party. Suddenly they were friends. Of course, how else can I afford to dress so well? He teased her right back. Her lashes brushed her lightly pink cheeks. I assumed that was Leon's doing. He's the one with excellent taste.
Leon lifted his glass to her. And you are a woman of keen insight. Zeno lifted her hand and kissed her fingers. You may gang up on me now, but you will be on your own on the dance floor.
Pepper lifted her eyebrows. You assume I don't know how to dance.
Lana leaned forward. Oh, I know you don't know how to dance. She did a weird robot move with her arms.
Laughter rippled along the table. Pepper laughed right along with them, the sound so light it nearly sparkled. Zeno soaked in this moment. For the first time in his life, he understood why gathering together with friends and loved ones for holidays was so important to people he had never understood before. Unless his cousins were involved, he'd done everything he could to avoid being with his family. For the last few years, he'd successfully evaded even his beloved cousins. But this warmth, which reached all the way to his toes and filled him up in a way that family never had before, made him think that he'd been missing out, pushing them all away to protect himself from his father's caustic, controlling nature. All along, he had been the victim of his own actions. He could have shared this joy with them if only he had made the effort. Are you okay? Pepper whispered as Lana and Leon discussed traditional dances she had learned that week. He gripped her hand tightly. Had this been an official dinner, the movement would have been a declaration of his intent to marry her. Such open displays of affection were frowned upon by the monarchy. One always had to be in complete control of their feelings and actions. He found that he rather enjoyed the sensation of holding Pepper's hand in front of the crowd. It was freeing not to hide behind decorum and tradition, but to allow his emotions to show, especially ones that were so strong. She often let hers out, and he liked that about her. Perhaps he would like it about himself too. Besides the growing love he held for Pepper, he felt a brotherly love and affection for Benito and Paolo. They'd served alongside him in some of the most dangerous places in the world, and they were even now braving a formal dinner in their dress uniforms just so he could have a chance to woo this lovely American. They were his closest allies and, for all intents and purposes, his brothers. The appreciation and caring was almost too much to take in. To add the final signature to his sense of being overwhelmed, his admiration and respect for Leon was much more than he had ever experienced for his father. Perhaps because he felt as if Leon truly cared for him as a son. He had molded Zeno patiently and with positive words and encouragement throughout the years. He had offered ideas and matters of study he felt would interest the young prince while constantly challenging him physically to do more, be better, be stronger. He knew when to push and when to let up, even with Pepper. He had seen her as a possibility long before Zeno had arrived at the same conclusion. Leon was the kind of man Zeno hoped to be. He captured Pepper's gaze and held it.
No, Davio. I am at peace and full of joy all at once so that I think I might burst open with it.
A smile bloomed on her face like the first flower of spring. He leaned closer and said in a low, seductive voice, "And I am very much looking forward to holding you in my arms." Pepper's blush spread to her bare shoulder. He reached out and ran his fingers over her warm skin. She moistened her lips. "Perhaps we should have dessert first?" He chuckled. "If you wish." In truth, he was happy to pull time out like taffy, stretch every moment to be longer than the last so that he would never have to leave this palace or this feeling again. Chapter 20. It's beautiful. Pepper stopped just inside the grand ballroom, awed by the transformation the room had undergone in such a short amount of time. She toured the palace on her own, made sketches of the layout and the like. So, of course, she'd spent some time in this room, pacing off the long walls and estimating the size of the windows. It was like discovering a new friend. This room spoke of frivolity, with its brighter colors, small gathering spaces, and empty marble floor shined and worn by thousands of dance slippers and shoes. She loved it in here, even though she'd had to wear a scarf and keep her fingers tucked under her arms to stay warm. It made sense that they would turn the temperature down on such a large space when it wasn't in use. She couldn't imagine the heating bill the royal family had to pay. But tonight, fires crackled in all 7 of the fireplaces, 7. Each one had a stunning wood mantel carved differently, though the craftsmen used the same theme of beehives and bees on each. They were draped with boughs and decorated with bows and candlesticks, and there was so much light. The giant fireplace on the far side of the room was surrounded by couches and chairs, ready to receive them when their feet were tired but they didn't want the night to end, or where they could gather for an eggnog toast to celebrate coming together on a wondrous night such as this. The pillows read Merry Christmas and God Rest Ye, which was both whimsical and celebratory. Her eyes traveled to the chandeliers. Made of crystal and mirrors, they were elegant and reflected light like a disco ball. Above her head, swags of pine released their fragrant scent. Trees, the tallest over 15 feet, were decorated with the traditional Isola green and silver. They glistened, and their white lights twinkled. Wreaths were hung on the walls at regular intervals, and the sconces were adorned with large sprays of pine. Shiny bows, baubles, and trinkets hung from every branch, and there were piles of gifts under the trees. The marble floor was polished to a high sheen. The stage where a band would play held an old-fashioned sleigh. She glanced at the doorway they'd come through, trying to determine how the staff had gotten it in here. It was white and shiny. The runners gleamed, and there were wrapped gifts stacked high inside, as if St. Nick needed a place to park his sleigh for the evening. She felt full of wonderful food and touched by the intimate atmosphere of the dinner shared with her new friends and a sense of magic wrapped around her. When Zeno offered his hand to escort her to the dance floor, her stomach flipped several times and she floated on a cloud of happiness. Oh, look at the church. Pepper hurried across to the window, pointing out the spire that was lit up from inside. Zeno was right there with her as they hurried to take in the view, as if it would disappear in a puff of Christmas fairy dust if they didn't get there fast enough. Her whole body burst with delight to see the childlike wonder on his usually serious face. She'd seen him as a prince, a soldier, and a man, but this was the first time she'd seen him delight at the world around him. At midnight, the bells will ring, proclaiming the birth of Christ our Lord. He put his arm around her and rested his hand on her hip. It is one of the most beautiful sounds in all of Christendom. She leaned against him, enjoying the feel of his solid body next to hers and the scent that was part cinnamon from dessert, part pine from the decorations, and then him all manly and strong. I can't wait to hear them. They stood there for a moment, and her breath sped up with the realization that this was the perfect spot for a kiss. She turned, lifting her face to his, her belly swirling with the anticipation of feeling his lips on hers. Zeno's green eyes were soft and caressed her cheek as they made their way to her lips. He leaned down, and she began to lift up onto her toes to meet him. The sound of violins and cellos burst through the room, startling them both. They jumped and turned to see Benito and Lana leaning over his phone and frantically tapping the screen. The volume decreased, and Benito looked up sheepishly.
The data.
He pointed to his phone. I forgot to turn it down after my workout. You work out. Lana lifted a hand and touched his giant arm. Pepper rolled her eyes, a movement that was lost on the two, who were chatting intently about Benito's gym schedule as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Lana wasn't that into working out, so she must be into Benito. She glanced around to find Paolo leaning against the wall by the door. I suddenly feel bad for Paolo, she whispered. Zeno watched as his guard went to the small refreshment table and began filling a plate with torta. He eagerly cut a large piece of chocolate and licked his fingers as he made his way to the fireplace to sit down. He seems to have taken it well. Perhaps he wasn't interested in her friend and was relieved to be out of the line of fire, as it were. Shall we dance? Zeno offered his arm. It would be a shame to let all this go to waste. She'd always heard people say that, but she'd never had the feeling herself. She had it tonight. It truly felt like it would have been an insult to all those who'd put this together if they didn't enjoy it. Pepper took his arm, thrilling at being so close to him and at the fact that he wanted her near. Zeno was careful with his affection. Several times during the week, she'd felt as if he wanted to be closer, to touch her, or to kiss her even, and he'd held back. He wasn't holding back tonight, and she loved it. She loved the way he looked at her so openly and allowed his feelings to flow. He had such a tight hold on them, which she only realized because she was seeing him in a new way. He'd let her in. How far? She wasn't sure, but she hoped it was deep into his heart. For a moment at dinner, she'd been worried that something was wrong, that Zeno wasn't happy with the evening, the company, or her, but he'd assured her that he was better than fine. The peace in his heart was easy to see in the softness around his eyes and his relaxed neck and jaw that were usually so rigid. He had the same peacefulness about him now, the kind that said he would rather be here, in this moment, than any other place or time. The sense of that made her heady. "I can't believe I'm here," she said to herself as Zeno wrapped his arm around her, lifted her hand, and began waltzing her around the room. Of course, he would waltz with her instead of sway from side to side. He was a prince, after all. He moved with natural grace and a confidence that made it easy to follow his lead. There was something so incredibly sexy about a man who knew how to lead that she might just melt in his arms. "Why is that?" He prodded softly. They were not in danger of being interrupted by any means, nor overheard as Lana and Benito were caught up in their own dance. However, there was a quality in the air, one that spoke of enchantment, that caused them to draw closer and speak lower. "I was never one to daydream about a handsome prince sweeping me off my feet." She lifted her hand to grace the back of his neck, thrilling that he was close enough she could do so. "Yet you have." He tightened his arm around her back and placed his lips next to her ear. "It is I who have been swept away, I assure you." He didn't move away. Instead, he nuzzled closer, his breath warm and minty on her neck thanks to the candy cane chocolate cocoa served with dessert. She turned into him, drawing in a breath of his manly, deep-scented cologne and his body heat. He was so strong, so strong, so strong, so. Trailing her hand up his neck, she finally boldly dug her fingers into his silken hair as she dreamed of doing for ages. At the brush of it between her fingers, she fused to him. He felt so good, so incredibly perfect, just like she knew he would. His breathing became shallow and fast, and she found that she too had a hard time taking a full breath. The ballroom faded from her view, and all she could do was feel his hand in hers, his arm around her, his uniform brushing her skin. Her body tingled and sparked with desire, and her lips felt swollen with the need to kiss him. But it was more than that. Under the hunger burning within was a sense that this man was her man. He was the one she could give her heart to without fearing that it would be trampled on or smashed to bits. He was the man who would father children and then be the type of father they deserved. He was Sunday mornings at church and Saturday nights spent in front of the fire. He was stolen kisses and weeding the garden together. She could see him putting in as much work as she did over their lifetime together, and darn it all if that wasn't one of the hottest things about Zeno. "Pepper." He breathed her name. She hummed a response, hardly able to gain control of her mind, let alone her body. "I do not want this to end. I do not want you to leave." His words roused her slightly from her spellbound state. "I don't plan on it." She didn't. How could she when she had found her reason for existing? He shook his head slightly. "No, I mean when you finish your contract." His face was so sincere, so vulnerable, that she stopped dancing and framed his cheeks with her hands. "I don't want to go either. I do not know how this can be, between you and me, but I want to try. I—" He stopped moving his feet and instead swayed gently back and forth. "I have fallen for you, Amadi." She closed her eyes. Amadi, beloved. Had she ever been someone's Amadi before? Had she ever been held this way? As if she were a treasure beyond compare? Had any man ever looked at her like she was the only woman he ever really saw? No. She'd spent a lifetime searching for this like of love, and she'd traveled across the world to find it. But it was there in Zeno's beautiful green eyes. She soaked in every last word, and the beautiful lilt as his accent made them like warm, melted chocolate on her skin. Zeno. Hunger flashed in his eyes. Not lustful, but still full of desire. This hunger was the kind that would not be satiated over a lifetime. It desired her past, her present, and her future. He slowly lowered his face until he hovered over her lips. The warmth of his skin encased her, bare shoulder and all. "I am falling for you, and I don't want to stop," he said. "Me too." As her lips formed the sound, they brushed his. As if they'd been joined by the briefest of encounters, they came together, slow and deliberately exploring. His arms wrapped all the way around her, holding her up as she sagged with the explosion of butterflies and heat in her belly. Moaning, she thrust her arms around his neck and dug both hands into his hair. A sound like a gunshot went off and echoed over the bare floor. Pepper startled, and Zeno swore. With her arms still around him and his around her, they turned toward the door. Leon stood in the opening, his face one of regret as he trumpeted, announcing his royal, "Shut up," growled a man as he flipped a light switch that turned on the recessed lights and turned off the sense of intimacy and magic. Artificial light blazed through the room, cutting into Pepper's corneas and making her eyes sting. She covered her eyes for a moment as they adjusted. What in the world? She couldn't see the man who interrupted them until he was almost on top of them, glowering at Zeno. The music cut off, leaving only the echo of his royal something's high-heeled boots on the floor to fill the void. Zeno held her close and turned his body to protect her from the intruder. Her eyes finally cleared, and she gasped as she stared at an older version of her prince. "You're his dad," Pepper blurted. He had the same wave in his hair, though his was streaked with gray, a distinguishing look on an older man. He was truly handsome. He had the same heavy brow and higher cheekbones, though he was thinner and therefore appeared gaunt-ish and cantankerous. Although the orneriness could be attributed to his lowered brow, his downturned mouth, and the haughty lift on his chin, he didn't acknowledge that she'd spoken. Instead, he glared up at his son, for he was an inch shorter than Zeno, though you'd never know it by the way Zeno condensed himself. That was all it took for Pepper to dislike this man. Zeno was all good things, a wonderful human who looked out for the less fortunate and cared more than he had to for others. Prince Zeno de Luca, the man's name jumped to her mind. "Prince Zeno," she said by way of greeting. She stuck out her hand, introducing herself because Zeno seemed frozen in place. Benito cleared his throat and motioned for her to bow. Oh shoot, she'd forgotten the proper etiquette, again. Only this time Zeno didn't smile at her, nor did Prince Zeno. Or was she supposed to call him Prince de Luca? Principe. Her mind scrambled. Here she was, meeting the father of the man of her dreams and making a mess of it. She lowered her chin and offered a curtsy. A rather good one, considering the way her legs shook, because she'd made a mess of everything already. She turned to Zeno, pleading for some help. He was not here anymore. Sure, his body stood in the same place, but the man she'd danced with only moments before, the man full of passion and grace, was gone. In his place stood a soldier with a blank expression. Zeno gave a half bow to his father, appropriate for one of higher ranking. He dropped his eyes as if being dressed down, and his jaw tightened. Being with his father wounded him in on himself, as if he was going to spring or explode at any moment. But he wouldn't explode, because his self-control was back in full force. There was something else there too, defeat. No, though it wasn't defiance either. Surrender. Like a soldier on the battlefield who knew that his only choice to save his men was to surrender to the enemy. She startled at the thought. Was Principe Akil an enemy to his own child? She'd read about such things in history books, but she didn't think the monarchies of today had an issue with bad blood. Of course, that could have been her naivety showing. What did she know about today's royal families? She was an American. Your country is in disarray and you host a party. Principe Akil glared at Zeno. We danced to honor Matteo's engagement. Zeno glared at his father's top button. Did you leave the royal ball? Is your brother not insulted? Pepper went back and forth between the two of them, trying to hear the undertones as well as the words so she could figure out what was going on. Neither of these men had any love for one another. Or, if they did, it was buried under mounds of resentment on Zeno's part and a need for control on his dad's. I risked my life to retrieve you, and this is your thanks. Zeno scowled. Retrieve me? See, I could not stand in the ballroom alone. One of my family members should be by my side. He spoke as if Zeno and his mother had failed him. But how did you get through the storm? Asked Pepper. The last she'd checked, it wouldn't lift until the next morning. Principe Akil turned his hard eyes on her, and a shard of ice hit her in the chest, making her gasp. He was an empty soul who lashed out, and she'd just placed herself in his path. He took in her measure and then dismissed her with a flick of his hand. Pepper jerked back. Zeno ground his teeth so hard she could hear it. Padre. Though the word held barely a reprimand, it was enough to get under Principe Achilles' skin. He reacted so quickly, his face turning purple, that she was shocked. Where Zeno had buckets of self-control, this man had none. You will come with me. We are going to the capital, where your skills as a disaster specialist will finally be of some use to your country. Principe Akil turned to leave. He paused when Zeno didn't fall and step behind him. His cruel gaze cut into Pepper. She is nothing to us, and you will stop playing with fools and be a man. He turned on his heel and stalked away, fully expecting Zeno to follow. Zeno looked at Pepper, his eyes full of torment. His two worlds had collided, and he was being torn in two. On the one side was the prince who gave up himself and his happiness to keep the kingdom and the royal family in good spirits.
On the other side was the man who kissed her with his whole heart. The man who she revealed by peeling away layer after layer of protocol and plans and rigidity.
He traced her cheek with his finger, the touch soft and tender. I cannot shed my role as prince nor my family any more than I can my own skin. She cupped his elbows. What does that mean? He dropped his chin to his chest. I thought we could figure out how to bring our lives together, but... He looked over his shoulder at his father's retreating figure. I cannot ask you to live like I live. Every part of her stilled. Her muscles froze in place as if the blizzard outside had turned on her. Her blood stopped pumping, and her heart stopped beating. She denied what she knew he was saying. He would not leave her. Not now. Not now. Not ever. We are real, Zeno. What we have is more than anything that stands in our way. Zeno kissed her forehead, his lips lingering against her skin as if he had to tear himself away. She cemented the feel of him against her skin in her memory. Her heart ached more than ached. It sobbed openly for what it knew was coming. He pried her hand off his jacket. Shocked that she was holding on to him with such force, she gasped, "I must go." "But why?" she cried out. "Why do you listen to him instead of your own heart?" Xena's shoulders fell forward, because the heart can easily be blinded and cannot be trusted to be wise. "I know that I care for you enough to save you from becoming like me. You have such passion in life, Pepper. I could not bear to see it snuffed out." She choked back a sob. "Your passion is still there, Zeno. It's not gone." He frowned. "It is not me I worry about. If I go now, you will be safe from his wrath. What can he do to me that would be worse than this?" She clenched her fist over her heart. "I am sorry, Amati. So very sorry." He left in a hurry. Benito gave Lana a long look before following. Leon, though, did not rush. "You have my gratitude, Signorina." "For what?" She stared in disbelief. "For showing him the man he can be." He took several steps into the room and then bowed low, the back of his hand brushing the floor in a show of respect. "You did what I could not." Pepper nodded. The man he could be. But he wasn't man enough to stand up to his father. Leon let out a sigh. "That is a different issue, one I am not sure he will conquer in this life." He looked at her with remorse, as if it pained him to see her hurting because of Zeno's choices. She lunged forward and hugged him. "Don't blame yourself. Whatever you do, whatever you think, it's not your fault that he—" She cut off, letting the words hang out to dry. Pained, because he truly felt as if he had failed in some way, Leon hugged her back and then left to fulfill his duty to prince and country. The room was bigger without Zeno in it, colder, draftier without Zeno in it, colder, draftier without his arms around her. A bitter taste filled her mouth, and her stomach began to quake. The butterflies, which had carried her on their bright-colored wings only a little while ago, began to shiver with the drop in temperature. Her body began to follow their example, quaking as if her very existence was threatened. Perhaps that was normal when your other half was torn from your arms. She didn't know, because it had never happened to her before. Pepper stood still, stunned. She thought the night was some kind of dream. Perhaps it had turned into a nightmare, one she could wake up from if she pinched herself or fall out of bed. How she longed to hit the floor and wake up in her chambers. See, that proved it was a dream. That proved it was a dream. She wasn't the type of person to have chambers. This was all made up, pretend. Her heart wasn't freezing, refusing to beat. Lana ran to her, wrapping her in a hug that trapped her arms against her body. It was a good thing, because Pepper might have fallen apart had she not grabbed her at that moment. Nana Geneva rushed in, followed by Rosina and Marcella. We heard the prince storming through the castle. Nana Geneva wrapped a heavy knitted shawl around Pepper's shoulders. The weight of it registered, but the warmth did not. Marcella stomped a foot. "He is worse than bad weather." "Hold your tongue." Nana Geneva scowled at her. "Voma, come to the fire, child." Pepper didn't love being called a child, but she felt like one in that moment, small and with the world out of her control. They fussed over her, getting her to sit on a couch and put her feet up. Rosina handed her a cup of cider. Steam rose from the top of the liquid. Pepper drew it to her face, hoping it would thaw her out. It did not. She drank. She listened to their worries and heard their concerned exchanges on her behalf as if she was in a tunnel. Her eyes weren't able to focus as she stared into the fire, wondering if all the heat in the world was attached to Zeno. "He left me," she said in a monotone voice. "See, but he is stupido." "He will come running back to you," said Marcella as she pulled pins out of Pepper's hair and combed her fingers through it as only a mother could. In the absence of her own mother, Pepper was grateful for the woman who put herself in that place. Lana sat next to her and patted her hand. "And if he doesn't, then he doesn't deserve you." Pepper turned to her, still not able to focus.
Didn't you see?
"His father didn't see me as worthy of Zeno because I'm not royal." The women gasped and then frantically and fervently disagreed, listing all the reasons Pepper was the perfect woman for the prince. She leaned onto the arm of the couch. Their chatter slowed as they ran out of things to say. "Thank you all for caring for me. I don't think I could have done it." A single tear fell down her face. "Done what?" asked Rosina. "Lived with his title between us." She gulped. "I can't have a marriage where I'm not his first priority." I know that sounds selfish and horrible because you are all Isoladian and you understand his mindset, but I'm not like that. She knew her heart. She knew her soul. She couldn't be second in a man's heart. Not to another woman, not to his father, not even to his country. Did that make her horrible? She felt like it did. Oh, mio caro. Nana Generva swiped the tear away. He loves you. If it is meant to be, then he will find a way. She gathered the shell and herself and stood up. Rosina held her shoes in her hand, but she waved them off. I'll be in my chambers. Nope. Not a dream world. She still had a room here. A royally wonderful room that anyone would be grateful to spend Christmas in. And she had a job to do. One that kept her here and suddenly felt like a weight around her neck. I have a kitchen to finish. Lana, will you see about getting us on the first flight out of here as soon as the weather changes? Lana exchanged a concerned look with the other women. Don't you think you should at least give him a chance to convince his father that you two are right for one another? I want to. She struggled against the emotion clogging her throat, and her voice broke. But I can't. She pleaded with Lana to understand. It's the stockroom all over again. It's the stockroom all over again. It's not the same thing. Lana protested. It is. Only this time I feel it. I feel all of it. Silence fell upon the group, and hot tears pricked the back of her eyes. Aren't you going to argue? She wanted them to tell her she was crazy, to talk her out of leaving. Nana Generva dabbed at the corner of her eye as if she were standing graveside over the love that could have been. I wish I could. But you may be right, and I cannot offer you false hope. That would be too cruel. Her words were cruel headstones. Thank you for your honesty. She waited until she turned toward the door and they couldn't see her face before she let it crumple and the tears fell. A huge, ugly cry built up inside of her, and she burst into a run, determined to have her face buried in a pillow before she let it out. She slipped once on something wet in the ballroom but managed to stay on her feet and dodge puddles in the halls. For a wistful moment, she wondered if the palace was crying for her broken heart. Chapter 21. Zeno burst into the king's private chambers, a room his father took great joy in occupying when he was at the Winter Palace. Why are you here? Benito waited just outside the door. Never had Zeno's guards been allowed in the room for family discussions, while Padre's guards were everywhere. Even now, there was one man stationed at every window and door as if Padre expected to be ambushed. Padre was in front of the fire, his steward removing his damp overcoat. It was only then that Zeno realized his father was soaking wet. I braved the worst storm in a century to take you to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to celebrate with your family, and this is the thanks I get. We're grounded. Padre rubbed his head with a proffered towel. His steward, Theo, took it without so much as a grimace at the cold that must have clung to it. Theo dripped onto the carpet, his coat hanging heavy on his aged shoulders. He was probably chilled to his bones, but he took care of Padre first. Zeno spun around, ready to charge back to the ballroom. You cannot have her, you know. He stopped, his shoulders coming up to his ears. You do not know her, and you should not know her. Padre shed his sweater and threw it on the floor. His steward picked it up without complaint and then followed him around the room as he continued to shed articles of clothing until he was down to his undershirt. His gray chest hair poked out the top. What are you thinking? An American. She will never accept our ways, and your children will forget their ancestry. It will disgrace us all. He snorted. My children would be lucky to have her as their mother. It is I who does not deserve her. You are of royal blood. You are of royal blood. I am from a dysfunctional family that does not know how to love, let alone live under the same roof. Zeno thundered back. He knew taking a shot at his parents' marriage was low, but Padre must see that he was not a good role model for a husband or a father. She understands my heart. She has twisted what you feel into an obsession. Your mother did the same thing to me when she wanted to marry a prince. Now she spends my inheritance and slights me at every turn. He raised a fist in the air. I will not have you fall for the same tricks. Not when I could save you. The only person I need saving from is you. Padre stomped across the room and shoved his nose within inches of Zeno's. I will be king before you, and that demands your respect. Does it? Zeno fired back. For you to be king would cost the best blood this nation has ever known. Your brother leads with honor and love. You are a tyrant in your own home, so much so your family cannot stand to be in the same castle with you. Glass shattered against the stone fireplace and brandy splattered the logs. Zeno recoiled as Padre's chest heaved. One of the guards rushed forward to save the curtains from catching flame. You are nothing without the respect I demand for our family. His hands shook as he raised them. Zeno stepped out of his reach, barely escaping Padre's fingers against his throat. He did not think about his next move. Indeed, it was years of living on the battlefields of life that brought about his next move. He swung his hand back, his arm knocking Padre in the temple. He twisted his body, bringing his other hand against Padre's ribs. He felt the older man buckle under the blow, his middle soft. Padre cried out, and Zeno found himself held fast by 2 guards. He stopped struggling, having no desire to hurt innocent men. Padre stared at him in disbelief. You attack your Padre. I defend myself and the woman I love. You will unhand me. Zeno shook off the guards. The church bells began to ring, their wild and jubilant celebration an anthem for God. From this moment, I renounce you as my father. He stormed toward the exit, intent on finding Pepper and making this right. You cannot do that. You are a De Luca. You will always be a De Luca, yelled Padre. See, but I do not have to be yours. He left, Benito jumping to be at his flank and walking backwards to make sure they were not followed. If it is a civil war, Principe, I fight on your side, Benito swore. Thank you, brother. Zeno patted his shoulder. I am sure Padre will make my life miserable. Benito chuckled his agreement. They rounded a corner and almost bumped into Paolo. He was out of breath. You have a call from the king. He is on the video in your room. Domo. Zeno broke into a trot. It was a good thing to speak to Estio. He would need to tell them his side of the story before Padre had a chance to poison his family against him. Although the king was not unaware of his brother's inferiority complex or the way he treated his family, he may be reluctant to take sides. Zeno would tread carefully. Once he had Sayo's approval and support, he would be free to pursue a future with Pepper. As much as it pained him to put off their conversation, the video chat was a fortunate opportunity. He burst into his room. The king's face filled the giant television. Ah, Zeno. He lifted his arms as he spoke, ready to offer a hug as if they were speaking in person. Sayo had not always been the loving, doting man he had become. At first, he'd been more like Zeno's Padre. But the birth of his younger girls, 12 years Zeno's juniors, had changed him. Perhaps the love of a daughter was a stronger force than the adoration of a son. I am glad you are not sleeping. The king wore the traditional tuxedo for the ball, and it was only upon seeing him undo his tie that Zeno remembered the events held at the castle tonight. The ball, the one where the fate of the country and his cousin was determined. It was after midnight, so the announcement had been made. Perhaps that was the reason for his Stio's late-night call. Sleeping on the night my cousin is engaged? He thought of Luciana, whom everyone believed would become the next princess. Zeno did not particularly like her, as she seemed as intelligent as a gelato and just as warm. But for his cousin, he would welcome her into the family. Is Luciana shopping for her dress? The king gave a mocking scoff. No, your cousin has turned things upside down and chosen a foreigner as his bride. We are still reeling. The king leaned toward the camera, taking Zeno into his confidence. I secretly hope he comes to his senses soon. He rubbed his forehead. A large rock lodged itself in Zeno's stomach. What do you mean? This woman is all wrong for the country. First off, she is an American. You should have heard her at dinner tonight. She practically called for a revolution. Zeno gulped. It sounded like she and Pepper would get along. Are you refusing her? If the king sent the woman out of the country, there would be little Matteo could do short of following her and choosing to live in America. That would not be so bad for some princes. But Matteo was dedicated to Isola de la Familia. He wanted to be of service to the people. He identified with doing that as if it were seen in the mirror each morning. With a dry mouth, Zeno croaked, "What is to be done?" At the moment, nothing. However, we could use you in the country for a while, spreading goodwill the way you do. Zeno cocked his head. He was not aware that the country even knew of his efforts. He certainly did not broadcast them. The king rolled his hand, encouraging Zeno's thoughts to keep up with the conversation. You have a way with the people. You connect. We need a strong, united front as a family. Zeno's thoughts raced. A strong, united front? After he, just moments ago, had disowned his own father? I have met someone myself. Thank goodness. The king brightened. Bring her along. It will do our countrymen a world of good to see a De Luca with a woman they can identify with. She's, what was he to say? That Pepper was just as headstrong as his future cousin-in-law, that his father already despised her, that they were, in fact, no longer family as far as he was concerned. No, that was unthinkable. His open pathway to Pepper began to thin until it disappeared from view altogether. It was one thing to disobey his father and another to denounce his title and his family. It is not that serious between us, S.I. He nearly choked on the lie. You do not want your Sayo to scare her off, S.I.? The king had a teasing lilt to his voice. Zeno took full advantage of Sayo jumping to conclusions. Something like that. He smiled as easily as he could while his heart broke. How could he bring another American into a troubled house? How could he introduce her to the king as the woman he loved and wanted to spend his life with when the royal family was in turmoil? Finally, how could he expect Pepper, a woman who shone with the love inside and burned with passion, to face such a fate? As much as he hated to agree with his father, he started to feel like being with Pepper was as impossible as stopping the blizzard himself. Leon entered the room, a grim look on his face. I do not want to keep you, Sio. I will make preparations to come to the castle as soon as possible.
Road.
There are talks of reform and of doing away with titles altogether. We must show our countrymen that we are worthy of our role, that we honor them more than ourselves. Sio's words were a warning, one he did not know he gave. Zeno heard it none though he gave. Zeno heard it nonetheless. He heard it, and he broke. His family needed him now more than ever. His attention was stolen by someone off screen, and then he looked back at Zeno. Did my brother arrive yet? See, healthy and wet and in a snit. The king laughed. Sounds like him. Our weatherman says the storm will turn some tomorrow. We may have a sunny Christmas. It would be welcome. Zeno's spirits continued to sink, with the weight of his family, the country, and the world pulling it lower and lower. They said good night, and the screen went dark as the king severed the connection. Zeno sighed and turned to Leon. See. Leon's frown grew more severe. There is a woman in the guest room crying her eyes out, 3 maids who want to take you to task, and 1 best friend who would like to do you bodily harm. He sighed. I left you alone for 2 hours and you made a mess. The king's disappointment in Matteo for choosing the wrong woman rang through Zeno's head, even as his heart wrenched from hearing that Pepper cried. I have to be realistic. You do not. This is love. Leon put his fingers in front of him together as if praising a fine wine. There is no realistic when the heart falls for a woman. There is only holding tight and enjoying the moment. Were you not the man who taught me to think of my country before myself? Zeno snapped at him. Were you not the man who explained, in painstaking detail, why I had to hold myself to a higher standard? Zeno's disappointment and broken heart made him angry, and he was gathering himself to take that anger out on Leon. Even as he did so, he knew it was wrong. But there was a sense of injustice, of being the victim of a crime, of life taking a left turn when he wanted to go right. You were the one who said obeying my father was part of my duty. You were the one who taught me to hold my feelings in when they threatened to explode. You were the one who taught me to think 10 steps ahead. This I have done. His chest heaved, and he burst into movement, pacing the floor like a caged bull. If I follow my heart, it will lead to more pain for myself, my family, and my country, but most importantly for Pepper. No. Leon said firmly. See. He roared back. She will be mocked, not only by the tabloids and the press, but by my own family, by the king. I will not subject her to the abuse. I would rather tear my own heart out and leave it on the table than see her suffer so. Leon gritted his teeth. You are not using the lessons I taught intelligently. They were not meant to apply to romance, to falling in love. Well, they do. Perfectly. He sliced his hand through the air. I have made my choice. Leon stared at him for a moment. You are right. She deserves better. Thank you, he said, before he realized that Leon was not agreeing with him but telling him that Pepper deserved better than him because he was being stubborn. He turned from the older man and stared out the frosted window. Ice crystals framed the church, making the lights from its windows feather and fractal. How he wished he could have been there tonight. The peace of Christmas carols and the priest's words of Christ would be a great comfort as he faced his lonely future. When he'd come to the Winter Palace, he'd done so believing that he was content, secure in his aloneness. What he had been at the time was naive, unlearned in the ways of the heart. He had learned a great lesson by falling in love with Pepper. He learned what he was missing. His life would never be the same, nor as full, but at least he had protected her from the same emptiness. Because she was a woman who would never sit quietly, and he did not want her to be. But if she stayed with him, if she was subject to his father's controlling and overbearing behavior, she could lose her light. He turned from the window and paced the room, not able to lie still when his whole soul cried out for him to run to the woman he loved. As long as she was in the palace, he would be awake, soaking in the experience of being under the same roof, of sharing the same hallways, of eating from the same plates. All the things a couple would do that he would never experience again. Chapter 22. Christmas morning, Pepper woke up feeling as if her head had been run over by Santa's sleigh. She moaned and rolled over, using a pillow to block out the sunlight streaming through her window. Wait, sunlight? She hopped out of bed, instantly regretting the quick movement as the room spun. When it leveled out again, she threw herself to the window and took in the spotted blue sky. There were still a lot of clouds up there, but the break in the weather was too good to be true. They would plow out the airport and she could leave today. Lana, Rosina, and Nana Generva came in. Rosina carried a breakfast tray and Lana had a devious look about her. Pepper glanced around the room, looking for cameras. The maid's timing was always perfect. Either she stood outside the door and waited to hear movement, or she had a camera in here somewhere. Whatever you're planning, I don't want any part of it. Lana wilted under Pepper's announcement. Pepper went to the desk and woke up her computer. The finished designs waited to be sent to the king. She'd given herself a few hours of sleep between finishing them and turning them in order to look at them with fresh eyes. They were perfect. She'd made the island smaller and created a breakfast nook with a round table for family eating just under a window that overlooked the gardens. The appliances and sinks, there were two, were repositioned for a better workflow, one that encouraged standing close and chatting while allowing ample workspace. The upper cabinets had been taken out or made less bulky. Display shelves had been added, as were a spice rack and a place to hang pots and skillets. Over the island hung a rack for drying fresh herbs. The island was off-white, antique to give it an aged look to fit the building's age. The cabinets against the wall were darker, like the hand-carved and crafted pieces throughout the palace. The wood floor would stay, though she recommended sanding and adding a new finish to preserve it. The floor had traditional rugs in bright colors that matched the platters on display. Accents of copper adorned the hood over the stove as well as the backsplash, drawing light and warmth into the space. Every detail came from the wishes she'd held for her and Zeno. The sinks where their hands would bump under the cold water as they washed vegetables, the spice rack where they would argue over which container held basil and which held oregano, the oven where they'd bake a Danish every year in honor of their first date. She gave a wistful sigh, wishing she could be here to oversee the project. But staying was impossible when her heart was as deflated as a stocking after Christmas. Feeling tears coming on again, she blinked and swallowed and then pinched her arm to think of anything but Zeno. Perfect. Wonderful. Beautiful. Loving. Zeno. She hit send. Yes, it was Christmas, but someone would get the email. Besides, this was the best she had to give the royal family. If they rejected these designs, she'd quit because there was nothing else left in her. No creative juices. No desire to put pencil to paper. While she crafted a second email to let the royal family know she was leaving the country, the women set up breakfast on the coffee table. Pepper moved to that area, her eyes trained on the display of pastries, cocos, teacups, and festive napkins. How you managed to make breakfast look so beautiful, I'll never know. She gave Nod Generva a side hug, doing her best to seem cheerful. The emotion felt like a large glove that flopped around on her hand and let in the cold. The older woman swatted at her. You need to mangiare. She pinched Pepper's side, finding her ribs. Eat. Pepper danced out of tickling range, even though she hadn't felt like laughing at all. I don't feel like eating ever again. The truth slipped out without her even knowing it was coming. Everything about her felt gray and dismal. She should be ecstatic that the project was completed on time, but she didn't feel any of that. Her usual sense of accomplishment fell face first on the floor when it tried to rise up. Nana Generva patted her cheek, indulging her broken-hearted pouting. You will feel better, Bambina. In the meantime, we celebrate, for Prince Matteo has chosen a bride. She threw an arm in the air like a matador. Our country is prospering. Our princes are falling in love. And it is Christmas. We will eat, and we will laugh, and we will go to church. Pepper held in her snort of laughter at Nana Generva's idea of celebrating going to church wasn't exactly kicking your heels up. However, it was exactly what Pepper needed today. She needed hymns. She needed a choir. She needed a priest. She needed to feel something. Anything. She sat down and placed a pastry with nuts and raisins on it on her plate. She couldn't smell the sweetness but knew from past breakfasts that it also had Nutella and brown sugar within its flaky layers. Normally, she would have dug right in. Today she pulled off a section and tore it to small bites, which she hardly touched. Lana plopped beside her. Come on. He's not worth moping over. She took a bite of her own pastry. Rosina poured them steaming cocoa from a silver tea service. Pepper wondered if she'd ever be able to drink microwaved, pre-packaged mix ever again. This trip had spoiled her. He is handsome, no? She asked. Lana made a hissing noise. Not helping, she whispered loudly. Rosina frowned. I mean, he is handsome but nothing else. Just a pretty face and broad shoulders and a slim middle. But nothing more. I mean, besides his wavy hair. Lana threw her arms up in disgust. Seriously not helping. Pepper set her plate on the table. No. She's right, except for the nothing more part. He is all that and more. He's kind, loyal, and just the best man I'll ever meet. She choked back the emotion building in her throat. Marcella burst into the room. Have you seen the news? They're unveiling Principe Matteo's bride-to-be. She grabbed the remote and pressed a button. The screen filled with a news show, with a ticker running across the bottom declaring the top events of the day in Italian and then English. What are they saying? Lana asked as the cameras trained on the front of the castle. They're talking about the ball last night. Very few people attended despite the historical significance. Nana Geneva sat next to her, snagging a treat off the tray. They say the prince surprised everyone. Good. Rosina poured herself a cocoa and leaned against the arm of the couch. Lady Luciana was not good, always parading about in her designer shoes as if her feet were made to be kissed. Pepper exchanged a raised eyebrow with Lana. The ladies were not fans of this woman who would have been a princess. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. What if she was the woman in question? People would form opinions about her like this. Of course, she hoped she wasn't the kind of person to turn people away. Rosina took a strawberry from a bowl and sat in front of them, nibbling on the fruit. She used to make me iron her underwear. The woman all gasped and stared at her. She rolled her eyes. It's true. I was, 15 at the time. Nana Geneva patted Rosina's shoulder. You were made for more, mio caro. I know, Nana. Rosina patted her Nana's hand on her shoulder. Pepper thought about these three women and the way they bonded together, the way they worked to preserve their family's history inside the palace while caring for the family that occupied it. They didn't see themselves as staff, they were all one big family. All of Isola was like that, and Pepper would miss it when she left. As much as she loved her parents, she hadn't felt like she belonged anywhere as much as she felt she belonged here. There wasn't a large, extended family back home waiting to welcome her with open arms. She didn't have aunts who would do her hair up for a night out, nor a cousin who needed a visit and some encouragement. Nor did she have a sister who had her back. She patted Lana's arm, or brothers who would beat up someone for picking on her. She smiled, thinking of Benito and Paolo and the men who guarded Zeno and, by extension, her. They were good men. They're coming. Marcella leaned forward, grabbing the edge of the couch. She would have crawled into the television if she could. Who do you think it is? Pepper found herself intently interested in the woman who would be princess. No doubt she will be someone that Prince Akhil would approve of. Heads bobbed in agreement. She will be regal. Tall. Elegant, added Rosina. With beautiful curves, added Nana Geneva as she poked Pepper in the side, making her jump. Pepper's return smile was watery at best, but it was an effort. She tried to get into the thrill of this moment, to experience what was happening inside the women around her. Lana grabbed her fingers. Can you believe we're in a royal palace watching this? She squealed. It's so incredible. Incredible, Pepper agreed, though she didn't have an eighth of Lana's enthusiasm. A moment later, a horse-drawn sleigh appeared at the castle gates. The large, dapple-gray horse threw its head as it pranced happily along. Someone is a camera hound, Lana joked. The white sled came into view next, and the camera zoomed in on the prince. Prince Matteo wore a dress uniform almost identical to Zeno's, though with fewer decorations of honor. He had the same wavy brown hair, but his nose was a bit bigger, his cheeks not as pronounced. He was handsome, but when compared to Zeno, he was not quite enough. The news anchor chatted on and on, Nana Geneva translated. Prince Matteo is 25 years old. As is our custom, he announced his engagement last night at the Christmas Eve ball. The whole country expected him to propose to Luciana, as they have been seen together for years and rumors that the mothers of the two had all but planned a wedding circulated for months. However, Prince Matteo dropped a bomb on the attendees when he brought in a foreigner named Avery. They all gasped. Did he say American? Rosina lurched off her backside and got closer to the television, practically pressing her nose against the screen. Move. We can't see. Marcella smacked her backside. The three women lined up in front of the television, their mouths hanging open as they drank in the sight of their chosen princess. Nana Geneva stopped, translating in shock. Pepper gripped Lana's hand like a lifeline. An American, she whispered. Lana squeezed back. What does this mean for you and Zeno? I don't know. She rubbed her forehead. Do I even dare hope? I don't know if my heart can take another crash. Lana released her hand and rubbed her back. You're strong. I know you can do this. Pepper gave her a small smile as she stood up. I can't think about it right now. It's Christmas, and we should be in church. Nana Geneva let out a gasp. Chiesa. She pulled the other two women away from the news, where the prince and his new love climbed the steps to the local church. They paused at the top to turn and waved to everyone. The woman looked poised, elegant, and full of love for her man as she leaned over to press a kiss to his cheek. He locked eyes with her, and the sizzle between them crackled through the airwaves. Every lady in the room let out a sigh of longing. The commentator suddenly became animated, speaking in Italian so fast there was no way even Google Translate would keep up. A second sleigh appeared, and the king and queen waved, their security teams sticking close. They were beautiful people with poise and grace. Their outer clothing was lined in fur and tailored perfectly. They were soon on the steps of the church with the young couple. The king placed his arm around the princess-to-be, and the queen placed her arm around her son. Together they made the perfect show of support for the decision their son had made, no translation needed. Pepper turned from the screen and made her way to the bathroom, where her Sunday dress hung. She fingered the fabric. "I'll never have that with Zeno's father," she muttered, which was just one more reason to keep her distance. Zeno deserved a woman his whole family would love and cherish, someone who would unite the country, not cause a rift. It was better that she bow out now, before the press became involved and before she lost more of her heart. As it was, Zeno had all of it anyway. Perhaps one day she'd get it back, though she doubted that very much. Chapter 23. Zeno spent Christmas morning in his room, staring out the window as the sun came up. The light should have given him pleasure, because it meant the danger passed for his country. They could begin the process of digging themselves out and moving on. But all he saw when the clouds parted was Pepper's way out of the country. He didn't dare leave his rooms for fear he'd run into either Pepper or Padre, both options horrific for different reasons. Avoiding them both was the only way to keep himself sane. It would get better, if he could just get back to his old life. Back to the refugee camp, where Pepper's memory was not around every corner and his father's overbearing nature could not reach. Then, when he faced death, he would learn to live, to feel once again. Wouldn't he? There you are. Leon strode into the room, carrying a tablet under his arm. "What's this?" Zeno asked, pointing at the device. "I thought a history lesson was in order for the day." "It's Christmas," Zeno pointed out. In that very moment, the church bells began to ring out, wildly declaring that services would start in a few minutes. Exactly. Leon set up the tablet and pushed play. A painting of a king in a black fur cloak, a tan-brown collar, and shiny black boots stared back at them. "This is Umberto V, your fourth great-grandfather." Zeno moaned. "Must we?" History was his least favorite subject. Leon must be angry with him for not going after Pepper last night, and he would want to punish him. "We must." Leon cleared his throat and took on the tutor tone he had when Zeno was younger and needed direction. This lesson was happening whether Zeno wanted it to or not. Zeno studied his steward as he went on about the great things Umberto did for their country. Perhaps Leon was trying to distract him from his misery by boring him to sleep. It was not working. But he could appreciate the efforts, and he loved the man all the more for trying. May not know is that Umberto stabbed his father with this dagger. Leon pulled a long, wavy blade from the inside of his jacket, because the man forbade him from marrying a French commoner named Esme. Whoa. Zeno surged to his feet at the appearance of the weapon. "What are you about, old man?" Unruffled, Leon continued the lecture. The older king had blocked the progress of trade with other European countries, and the people were happy to see him go. He laid the blade on the table. "That's the knife. You are telling me that is the very knife he used to murder his father?" "See. Why do we have this?" Zeno stared at it in horror. "It was part of the tours that were discontinued last year." Leon shrugged. "I thought it brought a sense of inspiration to the lesson." "Leon, you cannot possibly suggest I murder my father." "Not at all." Leon hit a button on a remote control, and the image on the screen changed. "This is Gaetano I. He was in love with a German princess and forbidden from ever leaving the island." Zeno gulped. "Let me guess, he killed his father." Leon chuckled. "No. He chained him in the dungeon for 7 years. The act put an end to a 10-year war, saved countless lives, and allowed the Principe to marry his German Principessa." Zeno threw his hands up. "Not an applicable solution. I hardly see how your examples can help me." Leon frowned. "Who said I was trying to help? This is nothing but a history lesson." He clicked the button again. "Finally, we have Victor." He smiled, and the glint in his eyes told Zeno to hold on to something for this one. Victor lived in the 1400s. He prided himself on being unbendable, unconquerable, and unlovable. Sounds like someone else I know. See, your padre comes by it naturally." Leon waved the comment away. Victor was this way until he met Mary. The image changed to a painting of a woman with weak shoulders and a large bosom. She had round cheeks and sparkling brown eyes. Her zest for life changed him from a stodgy stick in the mud to the man who built the church across the way. Leon strode over and closed the laptop. The bell silenced. "So you're saying I need to find my father a woman?" "I'm not saying anything. I'm certainly not saying that a good woman, no matter where she comes from, can make a difference in the path of a country and a man." He tucked the laptop under his arm. "I believe our lesson is through. Perhaps you would like to catch up on recent events, SI?" Leon turned on the television and thumbed through the channels, looking for national news. "See," Zeno replied distractedly. A good woman could change the course of a country. That was certainly true for Istaya. Her constant, loving care and patience with Sayo had changed him from a demanding, selfish ruler to the benevolent king he was now. The change had not happened overnight, but over years. Was there hope for his padre? Not likely. His padre had hurt his madre too much. If hearts were to mend, padre would have to take the first step, which was as likely as him drinking sour goat's milk. His phone rang, and he picked it up. Ciao, madre. Lo, Natalie.
Wo Nataliate all era.
You sound happy. See, your cousin has chosen a bride. The whole country celebrates this Christmas morning. I wish you were here. I wish I was there too. Had he planned to spend the holiday with his madre and been snowed in on the coast, he would never have met Pepper. While the idea nearly took his feet out from under him, ignorance was bliss, after all, and if he never knew how wonderful life could be, how sweet the time spent with a smart, feisty woman, he would not ache for her now. Leon found the news feed and images of Histio with his arm around the soon-to-be new member of their family, smiling, waving, flashed across the screen on repeat. You do not sound like yourself. Do you have a cold? No. I am distracted by Happy Mateo Pierce. Are you contemplating proposing to someone? Because I would be willing to come out of exile for a wedding. He rubbed his temple. That is not possible. What have you done? She asked quietly. Why do you assume I am at fault? He asked indignantly. Because no woman in her right mind would let you go. See, I am your madre and must say these things, but I have never told you false truths to build you up. That's Leon's job. Leon remained stoic, though Zeno thought he saw a small eye roll. Not that the steward would ever admit to it. I cannot add to the turmoil of the country, he began. Silencio. Madre all but shouted. You sound like your padre. For once, allow yourself to want something. You used to be such a passionate child. You, Zeno, are a man, and these ridiculous expectations of perfection have pushed you out of the country you love for most of your adult life. Stop trying to be flawless and start trying to find your way. That's exactly what I told him, Your Highness. Leon lifted his nose. Leon lifted his nose. I believe you recommended I behead Padre, Zeno argued. Madre laughed. That's also an agreeable solution. Zeno groaned. You two should not be in the same room. Besides, you told me not to marry her to anger Padre. See, but I did not tell you to dump her to make him happy either. Live for you, Zeno. If love is the only thing you ever claim for yourself, then it will be worth it. I swear it to you. It feels so selfish.
He struggled to believe that the answer was as simple as Madre made it sound.
Leon stepped forward. I believe it feels that way because you are not used to being as happy as you have been with Signorina Pepper. Ah, Madre crooned. When can I meet her? Zeno stared out the window at the church. I do not think she will forgive me. I do not think she will forgive me. Beg, my son. Beg. On your knees, hands clasped together. Beg her. The way she said, beg, made him wonder if Madre would forgive Padre if he humbled himself to his knees for her. After a lifetime of hurt, all it would take was an apology and a promise to do better in the future. You are so certain, S.I.? See, both Madre and Leon barked. Leon snatched his phone off the table. Do not worry, Principessa. I will see to it that the Principe follows your instructions. Excellent, Leon. Zeno stared out the window at the church. Could he do it? Could he throw his upbringing and his obligations to the throne out the window? Begging Pepper was not the problem. He would crawl through the snow on his knees to her if needed. No, the trouble was not his humility, it was his royalty. As he continued to stare at the church, Pepper's words from the other night came to his mind. A prince among men. His thoughts turned to the hours spent in cathedrals, in scripture, and in private moments with God. Today the world celebrated the birth of the King of Kings in a lowly stable. Who was Zeno to believe that being royal set him apart from others? He was no one. No one compared to the Son of God, who worked as a carpenter and washed the feet of fishermen. Padre was wrong. Serving his country was not about making the right alliances. It was about serving and loving everyone, especially Pepper, the woman made by God to stand with him in all life's blizzards and sunny days too. If he was to be the man God wanted him to be, he would stand for love more than he stood for anything else in this world. Zeno darted into his closet while Leon and Madre discussed Madre's plans to be here before the new year. He threw on a pair of pressed navy slacks, a light gray shirt, and a red tie. Red because it was Christmas. When he came out, Leon had Zeno's coat over one arm and a pair of thick riding gloves in the other. What's this? Zeno turned so Leon could help him put his arms through the sleeves. Leon grinned. Unfortunately, the two vehicles that can make it through the streets have already left for the church. One of them carrying your lady love, the other your father and his guards. We will have to take the snowmobiles. He grabbed Zeno's helmet off the side table and tossed it at him. Zeno caught it in his stomach with an oof. I cannot go to church on a snowmobile. It will take an hour. The winding streets would be the death of his patience. You will if you want to catch Pepper before she leaves the country. He growled. When she makes up her mind, she does not wait around for me to change it, does she? Let that be a lesson to you, Principe. Leon laughed as they charged through the palace corridors like a herd of cattle. Leon opened the door to the garage, and they plunged inside. Benito and Paolo were already there, the machines rumbling loudly. Leon had been confident that his history lesson would work. Zeno chuckled. He would have to remember that. What are you going to do about your padre? He will not sit by quietly. Zeno threw a leg over one heated leather seat. I can always toss him in the dungeon. He hit the accelerator and flew out of there, leading the way to the old stone church. Behind him, Leon's laughter rang out, wild as the bells. He knew just how the man felt because his heart made the same joyful noise. Chapter 24. Pepper slid down in her seat, willing Principe Aquel to stop glaring at her from his front row pew. He was alone, thank goodness. She didn't know what she would have done if Zeno had walked in with his father. Running the other way seemed like the best and only option. Principe Achilles' guards sat behind him and stood off to the side, their eyes constantly moving while the rest of their bodies held perfectly still. They were scary to look at, but that was probably the point of having a bodyguard. Benito was scary, sort of, until you learned that he had a weakness for biscotti and a booming laugh. Lana leaned over and whispered, "They're creepy, right? It's not just me." Pepper shushed her. She, Lana, and the group of maids who had become family sat on the second row back, at the opposite side of the church. They'd arrived early to ensure that they had a good seat. Now she wished they'd been late enough to sit in the back. The Principe barely had to turn his head to glare at her, like he was doing right now. If he had superpowers, he would have melted her into a puddle with his stare. She glanced down at the stone floor beneath her, wondering if this was the kind of church where innocent blood had been spilt. Her gory thoughts made her shiver. She looked up to the nativity scene on the wall, silently apologizing to the baby Jesus for having such morbid thoughts while the choir sang so beautifully about his birth. She drew in a deep breath and blocked out the angry man in the front row, choosing to focus instead on the angelic children's faces in the choir. They were so earnest in their songs of praise and worship that the sight of them instantly brought her to a better mental place. She'd been right. She needed church, needed to remember that Jesus was the master healer. He could mend her heart. It may take time, but she would not be broken forever. As the priest began the final prayer, she bowed her head and reached for God's love. He could make her whole again. A sense of comfort filled her, and a feeling that she should hold on. Just hold on. What did that mean? Hold on. Hold on for what? The answer did not come, and she was perplexed. Hold on. Was God busy with other prayers? She didn't think there was a busy signal for heaven, but maybe on Christmas the lines were overloaded. She shook her head at her strange thoughts. God was everywhere all at once. Whatever she was supposed to hold on for, it would come to pass. Confused and a little let down because the anguish of her soul remained, she pronounced an amen with the congregation and stood. No one moved as the prince made his way down the aisle and then out the door. Pepper shook her head. He didn't look at anyone, didn't make eye contact with the wonderful people in this room. Sandra, with Corina on her hip, gave Pepper a wide smile. She radiated the peace and joy Pepper sought after. The money Zeno had gifted her made that possible. His visit had cheered her, and his observant gift had given her the opportunity to feed her child. Several rows back, a middle-aged man and his son waved to get her attention. They were the craftsmen who built the castle she'd danced in at the festival. She waved back, her smile wooden. There were other faces. Franco was on the back row. He worked his hat in his hands and gave her a sheepish look, like he wasn't quite sure he belonged there. When Pepper passed his pew, she reached out and touched his arm. Buon Natale, friend. He brightened. Buon Apule. She hugged him. I'm so glad you feel better. See.
Alright, Aru.
I could have died if not for your ministrations. She shook her head. No, it was your love for your grandchildren that kept you alive. You wanted to see them for Christmas. How are they? They are my heart. He put his palm over his heart and smiled fully. Pepper wasn't sure what to say because her throat clogged. Her heart was not loud or full or even hopeful. She patted his arm as she made her way out of the church. Most of the people had already streamed out and were gathered in groups, wishing one another a Merry Christmas and exchanging hugs. The sun bounced off of the snow. Pepper threw her arm up to shield her eyes. Across the street was a large, official royal vehicle with the flags positioned. That was the Principe's transportation. Their vehicle was parked behind his, no flags, no markers. Rosina and her family were already climbing inside. Pepper hesitated, remembering the words that had been whispered to her inside the church. Hold on. Did that mean she was to wait here? Or wait in Isola? Or just put her heart on hold for the next couple years? A little clarity would be nice, she whispered. Our plane leaves in 4 hours. We'd better get going. Lana put on her gloves. We still have a few things to pack, and it will take a half hour to get there. She went down 2 steps before realizing Pepper hadn't moved, and she turned back. Pepper stood at the top of the stairs like one of the statues in the town square. She moved out of the way to let the flow of churchgoers, anxious to return home to their feasts, stream past her. The feeling that she was supposed to wait there was so strong she couldn't deny it. Okay, so there was clarity, but she also didn't know how to explain what she felt to Lana. Lana squinted at her. Are you okay? Pepper opened her mouth to try and offer an explanation, but the sound of several snowmobiles touched her ears. She turned toward the noise. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the window go down on the royal SUV. Zeno came around the corner, far down the street. Even at this distance, she knew it was him by the way his lithe body controlled the machine. She'd been up close and personal with that body. Behind him, 3 more snowmobiles raced, trying to keep up. The people around them fell silent and watched the incoming parade. He's a bit late for church, Pepper grumbled. Lana clapped her hands together as she rejoined Pepper on the top step. I don't think he's here for the priest, though a confession might be in order. She elbowed Pepper knowingly. Pepper's heart roared louder than the machines speeding their way. For the first time since leaving the ballroom last night, she felt something, hope. She didn't have a choice and couldn't hold it back. It bloomed out of her chest like a poinsettia, all bright and cheery. People saw them coming and moved off to the side of the road. They watched with curiosity. Zeno stopped at the bottom of the stairs and turned off his machine. He looked up at her and lifted the tinted visor on his helmet. Their eyes met, and the world stood still. Her heart stopped beating, as if it didn't have a reason to go on unless it was to love the man who had come after her, because that's why he was here. There was no mistaking the determination in his eyes that burned brighter than the sun. She clutched her hands to her chest. The pressure there was a wonderful kind of pain. Oh, how she loved him. How she longed for him to tell her what a mistake it had been to walk out of that ballroom. How she longed for him to hold her close and promise never to let go, not for anything or anyone. He stood, ready to dismount, and she wondered if her heart would ever start again, the anticipation dangling her over a cliff. If she fell, she would never get back up. But if she flew, she would fly on wings of joy. The door to the SUV flew open. Stop him, yelled Principe Akil from inside the car. One of his guards charged Zeno. The people gasped. Pepper tried to yell a warning, but shock had frozen her vocal cords. The man in uniform tackled Zeno to the ground like a linebacker in the NFL. Zeno had been fully focused on her and not seen him coming. He felt like a sack of potatoes. She broke into a run down the steps, her church heels making the climb treacherous at best. The 2 men rolled and tumbled. Zeno threw a punch and his attacker went slack, knocked out completely. Pepper stuttered to a stop and stared, open-mouthed at the sight of an unconscious man on the ground. Zeno stood up and ripped off his helmet in time to be grabbed from behind by another guard. Pepper took the helmet out of his hands, reared back, and hit the guard on the top of his head hard. His grip loosened and Zeno spun, taking his legs out from under him and landing on top of him with a knee in his chest. Something cracked. The man cried out in pain. Pepper winced on his behalf. More guards spilled out of the official royal SUV. It's like a clown car, Pepper complained, feeling as if she was in a weird dream. Leon, Benito, and Paolo arrived by her side, taking on the incoming threats. Zeno grabbed her hand and pulled her back in time to avoid being knocked over by a man Benito threw through the air. The fighting intensified as Principe Akil got out of the car and yelled instructions. Zeno tightened his grip on her hand as he placed himself between her and his father. She smiled as she stepped to the side to stand with him, not behind him. He would never have to face his father alone, and she wanted him to know it. This was how it should be. She prayed Zeno would be able to keep it that way, that he'd be the man she believed he could be, even in the face of his irate father. Figlio, it is time to put this nonsense behind you. Principe Akil had a smooth tongue, that was for sure. He spoke as if there was nothing more going on around them than a summer picnic. Paolo pulled his fist back from a man's face covered in blood. The otherwise quiet guard's eyes hardened, and he gave 3 short and powerful punches to his attacker's neck. The man fell over, gasping for air. Pepper took in the epic battle. Leon had 1 man in a headlock. The guy's face was turning purple. He reached up and patted Leon's arm, the universal sign for tapping out. Leon let him go, and he crumpled to his hands and knees, spent. Benito had 2 men, their arms pinned behind their backs. They looked ready to kill him, and he was as calm as a frozen lake. Paolo was still fighting, though he smiled like he was having a good time, playing with the other guard. And there were 3 men prostrate and groaning on the ground. Pepper stood a little taller, knowing she'd help take one of them down. Zeno gestured to himself. You are right, Padre. It is time I behaved like a man and a prince. He held Pepper closer. Pepper didn't resist. She had a few things to say to Principe Akil too, but they could wait. You taught me a very fine lesson once. Principe Akil inclined his head. You taught me that a prince must be above reproach, that his actions must be honorable at all times. See. Come with me. Come with me. No. Zeno said the word in that short, definitive way that left no room for argument. To deny my heart would be a lie. He turned to Pepper, and she gasped as the sincerity, the raw truth coursing through him, caught her pulse and took it for a ride. I love you, Pepper. You are not what I expected, but you are everything I need and more than I could ever want. She threw her arms around his neck. Who cared that his father, half the city, and the priest were watching? I love you too. He crushed her to him. No. Principe Akil had the same tone as Zeno had used a moment ago. He stomped one booted foot and slapped his hand against his leg. The effect was startling and intimidating. Pepper glared. Was this the kind of man who raised Zeno? Her father had been nothing but kind words and encouragement. He never physically intimidated her into obedience, and if she disobeyed, he loved her all the more. At the time, she'd hated it because it only made her feel guilty. In this moment, she vowed to call her dad and thank him for being an adult. Because Principe Akil was not an adult. He was a spoiled who threw tantrums and misbehaved to get what he wanted. She is not worthy of your love. She is not worthy of your love. She is not even Isoladian. Someone coughed, and he glanced around as if realizing they had an audience. Carefully composing himself, he said, let us return to the Winter Palace and discuss this. Zeno shook his head. If you cannot accept Pepper, then you do not accept me. He linked their fingers together. You will lose my respect. Principe Akil threatened. That is a consequence I am more than happy to live with. I have already denounced you as my padre. If you want the title back, you will have to earn it. Zeno tugged Pepper's hand and started for the snowmobile. Wait. Principe Akil grabbed her other hand, and Pepper found herself in the middle of a princely tug-of-war. If you have any intelligence behind those blue eyes, you can see that you are not fit to be a principessa. Pepper yanked her hand free, her skin burning because of his grip. Several caustic responses raced through her mind, and she discarded each of them. Her eyes drifted up to the stained glass window depicting the nativity scene. She smiled. One of the first lessons I learned in church was not to judge someone by where they were born. She pointed, and Principe Akil turned to look up at the window. Hear, hear, cheered Sandra. Several other people called out their agreement. Principe Akil lifted his chin, never one to hang his head in shame. You will bring a curse upon our family and this town with your actions. I wash my hands of you. Zeno frowned. I believe that is the best Christmas gift you have ever given me. Principe Akil strode to his vehicle and climbed inside. 2 of his men were able to join him. The rest stayed behind, nursing their wounds or chatting softly with Zeno's guards. They didn't look happy at having been asked to attack one of their own princes. Zeno pulled Pepper's hand up to his mouth and kissed the back of it. Just like that, the horrible scene from moments ago faded into history and was replaced by the glow of love. Zeno's eyes lingered on hers, and the crowd, the church, and the clicks as people took their picture disappeared. All she could hear was the sound of his breath. All she could feel was his skin on hers. All she wanted was to taste his lips, and yet her heart held back. Was this what she was supposed to hold on for? Amore mio, I am so sorry I became confused and muddled. These past 2 weeks have been time apart from my regular life. I have never known as much joy as you carry around in that ridiculously large purse of yours. He nudged her oversized bag with his leg, teasing her. She giggled. If he was teasing, then he was at peace and himself again. When Padre appeared last night, it was as though my 2 worlds collided, and I did not know where to stand or how to be or if I was worthy of the light you sparkle into my life. She brushed his hair off his forehead, her fingertips skimming above his brow. He closed his eyes, savoring her touch. She blushed, amazed that she had such a strong effect on him. I can understand how that was difficult for you. But no more. I choose this life. I choose you, over my title, over my padre, and over all. He looked around at the townspeople who had helped save his life, fed them, entertained them, and welcomed them into their city. No offense, he added to the group. A chuckle rippled through the crowd. Pepper had forgotten they were even there. She was so caught up in the flood of warm feelings Zeno's touch created. He hadn't forgotten. She paused, searching her heart. Zeno didn't put the people between them, but he opened their circle to include them, and she was all right with that. She could share their love with Isola at La Familia. It was easy, because Isola shared their love with her. They'd welcomed her into their arms and their hearts as a royal judge for their snow sculpture contest, their friend who shared pastries, and their family who ate breakfast together every morning. "Kiss her already. My battery is almost dead," called a man holding his phone over his head. "You want a kiss?" Zeno called to them all. They cheered. Pepper blushed and laughed, her heart stuffed full. He wrapped one arm around her back and tucked the other under her chin, against her neck. His fingers were chilled, and they sent an electrical current racing across her skin. "With your permission," he whispered. Permission granted. She wrapped her hands around his neck and met him halfway for a kiss that went long enough to drain a cell phone battery. It was a kiss of promise, of holding on to one another through all that life would throw their way, of choosing each other over and over again. Her fears melted. A soft whisper told her that this was what she'd been meant to hold on for. She smiled against Zeno's mouth and then went right back to kissing him. When they finally pulled apart, it seemed the whole country cheered, even though it was probably just a couple hundred people who had interrupted their Christmas celebrations to watch a family feud turn into a declaration of love. Zeno lifted an arm for silence. "You are all invited to the palace courtyard for candlelight caroling tonight at 6. A cheer went up. Pepper leaned into him. "Is this another tradition?" He smiled. "It is now." He kissed her again. "I feel joy and I want to share it." For a moment, she thought of a lifetime of sharing moments with the Isoladian people. Her first baby, all her babies, would be revealed to them in grand style. They would want to know about her first steps and sleep schedule. Every state dinner, royal ball, holiday, and excursion would be in front of people. The idea was daunting and more than a little overwhelming, making her head spin. She held tight to Zeno. "I will bring your favorite Zeppel to the caroling." Sandra approached rather shyly. "I have dough rising at home." She dipped into a curtsy for Zeno. Zeno inclined his head. "That will make us both very happy." "Grazie." She bobbed a curtsy again and then was off, no doubt intent on making the best Zeppole she'd ever made. As Pepper watched her leave, she thought about sharing the news of a baby's first tooth or first word with Sandra. It would be a joyous occasion, and Nana Generva, Marcella, and Rosina would celebrate, bringing the baby gifts and cooing over her, then scolding her for running through the halls in her goulashes. Benito would catch her up and toss her into the air, making her giggle and squeal. Pepper could practically hear the laughter from the two of them, and they would make snowmen with coins for eyes and set up nativity scenes on December 1st. As overwhelming as it might be to think of sharing her life in the public eye, when she pictured the individual people, all she felt was love. She smiled so big her cheeks would hurt in the morning. "Would you like to ride back in the car with Lana?" Zeno picked up his helmet from where she dropped it. She shook her head. "I want to ride with you." Zeno glanced down and blushed. "You are in a dress." She laughed. "I'm already unconventional." She turned and sat on the snowmobile, her legs dangling off of one side. He sat behind her, making sure she was snug and comfortable before starting up the machine. "For the record, I like you unconventional." She kissed his wonderful lips. "For the record, you're not a bad kisser." He tickled her side at the same time the engine revved, hiding her squeal. Moving slowly and waving at those who were walking home, they made their way back to the Winter Palace. As they crossed the drawbridge, Pepper took a moment to think about the first time she'd seen the palace. It was imposing and impressive. A dream come true and a step away from an unfulfilling life. She'd come for a job, hoping it would be a gateway to a new career. Instead, she'd found a dream, a hope, a family, and a love that would sustain her forever. What started out as a place to work had someone become a home. Pepper snuggled into Zeno's warm chest. Even though she didn't know all the details of how the future would look, she knew who she wanted to spend it with. Marrying him would make her a princess, but his love made her a queen. He stopped the machine and tore off his helmet. Taking her face in his hands, Zeno kissed her with a passion she hadn't experienced before. She giggled against his lips, too happy to stop herself. He moaned. "That was not the reaction I was looking for." She slid closer on the machine, throwing both her legs over the top of his and wrapping an arm around his back. "How about that?" He kissed her neck and then her cheek. She sighed. "The feeling is mutual, Zeno. You're the man I've waited my whole life for." He paused. "And you are the woman I want for the rest of my life." This time, when their lips came together, their passion exploded and they were carried away, lost in each other, and the joy, lost in each other, and the joy, lost in each other, and the joy, finding love on Christmas Day. Epilogue. Pepper ran from the family kitchen, leaving behind the sound of power tools and workmen calling instructions. She rushed through the hall, passing the gold suit of armor and the mirrored wall. She gave her reflection a withering glare as she passed. "You are late." Rosina yelled as Pepper burst through the doorway. She was already pulling her shirt over her head when she hit the giant bathroom. "I know. I was talking with Guadagno about the cabinets. That is no excuse. You cannot be late for the planting festival." Rosina pointed to the full bath. "Get in." She glanced to heaven and muttered something in Italian that sounded an awful lot like a plea for patience. Or a curse. She could have cursed Pepper for being late. "I like my job." Pepper yelped as Rosina pushed on her head. Her backside lost its grip on the smooth tub, and she slid under the water. Sputtering as she emerged, she scowled at her maid, who was already scrubbing shampoo into her hair. "I can do it." Pepper swatted her hands away. Rosina huffed. She grabbed the conditioner bottle and held it at the ready. "I think we've become too close in the time I've spent here, Rosina." Pepper dunked herself under the water and rinsed the shampoo out of her hair. She came up, blowing water off her face and swiping her hand over her eyes. "I'd like to reevaluate our relationship." "There will be time for that later," Rosina promised. Marcella came through the door, a blow dryer in one hand and a flat iron in the other. "She is not out of the tub?" she asked in horror. Rosina held up a towel. "She arrived 30 seconds ago." You would think she would know how to read a clock. There are no clocks in the family kitchen. Pepper stepped out, wrapping the towel around her. "It's meant to be a place removed from the world. You are removed from the world." Marcella pointed to the screen where Pepper's clothing waited. Pepper hurried over, rubbing herself dry and dressing as fast as she could, while the ladies spoke excitedly out of sight but not out of hearing. Her Italian was much improved but not good enough to follow them when they spoke this fast. She suspected they knew as much and poked her head out. "What exactly are you gossiping about now?" "Niente," they replied in unison. Pepper gave them the stink eye as she adjusted her bra behind the screen. She ducked back behind when they took a step forward, intent on dressing her themselves if she didn't hurry up. With only a little more complaining from the two of them and a lot of hair pulling, she was soon pronounced presentable. Hardly a compliment, but I'll take it. She kissed them both on the cheek and then half ran, half power walked to the front doors. Rosina squealed and clapped her hands behind her. Pepper laughed. They were always so happy when she and Zeno got together, knowing they had a part in the romance. Zeno was waiting for her, staring at his watch.
She would have huffed at his impatience if she didn't know that it was a smart watch, and he was probably answering an email from a foreign ambassador or dignitary. Over the last few months, he had shifted his role from the front lines.
He still spent a week each month in a refugee camp, but his work organizing donations from big businesses and troops from friendly nations the other 3 weeks made it possible for many more people to receive help. It seems that his efforts and personal risk were respected and admired. As it often happened, the sight of Zeno took her breath away. It didn't matter if he was dressed in a pair of sweats and barefooted or dressed in business casual. He was stunning. He glanced up at the sound of her footsteps and smiled. "Thinking about how pretty I am?" He teased her. She laughed as she slipped into his arms. "Always." She kissed him, and they were lost in each other just like that. It was always this easy with Zeno. Their lives were somewhat complicated outside the palace walls, but they were so simple within their embrace. He loved her. She loved him. That was all, and it was everything. Leon cleared his throat. They pulled apart reluctantly. "It is never enough," Zeno lamented. "It's movie night." Pepper kissed his neck. He brightened and then shivered as she nuzzled him. "My favorite night of the month." She grinned and pulled back. "Come on. Let's celebrate." He took her hand and swung it back and forth as the guards grunted and pulled open the heavy doors. The music reached them first. Traditional, loud, and full of pep, it had a beat to dance to and carried the feeling of spring. Beyond the steps, a group dressed in traditional clothing danced, their faces alight. Rimming the crowd were the vendor carts. Pepper drank them in. Each one was different, and each one was beautiful. She drew in a deep breath. "Sandra is here, isn't she?" Zeno laughed. "You can smell her cart." She nodded. "And now my stomach is growling." She pressed her hand against her belly. "Do your official welcome things so we can find food." He rolled his eyes. "Anything for you." He lifted a hand, and the music would to a stop, the dancers turning to face the steps. "Welcome to our spring celebration." He lifted their arms in the air, and the crowd cheered. Rosina, Marcella, and Nana crowded in front, their eyes alight. Lana and Benito joined them, their hands clasped. They smiled shyly at each other. Benito kissed her hair. They acted like they'd just met, but they'd been dating since Christmas. Who knew a whirlwind holiday romance could turn into something more? Pepper knew. She smiled at her prince. "We come to celebrate new beginnings," Zeno continued. With that in mind, Zeno got down on one knee and faced Pepper, still holding her hand. Pepper gasped. What are you doing? He chuckled as he looked to the crowd. She asks what I am doing. The people laughed. Pepper's cheeks warmed as her eyes met those in the crowd. These faces were ones she recognized, people she loved. Her heart swelled that Zeno thought to include their extended family in this moment. It was perfect. Pepper Johnson of America, you have become my life and taken hold of my heart. Will you do me the great honor of becoming my wife and my principessa? She drew in a breath and held it for the count of 3, wanting to remember what this felt like for the rest of her life. Her head spun, her heart tumbled, and her butterflies fluttered. Principe Zeno de Luca. She paused, and everyone leaned forward. See, she cheered. The crowd cheered with her. Zeno slipped a giant ring on her finger. She gasped as the weight of it registered. He stood and pressed a kiss to her hair as she stared at it in wonder. It belonged to my madre's nana. Do you like it? She closed her fist, afraid the ring would fly off her hand and be lost forever. I love it. The fact that the ring came from his mother's side of the family said how much his madre accepted her. She'd come for New Year's, pronounced Pepper a wonderful addition to the family and perfect for her son, and then hurried back to the seaside. Your madre will be over the moon to go dress shopping. She may have mentioned it a time or 7. Pepper giggled. I'll call her tomorrow.
Signorina, asked Franco.
He was now conducting private tours of the Winter Palace with the hopes of opening up a public tour once again this summer when the tourists arrived. See. She leaned into Zeno, and he wrapped an arm around her, letting his hand rest on her hip the way she loved. We offer you our congratulations. Franco made a sweeping motion with his arm, and his youngest granddaughter came forward with a bouquet of wildflowers. They're the first of the season. She accepted them while hugging her little friend. May your marriage be blessed with love and many children. Franco got another cheer from the crowd. Pepper buried her burning cheeks in the flowers, inhaling their scent. She glanced at Zeno from under lowered lashes. He was laughing heartily and accepting congratulations called out from the crowd. When he caught her looking at him, he leaned over and whispered, How about 12? Is that too many bambinos? She resisted the urge to swat him with the flowers. We'll discuss this later, she said through a clenched jaw. He laughed, sweeping her up in his arms and turning in a circle. I look forward to it. He set her down and cupped her face. I am looking forward to a great many things with you, Pepper. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him in front of their family and friends. Cameras went off or videoed the moment. Theirs had become an international love story, one that gave hope and joy to people the world over. Pepper wouldn't have thought it possible that a nobody from the East Coast could become a princess. But then again, Christmas was a time for magic and miracles. She'd gotten hers in the shape of a prince and a palace. Who knew what Christmas would bring this year? What she did know was that she was more than happy to hold on to every moment from now until forever.
You've been listening to Snowed In at the Winter Palace.
A Christmas romance novel written by Lucy McConnell and read by an AI-generated voice, Serena.